Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of August 15th, 2025 is hereby called to order. I want to say good morning to all present, listening and viewing. We are here coming close to the end of the budget cycle for fiscal year 2026. Today, the committee will hear from the following agencies. Of course, we have the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital to defend their governor's proposed budget of $30,250,000. The Department of Agriculture to defend the executive branch funding recommendation of $5,268,235. The Public Service Relations Board and the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee will defend their budget of requests of $1,686,910 and $200,000 respectively. And finally, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands will make their case for general fund requests of $2,007,700. We have a busy day, so let's get started. I want to remind everyone to please turn their cell phone off or turn them on mute as to not interrupt today's proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to please read the roll call. Correction, please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Friday, August 15, 2025, 9 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center. Invited testifier, Darlene Baptiste, Chief Executive Officer. Block 2, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., Department of Agriculture. Invited testifier, Honorable Louis E. Petersen, Jr., Ph.D., Commissioner. Block 3, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., Public Employees Relations Board. Invited testifier, Pierina Jacobs-Feldman, Chairperson. Also, Block 3, Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee. Invited testifier, Yirah Tutein, Executive Director. Block 4, 5 p.m., Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifier, Shelby King Gaddy, Esquire, Executive Director. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have the representatives from the Governor Juan Francisco Louis Hospital seated at the testifiers table, and this time we go to for introduction. Good morning, Madam CEO. Ms. Darlene Carty Baptiste.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning to all. Good morning, Honorable Senator Novell Francis.
Just intro for now.
Intro for now?
Yes, sir.
We're ready.
Yes, sir.
Darlene Baptiste, CEO, Chief Executive Officer for the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center.
Morning and welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Adeline Williams Connor, Chief Operating Officer, Juan F. Louis Hospital.
Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Regina Flippin, Acting CMO of Juan Louis Hospital.
Morning, Dr. Flippin. Mr. Abattoir.
Good morning.
Use the mic.
Good morning. My name is Rosalie Jaffois. I'm the Interim Senior Vice President of Finance for the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital.
Morning, Ms. Plaskett.
Good morning, Doris Plaskett, Chief Nursing Officer.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning, Roger Moore, MIS Director.
Pull the mic a little closer to you, classmate.
Good morning, Roger Moore, Director, MIS, Governor Juan Louis Hospital.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator. Darryl Smalls, Executive Director of the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team.
Thank you. Do you have anyone virtually online?
No, sir, we
All right.
don't at this.
You
everyone
may
is
proceed
present.
with your testimony at this time.
Well, a pleasant good morning again, Honorable Senator Novell Francis, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, Senators of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands present, and of course to our listening and viewing audience. And once again, I am Darlene Baptiste, the Chief Executive Officer for the Governor F. Juan Louis Hospital and Medical Center. Thank you so much for this opportunity to appear before you today to present the fiscal year 2026 budget. In the well with me, I'm joined by our esteemed executive team members who have previously been introduced, including Mr. Darryl Smalls, the Executive Director for THRT. We are here to present, and with their support, this presentation and help to address any questions that may arise. I also want to publicly acknowledge our chairperson, Dr. Jerry Smith, and the entire Territorial Board of Directors for their continued support of our institution. At JFL, we are more than just a healthcare institution. We are a pillar of strength, healing, and hope for the people of St. Croix. Driven by our mission to improve the health of those we serve with compassion and respect, we are steadfast in our vision to transform lives through high-quality care. As outlined in the Virgin Islands Code Title 16, our mandate is clear: to ensure access to essential health services for all, fostering a healthy and more resilient community. Each year, our dedicated team welcomes nearly 300 newborns in our mother-baby department, home to the only neonatal intensive care unit in the territory. Staffed by certified neonatologists, our NICU provides specialty services and specialized care for our most vulnerable patients at the most critical moments. Our emergency department and trauma program delivers around-the-clock care to more than 12,000 encounters annually, responding to everything from routine illnesses to life-threatening emergencies with clinical excellence and urgency. Our board-certified physicians and skilled healthcare professionals stand ready to serve. JFL is also proud to be the designated breast imaging center of excellence, operating the only FDA mammography program in the territory, offering advanced 3D mammography and comprehensive women's health services. Our Joint Commission accredited lab has been delivering reliable inpatient and over 300 outpatient diagnostic services per year for nearly 2 decades. We are also recognized as the Emergency Medical Services for Children Pediatrics Ready site, with 3 trained pediatric care coordinators and staff, further solidifying our readiness to care for patients of all ages. In addition, our nutritional services Department was honored to serve as the model for the Virgin Islands Department of Education School Lunch Program, sharing best practices that strengthen community health beyond the hospital walls. It is such a privilege to lead JFL into the future, and totally committed are we to the progress, the excellence, and the well-being of every person we are entrusted to serve. JFL currently operates a 52-bed facility known as JFL North, a temporary structure that houses all patient care units, including the emergency department, operating room, endoscopy suite, and other essential departments that support inpatient services. Outpatient services are delivered separately at the Virgin Islands Cardiac Center, and outpatient dialysis is conducted in temporary trailers on the campus. The original JFL building houses other support functions, including billing, cashier, medical records, facilities, materials management, and human resources. JFL remains in a state of transition, and the successful execution of our capital projects is critical to stabilizing our infrastructure and operations. Our capital projects under the oversight of THRT include the JFL main campus demolition and rebuild. The solicitation for the demolition and the reconstructions has closed, and evaluations are in progress to select a qualified contractor. Cassava Gardens building, this is our off-site administrative and storage facility, which consolidates non-clinical operations, enabling the demolition of the existing JFL structure. 5-acre development is providing parking for 200+ vehicles and 10,000 square feet of a support building for materials management, maintenance, records, and waste handling. The interim dialysis facility, construction will relocate once for dialysis service from the trailers, which are in the demolition zone, to a hardened facility in Estate LaGrange Princess. And then the IV compounding suite, the contractor has been selected, but funding must be identified, as the FEMA temporary hardened structure project funds are ineligible for this scope of work. The MIS department oversees network security, manages IT infrastructure, and provides essential support across the organization. This year has been exceptionally and especially active for us. Within the MIS department, we had the following cyber incident on April 26, 2025. In the aftermath, our incident command structure was activated, enabling a coordinated emergency response with critical support from the Office of the Governor, Bureau of Information Technology, the VI Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VI Next Generation Network, Schneider Regional Medical Center, and VI Department of Health. We are sincerely grateful to these partners for their assistance during such a pivotal time. To maintain continuity, we rely on our daily multidisciplinary huddles to guide operations and address emerging challenges. Additionally, a secure digital access lab was established and currently serves as the only reliable access point to our clinical system. From a financial standpoint, the impact has been significant. Over the first 10 days of this incident, we anticipated a revenue loss of approximately $675,791, along with 1,642 manpower hours solely dedicated to the incident command. As of July, the cost of manpower for the incident command amounted to $428,935, and that's excluding overtime expenses, and may I add, the technical support for the IT. While we've made significant strides behind the scenes, full system recovery remains ongoing and continues to impact patient care delivery, billing cycles, and the staff workload. This presentation is both timely and forward-looking as we prepare to launch Operation Reboot. This phased approach towards a single digital recovery we're anticipating by September 2025. Operation Reboot is a campaign that represents more than just the technical process of the system restoration. It is a symbol of our resilience, professionalism, and shared determination to emerge stronger, smarter, and better prepared for the future. Despite these challenges, our team remained unwavering in its commitment to delivering safe and quality care. We extend our deepest thanks to our physicians, our nurses, support staff, administrators, who continue to go above and beyond in the face of adversity. The total projected budget for fiscal year 2026 is $86.6 million, representing an increase over fiscal year 2025 of $85.2 million. We present this budget in the context of a very difficult fiscal environment. Healthcare systems are under pressure from rising labor costs, higher expenses, staff shortages, and low reimbursement. These issues hit safety net hospitals like JFL even harder, as we care for many uninsured and underinsured patients. Locally, these pressures have been compounded by the ongoing recovery from past natural disasters, the COVID-19 pandemic, and for us, the most recent cyber attack. While the proposed budget keeps us running, long-term challenges remain as we work to meet the growing demands of healthcare for this community. Our personnel costs accounts for $34.8 million, or approximately 40% of our budget. This represents 2.2% decrease compared to fiscal year 2025. Fringe benefits account for $25.5 million, or 29% of our budget. The projected reduction of the fiscal year 2025 level of $26.6 million is aligned with the decreasing trend in our personnel. Supply costs are projected to reach $10.7 million, representing a 20% increase from fiscal year 2025. This rise is primarily attributed to the medical inflation and the growing demand of high-cost items. For example, projected drug costs alone are expected to total $3.2 million. Expenses related to food services and linen are also increasing due to the frequent need to replace the linens and the necessity of providing nutritional support to all patients, including our border patients, while also addressing the escalating cost of food. The category of other services and charges is budgeted at $11.4 million, representing a 16.4% increase over fiscal year 2025. This category includes expenses related to the physician and employee recruitment, professional services, and operational contracts. Utilities and facilities operations are projected at $4.9 million, a 15.8% increase from fiscal year 2025. Electricity still remains our largest utility expense, with anticipated costs exceeding $3.8 million. This projection accounts for rate increases and operating of 3 physical structures, JFL Main, the VICC, and JFL North. While energy-saving measures are being pursued, utility costs remains fixed in the context of us being around-the-clock hospital in our operations. The capital budget reflects a 3-year capital plan for fiscal years 2025 through 2027. It is important to note that this budget is supplemental and not included in the proposed operating budget. The capital needs amount to $7.9 million. Major priorities include $2 million for the cath lab equipment to support the resumption of our cardiology services. In imaging, proposed investments total $2.8 million, including a new MRI machine, general and vascular ultrasound units, and the PACS equipment and software. The budget also calls for key upgrades in surgical and anesthesia, including $1.2 million for new anesthesia machines and various surgical monitoring and scope systems. To expand access to funding opportunities and support both capital improvement and program development, JFL has partnered with the recently established St. Croix Community Hospital Foundation, Inc. This foundation serves as the vehicle to pursue grants and philanthropic partnerships that will enhance care for the residents of St. Croix and visitors to our island. We are actively working to strengthen our foundation's leadership by recruiting new board members, particularly individuals from the business sector and those with philanthropic experience. In addition to grant writing, the foundation is planning a series of fundraising and friend-raising events expected to begin this fall to build community support and long-term sustainability. With the assistance of the foundation, JFL has already secured several important grants, an amount totaling $555,000, one from the Office of the Insular Affairs Technical Assistance Program, and the other from the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands. One is for the nuclear medicine equipment to restore and expand that service line, and the other is to purchase an additional portable X-ray machine. These awards reflect the foundation's early success and potential of this partnership to attract future funding that supports innovation, service expansion, and enhanced patient care at JFL. Our fiscal year 2026 financial priorities remained aligned with the austerity plan previously submitted to this legislative body, following the appropriation of the $6.5 million in emergency fund through the Act number 8985. These priorities focus on both expenditure reductions and revenue enhancement strategies aimed at ensuring long-term sustainability and operational efficiency. Salary and fringe benefit reduction amounting to $6.6 million in savings. These savings are being realized through the freeze of non-clinical hiring unless strongly justified, position elimination, delayed backfills, and the consolidation of roles across departments through job sharing and cross-training. These savings have already begun in fiscal year 25 and will roll over into fiscal year 2026. An additional $131,362 have been saved through natural attrition via 3 retirements, with these roles being not refilled and responsibilities redistributed among existing staff. The reduction of locum tenens utilization and physician compensation reform. We decrease reliance on high-cost locum tenens staffing and actively reviewing our physician compensation model, including agreements to be negotiated through the Association of Hospital Employed Physicians. This reform would ensure alignment with market standards and promote fiscal responsibility. Supply chain reduction, a projection of $5.2 million in savings. This has been identified through a series of targeted efficiency measures. These include the renegotiation of our vendor contracts, leveraging bulk purchasing agreements, and reactivating our membership with the GPO Premier. Additional savings are being realized by scaling back on non-essential maintenance services, reducing reliance on third-party vendors, and tightening control on discretionary supply ordering. We are also collaborating with our sister hospital, Schneider Regional Medical Center, to align our procurement strategies, compare pricing through common vendors, and maximize cost-saving opportunities through a shared GPO resources. The new laboratory draw stations are projected to have a monthly revenue of $60,000 to $80,000. We plan to open up these new laboratory draws in underserved areas, improving community access to diagnostic services, reducing wait times at the main campus, and enhancing the overall patient experience. The initiative is currently in its final stages of review with our legal office as we work to finalize those contractual terms. The telehealth expansion with a projected revenue of $1.5 million over 3 years. We're exploring the telemedicine service in neurology and psychiatry to address key specialty shortages. These services are expected to enhance revenue through increased billable encounters, reduce off-island transfers, and support compliance with federal quality of care standards. Our revenue cycle improvement activities, we have engaged FirstSource USA Professional Services to lead a comprehensive revenue cycle optimization initiative. A preliminary kickoff meeting was held in July 2025 and projected implementation to begin in September. The initiative includes strong key revenue cycle operations through improvement in patient access services, financial counseling, billing, coding, charge capture, and clearinghouse functions. At the heart of every success, every recovery, and every patient story at JFL is our dedicated staff, from the nurses at the bedside to the technicians behind the scenes. From our clinical team to our support staff, everyone plays a vital role in keeping our hospitals running 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, 366 days, even in a leap year. As of June 30th, 2025, JFL workforce included 473 full-time employees with an additional 28 part-time employees. These individuals support every facet of the hospital's operation and play an essential role in both patient care and the day-to-day functioning of our facility. Further breakdown of our workforce includes 256 clinical full-time staff, 12 clinical part-time staff, 217 non-clinical full-time staff, and 16 non-clinical part-time staff. It is important to note that unlike many mainland institutions, none of our support departments such as security, nutritional services, environmental services, IT, or facilities are outsourced. These functions are fully staffed in-house, contributing to a higher proportion of our non-clinical FTE. We are actively expanding cross-training and job sharing efforts to improve staffing flexibility, increase operational efficiency, and reduce redundancy in our non-clinical areas. JFL, representing a total of 8 unions, continues to actively advance collective bargaining discussions and negotiations to strengthen our labor relations and maintain a stable workforce. Negotiations with AHAP are scheduled to convene by the end of August. The United States Workers Supervisors will enter negotiation from September 29th through October 3rd, 2025, while the Seafarers International Union Masters completed their session on July 14th to the 17th, 2025. The International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers Security Guards met from April 7th through the 10th, 2025, and are awaiting new dates to reconvene. The VI State Nursing Associated wage agreement will expire on September 30th, 2025, with discussions expected to follow shortly thereafter. While these negotiations are essential to maintain a competitive compensation and positive employee relation, it is important to note that the anticipated salary adjustment under discussions have not been incorporated in the proposed budget. Additionally, the recent passage of Bill number 360053, which raises the minimum wage, will directly impact 71 employees with an estimated financial impact of $443,055. Should wage adjustments cascade into other classification, an additional 110 employees will be affected, further increasing our labor costs. Once again, this is not included in this proposed budget. The realities underscores the need for additional funding to the responsible and to meet the contractual needs and statutory obligations required of JFL. In addition to negotiation, labor relation efforts in fiscal year 2025 have been successful and 26 cases have been resolved. Recruitment and retention remains our top priority to build and sustain a stable workforce. In the fiscal year 2025, we recorded 43 new hires and 64 separations, which include 49 resignations, 4 retirements, 9 dismissals, 1 contract completion, and 1 death. These figures underscore the continued challenge of retaining skilled talent in a highly competitive healthcare labor market. We are proud to continue our strong partnership with the University of the Virgin Islands School of Nursing, bolstering by the support of the Martha and Benny Benjamin Foundation, the funding source for our highly skillful grad nurse program and our nurse externship program. This collaboration has been instrumental in shaping and recruiting the talented graduate nurses, and we're excited to continue these efforts. We are currently engaging in proactive discussions with the University of the Virgin Islands to develop a robust allied health curriculum and to maximize the use of the Medical Simulation Center for Education and Training for both new and existing staff. As part of our broader employee engagement strategy, we launched the Employee Advisory Group, a staff-driven forum designed to strengthen internal communication and give employees a direct voice in organizational decision-making. By empowering frontline staff to share ideas and concerns, the group is expected to have a measurable impact on morale, foster greater ownership in the workplace for improvements, and improve leadership decisions with first-hand perspective. To further guide staffing strategies, we are tracking key HR metrics, including our turnover rates, employee productivity, and insights from our exit interviews. This data-driven approach allows us to identify opportunities for improvement, address root cause of our turnover, and adapt recruitment strategies to better meet organizational needs. The volunteer and student engagement programs continue to nurture future healthcare professionals, enhance guest experience, and strengthen community connections. In fiscal year 2025, over 45 individuals participated in the structured volunteer internship and training programs, contributing to 1,500 volunteer hours and more than 18,000 hours of workforce development across departments such as radiology, mother-baby, surgical, payroll, guest services, and more. Partnership with our local schools and government programs such as the Summer Youth Employment Program, the Labor Investing for Tomorrow, Jobs of America's Graduates, NAF, Academy of Business, and the Vocational Rehabilitation have expanded career exposure and training opportunities. The program hosted 3 pre-med students for surgical and physician shadowing, collaborated with Island Therapy to provide job readiness training for 2 individuals with special needs, and saw one participant transition to employment at JFL. Senior volunteers have also moved into the training programs through agency partnerships. Volunteers have supported several initiatives, including our Pastor Appreciation Week, our Pastoral Care Days, as well as the youth career engagement events such as the John H. Woodson Junior High School Job Shadow, Central High School Career Fair, Annual Student Convention, and the Delta Academy Healthcare Career Day. Our accounts payable stand at approximately $21.2 million as of July 31st. Before the cyber attack, we had been making diligent efforts to reduce our outstanding AP balances and improve our vendor communication. These payments were part of the broader strategy to demonstrate financial stewardship and rebuild trust with our vendors before the receipt of the $6.5 million in emergency funding. That emergency funding outlined in the submitted austerity plan was earmarked specifically for vendor payments. We sit here before you with 100% obligated, with less than 1,000 to be expended. Of these funds, specifically, the outstanding amount is specifically in our finance, which in our fiscal, with our facilities. Yes, with our facilities, those are the last dollars to be expended. And with the focus on settling those balances, there's critical services and suppliers to help stabilize our hospital operations. So of the $6.5 million allocation, 43% has been directed to the Chief Medical Officer's office to address outstanding locum tenens debts and ensure physician coverage across key service areas. Specific payments were made to materials management, radiology, and facilities. These allocations reflect an effort to stabilize critical clinical services by addressing overdue obligation. While this has provided temporary relief, high AP liabilities continue to affect our vendor relationship, which in turn impact the timely delivery of medical supplies, staffing, continuity, and ultimately patient care outcomes. We continue to follow a structured payment prioritization methodology, giving precedent to vendors critical to patient care, utilities, and payroll-related obligations. This includes payments to WAPA, which is taken out of our monthly allotment. Once our systems are fully restored, additional focus will be placed on addressing our obligations with GRS, IRB payments, and other tax liabilities. From October 2024 to March 2025, accounts receivables increased by 19%, escalating from the $71.1 million to $84.9 million. Our collection team excelled in reducing self-pay balances, showcasing their effectiveness in securing payments. At the same time, balances for Medicare and Medicaid grew, reflected in our payer mix of 30% Medicare, 32% Medicaid, 19% Cigna, 8% commercial, 10% self-pay, and 1% other. We also saw an increase in commercial accounts receivable, which underscores our commitment to payer diversity and position us for future revenue growth. The net patient revenue, which reflects the amount we expect to be reimbursed, is totaled at $34.9 million between October and March of fiscal year 2025. It is essential to note that the net patient revenue does not guarantee cash flow. What ultimately sustains hospital operations is the actual collection of funds from patients, insurance providers, and third-party payers. During this period, patient collection amounts to $16.9 million, representing 45% of the expected revenue. While our billing system has been interrupted by the cybersecurity incident, the team has been making every effort to continue billing and coding activities. Between April and June, coding productivity reflected 1,039 patient charts, which have since been pre-coded to expedite claim processing once our systems are fully restored. Additionally, staff manually submitted 314 paper claims totaling $1.5 million. I restate, the staff manually submitted these claims. This demonstrates a huge commitment from our staff to maintaining the billing activities, even in such challenging circumstances. To address the ongoing challenges in revenue collection, JFA has launched a comprehensive revenue improvement strategy focusing on increasing the rate of clean claim submission, those paid on the first submission without denial. Key initiatives include daily claim reviews, physician clearance letters, enhanced clinical documentation, and strengthening collaboration between clinical and billing teams. Early results indicate measurable progress. The clean claim rate improved from an average of 42% in fiscal year 24 to 58% in January 2025, 48 in February, and 58 in March. This represents a clear upward trend. These efforts will continue to be refined and expanded with the support of our ForSource Solution USA relationship, which is our new revenue cycle management partner. Various GVI agencies also owe JFL a substantial amount for healthcare services provided, totaling $14.6 million in interagency receivables, and this is covering the period of fiscal year 2010 to fiscal year 2025. Addressing these interagency debt is essential and a top priority. Within the last few months, we've engaged with the heads of the Bureau of Correction and the Department of Labor to complete account reconciliation. Looking forward, the hospital draft budget revenue of $88.1 million against expenditures of $86.6 million, which could result in a modest surplus contingent upon our billing operations and timely resolution of our claim backlog. Additionally, the government of the Virgin Islands appropriation of $30.2 remains a vital source of funding, representing approximately 34% of our total revenue. We extend our sincere gratitude to the government of the Virgin Islands for their steadfast support, which is essential to sustaining our operations and serving our community effectively. As the only public hospital and designated SafeNet provider on St. Croix, JFL is legally and ethically obligated under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act to provide emergency care to everyone, regardless of their ability to pay or insurance status. We meet this responsibility without hesitation, but it comes with a steep cost. Uncompensated care JFL for fiscal year 2025 to date is estimated at $38.7 million, indicating a difference of $8.3 million from fiscal year 2024. This poses a serious threat to our financial sustainability. While patients are underinsured or lose coverage, JFL absorbs 100% of the total costs. Government programs like Medicare and Medicaid offer partial reimbursement, but rates are low, and the payments are frequently delayed, placing an additional burden on our hospitals' finances. One extreme example of uncompensated care is our border patients. They are who are medically ready for discharge, but will remain in the hospital for extended periods due to lack of placement, guardianship, or safe housing. Currently, we are holding 4 boarders. These individuals can occupy a bed for weeks, months, or even years, tying up critical resources without generating any revenue. Boarders have incurred a cost of approximately $8.2 million to date for fiscal year 2025. In fiscal year 2025, through close collaboration with the Department of Human Services, we have successfully placed 3 boarders at Herbert Gregg Home for the Aged. We are grateful for their partnership and encouraged to continue this collaboration. In a real scenario, an emergency orthopedic case generated at a total hospital cost of $62,934.71. After adjustments, Medicare only reimbursed $12,927, leaving a balance of $12,494.11 that the patient could not pay. This remaining amount, as well as a patient unpaid responsibility, was written off as bad debt, counting as uncompensated care. The hospital lost an estimated amount of 19.9% of the bill charge on this case to uncompensated care. Reform is critical. Without targeted funding, improved reimbursement rates, and expanded Medicaid access, the cost of uncompensated and undercompensated care will continue to rise. Cut to government funding doesn't just impact uninsured, they threaten the entire healthcare system. If left unaddressed, these financial pressures would limit JFL's ability to meet payroll, pay vendors, maintain our facility, and most importantly, fulfill our mission to provide high quality, uninterrupted care to our community. But JFL does not work alone, and JFL cannot thrive in isolation. It must grow in partnership with our community and that it serves. In fiscal year 2025, we launched our Town Hall series, Conversation and Care, to bridge the gap between the hospital and the public. This initiative is designed to foster open dialogue, educate our residents, and engage in meaningful discussions around healthcare concerns. To date, we have successfully hosted 2 sessions, with the most recent held to address community concerns. This conversation has been tough at times, but is absolutely necessary, and we remain committed to continue them. As CEO, I have made it my personal responsibility and priority to be ever present in our community, whether through appearances in the local talk shows or podcasts or engaging on one-on-ones, personal dialogue with the community staff and even vendors. It's vital for me. These engagements allow us to share accurate information, answer questions directly, and build public trust through transparency and accountability. Through these efforts, we've been able to build and strengthen relationships with our community partners, who we welcome to be part of the solution. Churches, nonprofits, and schools and other government agencies, whether far or near, have actually stepped forward and asked us that most important question: how can we help? That is the type of support that we need, and that means everything. On behalf of the entire team, I extend sincere gratitude to the people of St. Croix for your voice, your engagement, and your trust. We hear you. We value your voice, and we're committed to making a difference. Honorable Senators, thank you once again for the opportunity to present the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center Financial Fiscal Year 2025-26 budget. Today's presentation underscores not only the financial challenges we continue to face, but also the progress we're making in the face of adversity. It is a request not just for funding, but for continued partnership with the legislature, the government of the Virgin Islands, and the community we serve. None of this would be possible without the tireless dedication of our staff. I want to sincerely thank everyone at JFL, the physicians, nurses, technicians, administrative professionals, and support teams who show up every day, often under challenging circumstances, to deliver on our mission. Their resilience, professionalism, and compassion are true foundation, and it's at the heart of JFL. I also want to express my gratitude to the Territorial Board of Directors for their continued commitment and ongoing support of JFL. It's through their collaborative efforts and dedication that we achieve our goals and continue to make a positive impact on the lives of those we serve. With your continued support, we become stronger, smarter, and more prepared for the challenges and opportunities ahead. We are committed to transparency and measurable improvement, and to holding ourselves accountable for delivering results. We invite you to join us on this journey as we rewrite the next chapter, or write the next chapter in the history of healthcare in our islands. I'd like to leave this thought with you, that when you dream alone, with your eyes shut, asleep, the dream is an illusion. But when we dream together, share the same dream, awake with our eyes wide open, then that dream becomes a reality. Thank you for your time, your attention, your service to the people of the Virgin Islands. We look forward to today's dialogue, and we welcome any questions that you may have. Thanks again, and God continue to bless.
Thank you very much, CEO Baptiste, for your testimony. And now we'll go to Executive Director Darrell Small for his testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis, Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the 36th Legislature, and other honorable senators of the committee, and other honorable senators of the 36th Legislature, Senate staff, fellow hospital testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Darrell Smalls, Executive Director of Facilities and Capital Development for the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team, which I serve under the leadership of Chairman Dr. Jerry Smith of the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation, also referred to as the Territorial Board. As the Executive Director of the THRT, my primary role is to manage and oversee the planning, programmatic design, final design, bidding, project management, construction, procurement, and closeout for the redevelopment of the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital, the Roy L. Schneider Hospital, the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute, and the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center. I thank you for this opportunity to join Executive Director Darlene A. Baptiste and the executive leadership team of the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital as a part of their fiscal year 26 budget presentation to share testimony this morning as it pertains specifically to the status of the reconstruction of JFL and the various enabling projects which are essential to the eventual demolition and reconstruction, which include JFL North, Critical Administration, Cassava Gardens, 5-acre development, interim dialysis, interim radiology services, and the IV compounding suite. With respect to the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital, as of June 2025, through the Office of Disaster Recovery and as a part of the bundling project bundling, a formal solicitation was publicly advertised for the third time to select a contractor who would partner with the territory to reconstruct our hospitals in each district. Bids were received and are currently under review. Utilizing the Construction Manager at Risk, or CMAR approach as is known in the construction industry, seeks to onboard a contractor with proven healthcare construction experience to ensure the required scopes of work can be achieved within the budget and on schedule in this ever-changing environment we currently face. The THRT, along with the leadership of JFL and the architect of record, previously completed all programming and design efforts, which culminated with final design plans and specification almost 2 years ago that have since received approved permits for construction of the replacement hospital. As such, once a contractor is onboarded, we will immediately commence with the review of the existing plans to ensure we remain in alignment with current market conditions and will adjust accordingly without compromising the ability to deliver quality health care to the residents of St. Croix. In order to commence with the reconstruction of JFL, there are several projects that needed to be undertaken, some of which are substantially completed, and others that must commence and or be completed post-haste. These enabling projects, as mentioned, include both JFL North and Critical Administration projects, which are both substantially completed, whereas Cassava Gardens, 5-acre development, interim dialysis, interim radiology, and the IV compounding suite are all in varying stages. Cassava Gardens. This project entails the build-out of an existing structure. Once completed, will provide an off-site administrative facility to house all non-clinical operations of the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital that presently remain within the existing structure. Once staff are relocated, this will enable the eventual demolition of JFL. This site will consolidate the administrative operations and will also provide the much-needed storage for all medical, non-medical, and food supplies in a central location in a safe and environmentally conducive space. This site is slated to be completed and ready to move in by November 2025. Next slide. 5-acre development. The project, when completed, will include parking for more than 200 vehicles, provide a 10,000 square foot structure to support the operations of the THS. Thus far, the contractor has cleared approximately 5 acres of dense vegetation and commenced with the development for the foundation of the support building, the detention pond that is most important to control stormwater runoff, as well as the access roadway to the site. Next slide, please. Proceed with the slides. Yes. The structure will include space for materials management, or what we know as ready service storage, maintenance, medical records, and medical waste handling operations to include interim storage. Proceed with the slides, please. Currently situated to the east of this THS, the 5-acre site, once completed, will connect via a 2-lane roadway to the main roadway to the west of the THS, formerly known as Pepper Tree Road or the Claude Benjamin Memorial Drive. This project is ongoing and is contracted to be completed by December 2025. You can proceed through those slides, please. What you're seeing here in this particular site, especially in the right rendering, is the foundation of that 10,000 square foot facility. In light of the impending inclement weather that we anticipate, the dark area that you see are blankets that help to retain the soil to mitigate erosion. Next slide. This is a rendering of what the site will look like upon completion of this project. The interim dialysis facility. This project, when completed, will enable the relocation of the current outpatient dialysis operations from trailers into a hardened facility. The start of this project could not commence until we received notification from FEMA of the approved funding. We were formally notified during the last week in July 2025 and have already commenced with executing the contract with a notice to proceed to be issued no later than September 2025. It is important to note that a contractor was previously selected through the solicitation process. The relocation of the current dialysis operations is critically important to the demolition of JFL, as the trailers presently reside within the demolition zone. We will be working closely with both the selected contractor for the demolition/construction phases of the new JFL and the contractor selected for the interim dialysis facility to ensure a timely and safe transition. Next slide, please. This is just a rendering of what it's going to look like once completed, the interior build out. Interim radiology services. This project, when completed, will facilitate the relocation of the existing outpatient radiology services, which have continued to be performed in a limited capacity within JFL, to the Virgin Islands Cardiac Center. Similar to the outpatient dialysis services, the relocation of the radiology functions is critically important to the eventual demolition of JFL. The scope of work entailed in this project includes minor electrical, plumbing, and modification of existing spaces to accommodate the interim services. Completion for the work effort is slated for the first quarter of 2026. Next slide. In this rendering, this is the first floor of the Virgin Islands Cardiac Center. The areas in green, highlighted in green, are essentially the areas that we modified in the interim to facilitate the interim radiology relocation. IV compounding suite. This project, when completed, will facilitate the relocation of the existing pharmacy operations, which have continued to be performed within JFL. A solicitation was completed for this work effort and a contractor selected. A dedicated funding source is required to be identified to complete this work effort. Initially, the intent was to utilize funding which remained from the THS project. However, it was determined that this scope of work is ineligible. Thus, these funds could not be utilized. Critical administration. The critical administration building, which was recently completed, enabled JFL critical clinical personnel who remain within JFL to be relocated into this facility in April 2025. The interim structure, which is located adjacent to the THS and provides connectivity to the cardiac center, was designed to provide working space for key clinical staff who support the operations of the THS 24/7. This facility also provides a non-emergent main entrance into the THS and must also be sustained operationally until the new hospital is completed. JFL clinical operations were relocated to the THS in April of 2023. Since the relocation, we have continued to monitor the conditions of the interim facility in an effort to justify the need for continued financial resources that will be needed to sustain and maintain operations until the new JFL is constructed and ready for occupancy. Presently, there are areas that have been identified for remediation to ensure the continued safe and operational performance. As we slowly transition from interim projects to permanent projects, we continue to experience challenges across the territory that include the global supply markets, the limited workforce within the territory for both skilled and unskilled labor, housing, and the unstable pricing resulting from the threats of the imposition of tariffs. Disruptions and shortages in steel, aluminum, wood building materials, microchips, and plastic raw materials, to name a few, are all prevalent in today's driven marketplace and are not unique to any singular company, material, or channel. These disruptions and shortages are generally caused by the increasing demands and consolidations in the entire supply chain. These issues are generally outside the scope or control of any vendor and/or supplier. To date, we have experienced changes in raw material lead times routinely provide little or no advance notice of a pending change. The changing lead times are not consistent and not limited to specific material, grade, and/or supplier. The lack of notice, continuous disruption has created a challenging environment for scheduling. One approach we are contemplating to combat the various challenges is to order in advance the components that have long lead items, as well as to ensure standardization of material, equipment, and systems. This approach will be beneficial to the territory both in the immediate as well as in the long term, specifically with respect to the standardization of systems, which upon startup will aid with the maintenance and training of personnel who will be tasked to maintain and ensure the operational reliability of these major systems for many years to come. Some of these systems will include both mechanical and electrical, vertical lifts or elevators, as well as generation equipment, to name a few. Each of the aforementioned factors are also impacted by shipping challenges into our territory, as well as secure and enclosed temperature-controlled storage facilities, all of which contribute to the overall challenges with accurately managing project schedules. The project management team, utilizing various available scheduling and forecasting technologies, will coordinate these activities in conjunction with the selected contractors to minimize and mitigate any potential impacts. Despite these challenges, the THRT will remain in constant communication with our vendors and will ensure that we remain transparent with our territorial board, the leadership of our hospitals, and equally important, our Virgin Islands community. As I conclude my brief project update, I want to thank this body for your continued support for the Office of the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team in both the St. Croix and the St. Thomas St. John districts. To my team, I want to publicly thank each of you for your dedication, your commitment, and your tireless efforts to this mission we have embarked upon, as well as the Territorial Board and the leadership of JFL for your unwavering support. Thank you. This concludes my update on the status of the rebuilding efforts specific to the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and the various enabling projects, which in totality facilitate the eventual demolition of the existing JFL. I will remain available to answer questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Darrell Small, for your update and testimony there. Before we open up the floor for our discussion, Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, present. Mr. Chair, 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated August 15, 2025. Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Senator Francis Jr., please accept my sincere apologies. Due to illness, I am unable to attend the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance scheduled for today, Friday, August 15, 2025. Kindly excuse my absence. I regret any inconvenience this may cause and thank you for your understanding and kind consideration. Respectfully, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the correspondence for today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. You could record Senator Maurice James as excused. And again, we continue to pray for a speedy recovery for Senator Maurice James. Madam CEO, Baptiste, in regards to your fiscal year 2025 budget appropriations, have you received all of your allotments to date?
Yes, Senator, we have. Darlene Baptiste, CEO. Yes, we have.
Okay. And in the governor's proposed budget for FY 2026, I saw that there's a $2 million decline in the number or decrease in the number that was submitted. Is that associated with the utilities? Is that being taken off the top? I saw it was reduced from $32 million, 750 to actually 250. Is that associated with your utilities, the money that's being paid to Water and Power Authority?
No, Senator. That usually comes out through the allotment before it even gets to us. So this is not inclusive of WAPA's decrease.
Okay, so were there any discussion as to why there's a decrease amount? Have you been able to speak with your budget analyst over at OMB to determine where the decrease is coming from?
No, Senator. I would like to ask if Ms. Javois, our senior VP for Financial Services, could speak to the discussion.
Thank you. Ms. Javois?
Good morning, Senator. In addition to the WAPA bill that is taken out ahead of us getting the money, there is also the health insurance that is taken out ahead. And for a while, the OMB had begun taking out the VIA, but now One Communication, they've ceased taking it out.
Okay. So the question is really whether or not there been a decrease, or in fact this money is being taken off of the top.
It's been taken out before it comes to us.
Okay. Very well. So you don't expect or anticipate an additional decrease of the $30 million to $30,250,000 because the utilities have already been taken off the top.
Right. Not that we know of.
Very well. I just want to be clear that that's the understanding.
That's our allotment.
All right. So, in regards to federal funds, have you received any notice? How much federal funds have you received in FY 2025 to date? Any federal funds?
For fiscal year 2025, no, yes, we have. My apologies. We have received one, but the grant was submitted prior to fiscal year 2025, but the funds were received in 2025.
And how much was that, and for what?
Ms. Javois?
It was a $400,000 grant for nuclear medicine.
Okay. And you have received that money?
We've drawn down.
You have drawn down on it?
Right.
Okay. And it went
Some,
towards,
not all of it as yet, just.
and it's gone towards the improvement of nuclear medicine?
Yes, it has.
And that's within your radiology department?
Correct.
That is correct.
All right. So I heard, any other funds you receive?
No, Senator, no additional funds, but we have done query through the foundation. We have done query on 9 grant opportunities. So we've explored 2 as sure that we do qualify for. So again, the team is going through and doing our due diligence in preparation for submission.
Okay. And in your testimony, you also spoke about vendors' payment at the tune of $21 million?
Our AP
is $21 million.
As of July 31st.
Oh.
21.2.
21.3? What was them?
21.2.
Yeah. $21.2 million. And how age is that?
That goes back to, some of them goes back to fiscal year 2010.
2010. Okay. What about vacancy savings? Do you have any vacancies or any savings from your vacancy positions?
Yes, that's part of our austerity measures in reference to some of the persons who are being retired, about to be retired or have retired. Those positions have been either eliminated or rolled into subsequent functions of other individuals. So we are projecting quite a bit. Again, on the heels of the cyber incident that kind of slowed us in reference to materializing the great savings we were anticipating, but for the methodology still being kept the same.
Okay, and revenues, what's your revenues to date? Collections and revenues?
I'll defer to Ms. Javois.
Actually, what I submitted to the OMB, to the Senate was up to March. We cannot project beyond March because of us not being able to access the system, the revenue system.
There was a reporting of that there were some manual inputs that were done, and you were able to make some collection based on that. So what is the amount you have to date?
We were able to bill based on that,
No collections from the billing?
not significant.
So as of March, what is the amount you have received in revenues so far?
So our gross bill, again, up until March, which is the first 6 months. So the gross bill stands at 11,305,264.37 cents, with a net collection of $6,350,963.01.
So that's your revenues.
That's net collection.
Net collection revenues. That's 6 million. How much? Go ahead.
$6,350,963.01.
And how was that in comparison to the same time period last year?
But
Go ahead, Emerson.
Fiscal 2024 was 42,158,603. So you can clearly see that if we project that out for fiscal 2025, we will be on the 6 million will be lower.
It'll be lower.
Significant. So if we take fiscal year 2024, if we divide that by 2, looking at a 6-month period, an aggregate number,
Right.
we're nowhere nearby within the
21 versus
versus where we stand in the same 6 months.
Okay, in crisis mode financially. I know.
We're in dire need of infusion.
They need a collection.
That too.
Very well.
Both.
Yes. What have you expended for locum tenens to date? And once we get that figure, I'll open up the floor for a discussion, and we'll start off with Senator Frederick, Senator Blyden, Senator Fonseca, Senator Vielle, Senator DeGraff, and of course I'll jump in between. Again, locum tenens, the cost.
Locum tenens. For locums, the last figure I read as of July, we stand at $2.7 million. I wanted to give you the exact figure.
Okay. And how much is owed? This is what you have paid. How much is owed to them?
No, that's our arrears. That's what we've expended out so far, not obligated. What we've spent so far, again, that number it's inculcated within the 6.5.
Yeah.
Okay, total cost for locum tenens, $2,714. $2,714,364.36. So we're averaging a monthly of about $250,000 in locum in a month.
Okay. Senator Fredericks, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, central staff and my staff. CEO Baptiste, welcome. Thank you for bringing the team.
Good morning, Senator. Thank you.
I just wanted to start off real slow. Some of the payables that I was looking at, your payables, they still date back to 2012. These should have been written off some kind of way somehow, and they're just lagging, and it's really overstating or exaggerating your current payables. Well, what's the reason why we keep them on the books this long?
Senator, some of them, there are actually active cases that are open, so they remain on the books for that reason. If further details could be given by Ms. Javois from the financial perspective.
Yeah, several of those companies used to provide, as far as I can recall, provide manpower to the hospitals for nurses and doctors, etc. And the companies are in litigation, and so we're not able to discuss per vendor. It's just on global, they're in litigation.
And so how often are you scrubbing these numbers to see how updated they are, or what's falling off, what's coming on?
When we get written notification from the OIG or the court, then we can take them off the books.
So the majority are legal matters then?
I don't have the detail of the legal process, but maybe our legal counsel can, not by name, but by category.
All right, so it looks like the opportunity for JFL is in the receivables. I've been looking at this and I said, in spite of all the challenges we see with this hospital, you guys have billed, you just can't collect, or not collecting as much as you should. Where's the opportunity in us now working towards investing and collecting that money? I know you talked about hiring this new company, First Source USA. What's the net difference that we could realize from that? Because now it's gonna cost us. That's another payable now. We're gonna have to pay them to do this, to collect on debt. And so it's gonna reduce our net margin that we're supposed to be getting. So what's gonna be anticipated with this new contract?
So if we lose, Darlene Baptiste, CEO, Senator, if we use the formulary, so if we take the 100% plus whatever their percentage is going to be, of course we can't really divulge what that percentage, plus our overhead costs, and then of course the supplemental pieces for operations and admin. So we can safely say somewhere between 60 to 65%.
It's a substantial discount. But, okay, it is what it is. So what can we expect from this outstanding number? It's very high still. We need to collect more. What are we looking at? What are they going to be focused on? The over 60, the over 90? What's their charge with this contract to collect from what point? The 30 days after the invoice is billed or beyond?
Beyond
90?
Beyond 90. So we will take on the lower hanging fruits, for sort of a better word. We'll take of those in-house, and then those of the pre-coding and the coding, regular coding and billing of our more complex cases. Those are the ones that be outsourced or giving out to the coder, and then the collection pieces will be retained with us. After our financial counseling and other activities in reference on the collection side, then those probably after the third try, which will be more than 90 days, those will go out to them.
Now, we talked about claim rates increasing in your testimony, so 42% from 2024 to 58% 2025. What type of revenues can we put on that we realize between those two periods? I know you only have but so much, so roughly, what do you think?
If we just look over the, I could speak to from the January, the 3 months, we did increase maybe close to a little over $1 million in that month span. So again, but these are prior year claims as well because they were previously denied and these are the second runs. So it's kind of convoluted to give you a definitive number. But
30 seconds.
there was a marginal increase over the February-March time period.
So we've got the billing issue, we've got the collection issue, we've got the outsourcing issue. How much resource did you put in your current collection department that will help us capture more revenues during that first 90 days? That's the key right there. I think that's the sweet spot. We need to invest manpower in that area so we could really collect, Mr. Chair, if I may, collect the majority. I mean, 60%, whatever the number is, the higher the percentage, the better off we'll be with collection. Otherwise, it seems like once it goes 90, we're in trouble. So how much are you putting into that area?
Right now we're putting in internal equity, internal sweat equity. By my role being invested in the daily operational pieces, we did some significant revamp with the business office, with Ms. Asa Victor taking the charge with that. So it's not what we've invested, it's just what we have paid more attention to with sweat equity internal to the operations of JFL.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the additional time. I appreciate your responses.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Point of information, Senator Viola, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. In reference to the $42 million that was collected for fiscal year 24, that's what you said, right, Ms. Francois?
Yeah.
The amount collected for fiscal year 24?
Rosalie Javois, yes, Senator.
42 million.
42. That is the revenue.
Okay. 42 million, if you divide that by 12, for the year, you get an average collection of $3.5 million per month. The cyber attack took place in April. 7 months have already expired for the fiscal year. So you should have already collected over $21 million. That means that nothing was really taking place with collections. Because before the cyber attack, you should have been, because you had the ability to be able to collect. You're collecting an average of $1 million a month. What's the reason for that? You just came. I like financial to answer it because that's directly on that. The reason I'm asking this question, I could just be blunt as much as possible. We're never going to get equalized or any state of equilibrium if we don't collect. The cyber attack is one thing, and I understand that, and I've seen the hard work that's being taken place right now in order to collect. But prior to the cyber attack, those individuals that are tasked with collecting are just not doing what they're supposed to do. And I just need to publicly say that because then they make everything harder. Because no matter how much money we put in, if we're not charging for what we're putting out, when we know we already don't get back 100% from Medicaid and those other entities, it literally cripples the ability of the hospital to function. So it was $1 million a year, or the $6 million must be wrong. It has to be $1 million a month that you have collected from October to April.
That was the revenue. That was not.
Tell me where you collect them from October to April. So your revenue comprise what? It's comprised of what?
It comprised the discount, not discounts, but the insurance discounts, yeah. It's what you generate and then you have to write off the discount for the insurance or the per diem for Medicare and Medicaid. So it's not the net collection.
So your definition of revenue is?
It's the gross.
What does the 42 million constitute? Collection of what? That revenue came from where?
So the collection on that is, the collection on that was 19,414,908.
CEO, come on the record, please, because we need to get these numbers together.
Yes, point of correction, senators. So the patient collection, based on the reportings for fiscal year 2025, year to date, it was $19,414,908.
19 or 9?
19. So that's fiscal year 24 year to date. So that's October to March.
Wait,
So
that's
the-
fiscal year 24 or 25?
24.
No, what is 25?
25. That's the correction is being made on based on the submitted record. It's $16,938. Sorry, $16,938,556, and we provide a copy of this to the body. So the previous reports that were given were incorrect. This is the patient collection trend month to date.
That makes more sense because I couldn't envision exactly what was here. So you want to look at the third page of the post-audit report. This one, and if you could, you have it gross billed. Then you have net collections. And that's the one we just had issues with. That's the one you said.
Yes,
That one-
we
So the
submit
6 million should be 16 million.
16.
Okay. And then the GVI appropriation is also wrong.
Yes.
The number that is there, the number should be somewhere in the amount of 15 million. For the revenues collected through March 31st, 2025. You said you're up to date, so you could not have only received $2 million in the GVI.
Yeah, based on our reconciliation from our financial team, they've advised us we're up to date.
So the number need to be adjusted also.
Yes.
Okay, and the other operating, you have a negative, does that need to be adjusted?
Other operating, also on page, yes.
Okay, good. If you could have somebody to just work on those numbers and give us the new numbers so we can know what we're calculating. Thank you so much.
Will
Thank
do.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Real quickly, can we get that number again in terms of the time comparison in terms of March, going back to March of 2025, and of course starting from October of 2024 to March of 2025. What is your total collections?
Yes, Senator,
revenues?
fiscal year 24.
For fiscal year 25, I already
You want
used,
25?
yes.
All right, so fiscal year 25, the actuals for that period, October through March 2025, $16,938,556.
$556.
The same time period
Same time period for 2024.
for 2024
was 19.
$19,414,908.
Okay.
So, if I may, Senator?
Yes.
One of the questions that I don't know if it came from Senator Frederick or Senator Viale. You talked about the issue of collections from last year. Why the spike? There was some discussion with the GVI and settlement on prior bills. So some large payments were made from government entities to GFL.
All right, so the figure of 6,350,963 came from where? What is that figure? What that represents?
From the patient collections, That's inclusive of our third-party payments, self-pay, all the categories from our payer mix, inclusive of some payments from GVI as well.
Okay, no, that's the 16 million.
The 16.
Yes. So the 6,350,963 should be scratched.
May I answer?
Yes.
The 6 million is, Senator Rosalie Chavois, the 6 million of payments were a part of the 10 million that the legislature had made a special appropriation. So there is a remainder of the 3 million that was a line of credit. You were talking about the payments that were made, the 6.5 million that were made, right? That was a part of the 10 million appropriation from the special, the name of the fund evades me now.
Yeah. All right. You're referring to Act 89, 85, which speaks
Yes.
to, we'll discuss that a little bit at length, but yeah. All right. I think that we are on a better track now for this discussion because, correct.
Yeah.
Yes, the 6.5 needs to go under the GVI appropriations, of course, to bring your total up from. Obviously, you had you said that will be added to your 31,250.
I usually report for the special appropriations separately, but we could combine them if that's the wish.
All right. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up Director Baptiste on the line of questioning from the majority chair. The payments to the locums and also the other receivables from the 6.5 million, were gross receipts or income taxes deducted from those, or did they not have any deductions?
Yes, Darlene, Baptiste, CEO. Yes, Senator. On the advice of legal counsel, letters were sent to all the vendors, and the gross receipts were taken from those amounts for quite a few number of them, not all. Greater specificity can be given if needed.
And then you've transmitted those gross receipts for the locums. How have that, or income tax, how does that work?
Senator, specifically to the transmittal, that I'll defer to our finance team, but those checks are separated and sent. I could give you greater detail separately on that.
Yeah.
On that.
Through the chair, you'll provide that. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's go back real quickly to Act 89, 85. And under that, you provided the Senate with a listing of APs for your vendors' payment, correct?
Yes,
That is correct.
Is it your testimony that all of these areas have been fulfilled, all of the $6.5 million?
6.5 have been 100% obligated. As I alluded in the testimony, $1,000 on the facility still remain, and that has been obligated to be expended.
Okay. So all the other categories to include the laboratory, pharmacy, operating room, materials management supplies, radiology, biomeds, facilities, emergency preparedness, finance, MIS, building maintenance, all of that has already been obligated.
Yes, Senator. And also the spreadsheet that we forwarded to you gives you the total that I expended for each one of those categories.
Oh, thank you. At this time, we recognize Senator Marvin Blyden. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audience, staff, central staff. Good morning, CEO Baptiste and all the other professionals on your team, and thank you so much for your testimony. Let me ask you, before I go to your testimony from the post-audit report, I want to go back to the outstanding balances, right? I just want to speak to briefly to the 5 that's over $1 million. In particular, I'm going to go to the one that's $4.3 million worldwide travel. Is that correct? That's a small company. Is that correct? Can someone speak to me right quickly on what's being done in respect to that?
Wherever there is a vendor name, that would represent the amount to them.
What is being done to work with these individuals? Those are small businesses, really.
Senator, worldwide travel staffing, that is currently in litigation.
Okay, very well. And what about insurance refund? $3.5 million. Page 10.
Though the insurance refund, I'll defer to Ms. Javois.
Rosalie Javois, those are not necessarily in litigation because some of them are with individuals and some of them are with insurance companies.
Very well. Yeah, that's a large amount. I hope you guys do what you can do to work with those different individuals and or companies in terms of seeing how you can resolve those balances.
We are chipping away at them, and we plan to continue doing that when revenue comes back online.
Okay, very well. Both of my colleagues spoke to billing, and the majority leader spoke in terms of assuring that the hospital can really move forward when it comes to their revenues. I want to actually see you, Baptiste, in respect to billing, is in particular because it's critical. What's the process? What was the process before, and have you done any change in terms of assuring that you can collect more, especially when it comes to Medicaid, etc.? Can you speak briefly to that, please?
Senator, specific to our billing, we have looked at our workflow process, especially we've adapted some of the practices from national revenue management cycles. The very first thing is at the point of entry. One big thing is to strengthen our patient access through our financial counseling, making it more definitive in reference to persons making deposits in real time, especially for elective procedures. So that's one piece. On the back end with our collections, we've been a lot more forceful in reference to the 30, 60, 90 days and the communication going out on the back end. Even our public campaign, our marketing strategy, looking at 5, 15, 20, whatever is owed or balances that are owed, making sure that persons understand what that amount is and making obligations towards that. Then on the other end, in reference to timely submission, making sure the bills or encounters are closed in real time to make sure the bills go out in a more timely manner. So that's the other piece. Since coming aboard 6 months ago, I meet with our team before the incident, I meet with the team every day, and we actually go through the billables for that particular day, what transpired by categories, looking at the most common CPT codes, the reason for denials, and cleaning them up on the forefront. So again, that push would actually help with our overall process. And then, of course, empowering our team to be more strategic in reference to when challenges arise, taking more of the initiative and doing things to make sure that our bills are submitted timely.
That sounds good, and we appreciate that. And I'm sure come this time next year, we're going to see an increase when it comes to billing. Yeah. And I want to, at this time, also give kudos to those individuals who actually did the 314 paper claim after the attack, and it shows that they really want to make a difference, and they're dedicated in terms of assuring that those claims are filed. Let me ask you though, in respect to your vacancies, how many vacancies did you say you have? Because I know my colleague, the chair, asked in respect to vacancy savings. How many vacancies do you have?
We have currently 123 vacancies.
123 vacancies. How much of those positions are considered critical to your operation?
Senator, if I may, I can defer to either side from the clinical perspective, either Dr. Flipping from the physician perspective, and then we could give you the number from our nursing, which is one of our higher critical areas as well.
Please.
So either
please.
Dr. Flipping and then to Nurse Plaskett.
Good morning, Dr. Regina Flippin, Acting CMO at Juan Louis Hospital.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you. May I add that our challenge with CEO Baptiste is not just billing, but what we're able to collect. Everybody has to be treated the same, and that's our bigger issue. But our staffing deficiencies, most of our services, we only have one provider, which is a great challenge. So we need a minimum of at least 10 more providers, which would give us 2 in our critical services. If we have a doctor to get sick, a family emergency, that puts us in crisis.
1 minute.
Which means that we have to get a locums. So that's killing us, as you know.
Thank you for that, and that's good information
Yes,
to know.
yes. But we only have one provider for all of our specialties except OB and general surgery.
That's critical to me though, because if something happened to him, then what?
Then, yes. This week, our neonate, our peds, the doctor had to go out on emergency. So it left us in a crisis.
30 seconds.
What about the next, nursing?
Therese Plaskett, Chief Nursing Officer. While a lot of times when we focus on the hospital, we focus on physicians and nurses. While we have a vacancy that runs around about 25 vacancies for registered nurses in the critical care areas like the emergency room, our intensive care unit, our specialty units like the neonatology and pediatrics. One of the more pressing areas that we are now seeing is in our allied health areas. For example, radiology, ultrasound techs, sonographers, respiratory, laboratory. So in addition to the registered nurse, we are also looking at exploring with the University of the Virgin Islands for training of allied health professionals as well.
Thank you for that. In closing, Mr. Chair, I see you also had mentioned in your testimony you have 49 resignations. On what area are you seeing the most resignation, and what the reason for those resignations?
Darlene Baptiste, CEO. It's across the entire organization. So we are having physician resignations, nursing resignations. A lot of it is allied health, and even so persons on our front line from some of our support services, housekeeping, laundry, they have also left for other opportunities. So it's again, a lot of it is compensation, but some of it is actually persons relocating.
Well, you have a great challenge ahead of you. I wish you the best, and as was said by my colleague, that's the only hospital we have, so we need to make sure that it really operates in a manner that really can take care of our people and give the best service available. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Real quickly, CEO Baptiste, how many physicians have we lost during this fiscal year?
Senator, I would defer to Dr. Flippin.
Dr. Flippin?
Good morning, Dr. Regina Flippin, Acting CMO, Juan Louis Hospital. We've lost a total of about 5 with the resignations currently pending. The reason being the working conditions, the salary, lack of supplies, and they feel that they're putting their career at jeopardy, which is our biggest concern because we don't have the basic tools that are needed to provide adequate care. It's a challenge, so a lot of our providers have resigned, or we have pending resignations for August, September, and October for our crucial providers.
How are we trying to or endeavoring to stop that downward slide?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
How are we trying to minimize or stop the downward spiraling that we're seeing in terms of our physician leaving?
Absolutely. So one of the things we're trying to do is renegotiate compensation, And I wish I could say that that was the main reason that most people are leaving. Most of the doctors that are here are amazing and they want to be here. So the compensation is not necessarily the biggest issue. It's the other challenges that we have at the hospital, a lack of sonographers, lack of crucial staff, lack of supplies, lack of lab instruments. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but we're in a very litigious community. So the rule of thumb is a doctor comes here, not only do they not get paid, but they're going to get sued. And what people don't understand is poor outcomes is not malpractice. So there are challenges that they are facing that they can't help. They can do everything in the world, but it's very crucial. And so it's affecting them being able to get jobs elsewhere because of what happens here in the territory at Juan Louis.
What are some recommendations in order to address those issues?
Sure. Increase the budget. I feel like which comes first, the chicken or the egg? You know, obviously you need providers to increase revenue. If we had an active operating room, we could easily increase revenue. But now the challenges with we're being in the modules is temperature, humidity is a problem. We basically can have one room at best to run, or we don't have the proper staff, we don't have the proper surgical techs. So a lot of times the doctors are scheduling procedures and those procedures are being canceled for reasons that are beyond their control. We have one anesthesiologist who's working 47 days in a row. That's just not sustainable. And we cannot afford to hire another one because our salaries are so much lower than in the States. But if we got a functioning system together, that would be very beneficial for everyone involved. And we can easily show you the numbers. We had to cancel a $30,000 case just this week because we did not have the necessary staff to provide those services.
So, Senator, if I may, specifically to your question, so we've lost 3 this fiscal year so far, and of course you heard Dr. Flippin speaking about those pending resignation. So we have upwards at least with, what, 5 to 7?
7.
7 pending resignations or intend to retire.
All right, I'm sure we'll do a deeper dive on that in the Committee of Jurisdiction because that is of concern. But today we're really talking about budget in terms of ensuring that you have the finances to support your operation there. In respect to your concern about the medical malpractice, we also have a legislation that's going through the Senate that hopefully will be able to address some of those concerns that have been raised by the physician in respect to the medical malpractice process. Talking about that brings me to Executive Director Smalls in regards to some timelines. I see that you talk about a lot of the work that's being done in terms of our infrastructure and being able to vacate the current JFL facilities so that it could be the demolition and other things could start. What are some timelines that's pinned to some of that work? The dialysis move, the radiology move, for example. What is the timelines affixed to those?
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Darrell Smalls, Executive Director. With respect to dialysis, as I mentioned, what has held us back on that particular project was the availability of the FEMA funding. That was just recently approved, so we're moving post-haste. That project is about a 280-day project. We are trying to expedite that, find any way to move that project sooner. We anticipated that that project was going to be completed during this month, but from the time we actually advertised and selected a contractor, but the funding only became available recently. The interim radiology, that is a solicitation that is going out that we're hoping to be completed and moved before the second quarter of 2026. The demolition project itself, we're hopeful with the selection of a contractor that we're successful. Right now, based on our projected timelines, if everything falls in place, we could be commenced within the first quarter, I should say within the second quarter of 2026. Of course, we're mentioning about certain services that still remain within JFL. There is selective demolition that could be commenced so that when those eventual items are out of the facility, the full demolition would be able to proceed. A hospital of this size, magnitude, typically we're looking at a 4 to 5 year build period. Obviously, we're looking at different strategies that are available in the market today to help expedite that process. There's a terminology we use, modular systems. And what the modular systems, I always want to be cautious when I say that. It's not prefab that we think of prefab that won't last. Modular systems are where you manufacture it, you ship it, and it's a module, and you just put it in place. And I've seen it for entire operating rooms, patient rooms, the whole 9 yards, and that's something that's in industry that is being utilized more often than not to help expedite a project. You heard me mention in my brief testimony about helping Juan Louis get additional funding in terms of maintenance. That addresses some of the concerns that Dr. Flippen and the team is addressing. We know that we're in an interim facility. FEMA provided us the funding to get the facility. Now it's up to us as a territory to maintain and operate for that duration. FEMA's not going to provide any additional funding. So therefore, we need the necessary funds to support and maintain the operations of that facility for the duration until we could actually move in to the new facility.
What about the cassava build out? What's the timeline and how much have we already expended on that?
I don't have the dollar figure off the top of my head. I can get that. That project, when it started, was just a lease. Then we went out to bid, but the costs that were coming back for the construction were exorbitant. So we entered into agreement with the property owner to do a build out. Right now, we're slated to be ready, move-in ready by November. I know that I've given dates in the past.
November of which year?
This year. I've given dates. One of the challenges, again, that we've run into is the timely payments to the vendor to complete the project. But right now, I'm anticipating that we could, facilitate everything and get it done by this November. I mean, when I say get it done, being able to move in, no later than that.
Okay. All right, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, testifiers, and all the viewing, listening audience tuned in. Welcome to the Juan Louis team, Director Darlene Carty. Couple tough questions for you today. I was trying to get in contact with you a couple days ago, but we weren't able to hook up. How many emergency room physicians we have now? I heard testimony about the anesthesia working this incredible amount of time. How many emergency room physicians we have?
Darlene, Baptiste, CEO. Currently, we have 3 emergency room physicians with 1 pending offer.
Okay. So you receive $31,250,000 fiscal 25, and the governor's recommendation, I think, is $30,250,000. What is your exact ask? Because there's numbers all over the place. What is your exact ask before the committee?
The exact act, specifically to the governor's recommendation, is the $30,250,000.
Okay, so you're satisfied with that? Okay, good.
Well, that's
so
the governor's recommendation.
I want to go now to page 17, where you made the comment, upon full restoration of billing operations and resolution of the claims backlog, you should be able to do pretty well. Give me some more details on why the billing operations are still lagging behind. I know you had a hack, but I know you've had a lot of time now to start doing other systems. Give me some more details, because you're saying here that your draft revenue projections, the budget projects 88.1 million against expectation of 86.6, which would actually give you a surplus, which is actually good. So are we really able to restore that? Contingent upon full restoration of billing operations and timely resolution of the claims backlog. That's your testimony on page 17. Give me the details on that.
Yeah, yes, in reference to the revenue projections and the support, Yes, by virtue of the numbers, the 88.1 million against the 86.6. The timing is everything. We have our director for MIS here, and he could give you some intricacies if needed, specifically to the time frame. We are still, again, we're at least a month and a half out from having our full system restored. The manual process of doing the billing, it's not only it's laborious, but it's voluminous. And the staff is doing a yeoman's job in reference to submitting of those bills. So if we have the system fully up, it'll still take us a while to rev up to get back for the post.
Excuse me, I'm gonna have to interrupt you. I'm asking for some numbers and you're giving me a lot of lyrics and narrative. And if the chairman would allow, you can have your director of IT comment on that. I want to go back now to page 16, the $14.6 million in interagency receivables. Do you have that detailed in your testimony? Who owes you $14.6 million?
We could provide that information. We could provide that information through the chair. So we're at the table with the Bureau of Corrections. We're also at the table with the Department of Labor to do the reconciliation of those accounts.
Okay, I want to go now to the accounts receivable of $84.9 million. Do you bill in-house or you have an exterior firm that's contracted to do your accounts receivable billing?
The process is ran in-house.
30 seconds.
You're billing in-house. And are those staff, do they have all the equipment and all of the software and all of the items they need? Because $84.9 million is an extremely large amount. And is that all good accounts receivable, or some of it is bad debt that needs to be written off?
Specifically to your question about the time frame, some of it is fiscal year 2010 to current. So some of them are aged. We're still pursuing the aged ones to the greatest extent possible. And to your first question in reference to equipment, everything is done through our Meditech with our partners, whether it's the clearinghouse or the coding firm. So the process of the revenue cycle is managed totally internally, and we have the partners, existing partners. We just need to refine our processes for workflow.
Time.
Okay, Mr. Chair, can I just answer one final question?
You may, Senator.
Thank you. Okay, so you know, this is stuff that is very important to the community. I saw you on a video, you made a comment that the funds you got could really address just the emergency issues, but it does not address the day-to-day operations. What did you mean by that? The funds does not address the day-to-day operations. What are you lacking in the day-to-day operations specifically?
Can you restate your question, Senator?
Okay, there were some protesters outside, and you acknowledged their concerns, and you mentioned that the funds was mostly emergency fund to address past arrears, but not to day-to-day operations. And you said you want to continue collaborating with them. And I wanted to know, what additional do you need? Because you see, we have to make sure that the day-to-day operation is fully functional. So are there any specific day-to-day operations that you need to bring to this committee? This committee is a budget committee. Let us know what is it you need. What do you need for your day-to-day operations?
Well, our day-to-day operations exceed the governor's recommendation. So we're stating on the record, while the recommendation is, we're grateful for the recommendation, but we still have a formative gap. The formative gap in our personnel costs, as stated by our acting chief our chief medical officer, that gap is to bring our physicians on par with national market rates. We're estimated, if we look at particularly the AHEP physicians, we're looking at somewhere in the vicinity of $1.9 million. If we look at our salaried physicians, that's an additional $3 million. If we're going into our allied health services, we're looking at hazardous pay versus meeting their market value. That's another, $500,000. And we could go down the line for all our services in that particular. Pharmaceuticals, you said in our testimony, we said by the virtue of medical inflation, we're saying our pharmaceutical costs can go upwards of $3.2 million, which is a 20% markup over last year. So again, it's still compounded over time. To give you a figure, I think I did put on the record in a community setting, it would be ideal for us to zero out at like maybe 100 million, and then have the ability to bill and go forward. That will be that big dream for JFL.
Yes, and I thank you so much for saying that, because there are some agencies that are not as critical as the hospital that the governor is recommending increases. And here in the hospital, you are actually being recommended a cut. So I just want you to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. I think that the conversation have to also include in terms of self-improvement, in terms of those collections, because again, we account for uncompensated care at the tune of $38.7 million. There's a government obligation that definitely address a portion of the uncompensated care, but truly there must be some earnest effort involved in collections.
Yes. Yes, Senator, and we're actually doing our due diligence in that way. And also, this body has been really gracious in reference to our partnership with the Department of Human Services, with them taking on more of the border capacity that we have as our burden. Again, that eliminates at least $6 to $8 million for us that we've been carrying in reference to the border care.
All right, just a couple more questions before I go to Senator Viale for his 5 minutes. Have you done a cost analysis for the Big Beautiful Bill and the impact on the facilities and your system?
Yes, we have started, but again, we have not completed it. It's really hard, again, working in a blind system because we don't have access at this time to our.
Any early revelations that you intend to undertake in order to counteract the BBB?
Well, one point is the fact of looking at the additional funding that's coming from some of the federal sources, like we alluded to, I think, to one of your earlier questions about sourcing alternative funding, and there are some funding opportunities that we may be able to tap into. So we're exploring that.
Are there any plans to, of course, the delay of the mammograms machine being moved to the cardiac center continue to impact your ability to collect on that and revenues, as well as treat possibilities of females that may be suffering from cancer and other means health issues? What is the timeline, and is there any plans to upgrade the mammography machine? When do you intend to move that out?
Senator, the machine has been moved. We went through our FDA inspection and received favorable findings in that. We're working through with the physicists to do the calibration. And again, it's just a matter of timely making additional payments for them to come over and do the final leg of the.
When did that move occur?
Senator, I have to get back with you. I think maybe 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, team. Thanks to the team.
All right. Are you currently up to date with your GRS payments?
Senator, we are not up to date with our GRS payments.
You're not.
Since the occurrence, We are up to date up to the end of May. The end of May. May 2025.
May 2025?
Yes, sir.
Is there any effort at all to at least make some payments to GRS?
We have adopted the methodology, the persons that are slated to retire, to make sure that their payments go down at the time of the exit of JFL. But it is a part of our methodology to make payments. But again, right now, it's just a matter of cash flow for us.
Can we speak a little bit in terms of emergency room wait time? Where are we with that? Have we made any improvement in that area?
Again, it fluctuates by virtue of staffing. We do have the edit, which is a team that meets in reference to review. With greater specificity, I could talk, Dr. Flippin could speak to the emergency room and the flow of the emergency room.
Dr. Flippin?
Yes, Dr. Regina Flippin, acting CMO at Juan Louis Hospital. So a big challenge with the emergency department is normally in an emergency department, you do not have one provider. And we rarely have a mid-shift, so one person works 7A, 7P, 7P, 7A. Rarely do we have someone, which we're grateful for, to work 12P to 12A. Therefore, it's the challenge. One person to see all the patients. Even with triage, there's an issue because you have to make sure they're triaged correctly, and thus that one provider. So that's a great challenge for us. And that the wait times are not going to change until we get adequate staffing, because emergency is an emergency. And God forbid we get the traumas, things like that in. So I don't foresee there being a change without changing the staff model, hiring providers full-time to be in the emergency department.
So what is the current wait time?
Every day it varies, so it just kind of depends.
What's the average?
Average is probably an hour or more, probably. And I wouldn't say 100%, but it can be an hour or more for the wait time.
So, to move forward, Senator, if I may, to move forward, that begs us to look at our staffing model. So the staffing model that we currently have is just, we were looking at 5 providers for the emergency room. Adding physician extenders into the mix would allow us to maximize that. One of the delays that we have experienced in the emergency room is because we do have patients admitted to emergency who should be having a bed, and that bed is taken by a boarder. So again, that backlog, that we triage in the front area, but we can't move them back because we don't have rooms. I think within the last 2 weeks, we had up to 7 to 8 admissions in the emergency room waiting for a bed, of which 4 were from boarders.
May I also explain one issue when you asked about the billing? What are we doing to try to change some of that? As you know, one of the issues with some of the providers is we're not being paid if they're an employed physician. So if we could change that model, for example, our neonatologists, normally they would get paid about $1,500 a day for treating that patient. However, it's just a one flat fee. So if you multiply that, the average stay of a NICU baby is maybe 15 days. So by $1,500, that's an additional $21,000 that could be generated that we're actually losing because we're unable to bill for that provider. So just to put it in a more real perspective, additionally with billing, again, we have to service everyone. So if someone has Cigna and they need their battery changed on their pacemaker, Cigna will pay that $15,000. If they have Medicaid, Medicaid is basically going to pay $0. So the hospital has to eat that cost. So that decreases our profitability. So I think it's important for everyone to understand it's a dynamical challenge for Juan Louis, and we're being underfunded. I love our CEO, but I probably may get fired for saying this, but the government recommendations for funding the hospital, it's drastically low. We need more funding. I would say double that in order for us to work as an effective and an efficient healthcare system.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, Dr. Flippin. And
Yeah. And if I may, our staff from the emergency room is listening to you right now and say we currently have a 30 to 45 minute wait right now.
I'm sorry, they have a 30
to 45 minute wait right now.
right now. Okay, thanks. All right.
Thank you, team.
Senator Vieira, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot to digest. Welcome, Dr. Flippin. First hearing in this type of capacity.
Yes.
There are so many issues. I'm trying to decide exactly where I'm going to start. I'm listening to the testimony, and I do agree that funding is an issue, but there's so many different components to be able to make sure that the hospital is able to sustain operation. And definitely one of that is once we get it the right size, we got to do a better job in collections. And we know that there's issue with TEFRA rebasing and Medicaid payments that are just totally outdated. And that is a national fight that I think we need to do a better job of letting them know that they're just not doing right to the Virgin Islands when it comes to the way that they compensate us for medical care. The physician compensation model is, that's a whole next thing. And I ain't gonna go there right now because it's gonna take too long to discuss. But the compensation model must be fair to the doctor, but it also has to be fair to the hospital. And it can't be one-sided. And at times it can be one-sided, in which, and I said it before and doctors were upset, but the hospital can't take care of the Medicaid patients alone, and all the insurance patients go to the private practice. It just can't happen. And if you're going to be paid additional monies, you can't be treating somebody and then telling them, come to my office, and not come to the hospital, because the hospital needs to generate those revenues. And we gotta fix it. And you said we can't bill for the neonatal provider. Why? We're just trying to
Because
figure
they're
out.
employed by the hospital. So whomever in this system made it that any employed physician.
No. Okay, wait. Can the hospital bill for the services provided by the neonatal provider?
If they were not employed by the hospital cannot bill it. The physician themselves can bill that service. But if they're an employed physician at the hospital cannot bill. It's bizarre to me because I'm from the States.
But in
and
the
that
States,
was
they bill for that service?
Exactly. Medicaid patients. Exactly. Medicaid.
Oh, only Medicaid?
Medicaid patients.
Okay,
yes.
so that's one of the other areas that Medicaid are being unfair to the Virgin Islands.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's a territorial. The Medicaid can make that decision where they pay and compensate that provider that's employed by the hospital.
Okay. But the physician the hospital can be compensated by insurance.
Yes.
Yes, like Cigna.
Cigna, United Healthcare.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
So we probably need, if you could provide to us those unique Medicaid situations relevant to the Virgin Islands. I was telling the chair that I think it's going to be time for us to take a trip to DC and do some lobbying with CMS in reference to how they have been.
I don't think it's a DC issue with Medicaid. I think it's a territorial issue. Don't quote me on that, but in my research, I think it's the territory can make that decision.
Okay,
because
so that's a part of our state plan. Okay,
correct.
So well, it's still an issue because we have a cap, a Medicaid cap for the Virgin Islands. So you have a certain amount of money that you could utilize. So in looking at that part, they're probably trying to navigate how they're going to fall within that boundary. But it's something that we need to discuss, because if the cap is lifted, then we can go ahead and bill for everything.
Correct.
Because a lot of services are not being billed the way that they're supposed to be billed. And you'll get a chance, the chair is good to you. Take it easy, CEO. The chair seeing you, he's going to take care of you. Go ahead, but you're taking my time.
Yeah.
I got a lot of questions. Go ahead.
No, but specifically, just to give you an additional caveat on top of that, we are able to stabilize, even having babies sent over to us from St. Thomas, and we're able to stabilize what would have turned into $1 million baby. Those are the babies that we airlift to South Florida. We'll pay $1 million for that system to provide the care that we can provide here in the territory. Thank you so much. You got your time back.
So when you ship a patient off island, a gunshot victim, do you have to pay from the hospital for the flight?
Senator, it depends. What our case management team has been doing, I look over to our CNO, she can give you a greater detail, is we do presumptive eligibility for some of those patients, and they'll be able to cover for at least a 30-day period. So,
Okay.
Nurse Plaskett.
Let me answer a different question. Now, answer, how many of those individuals that qualify for presumptive eligibility go and do what they're supposed to do at Human Services to make sure that they are able to get the Medicaid benefits, or continue the benefits, or do they not go? They just come back, they forget about it.
Dr. Regina Flippin, acting CMO. It's a temporary, like, emergency.
Yeah, it's 30 days.
Correct. Okay, so after that time, they may not need it. But I think to Ms. Baptiste, what she was saying, Medicaid will pay the states $1 million.
No, I understand that part.
Okay.
I understand that part, but they might not need it, but they might also need it. Because I've known patients that they qualified for presumptive eligibility, and then they didn't go and follow up on the paperwork, and then they come back to the hospital, and now we have uncompensated care.
Correct.
So it's how are we going to follow up on that?
So Doris Plaskett, Chief Nursing Officer, you're correct. We do have to provide extended support even prior to the completion of the hospitalization to ensure that those clients follow through with MAP. Now, in regards to the particular numbers, I will have to defer that to the finance department in regards to how many we see that were received presumptive eligibility and whether or not they did follow through.
Okay, let me go to Mr. Smiles quickly before I run out of time. You spoke about a compounding suite, and you said that
1 minute.
we were going to utilize FEMA funding, but that did not materialize. And that is necessary for the hospital to go through the demolition process, correct?
Absolutely. We currently do not have a facility for that service to continue in JFL North. So we modified an area as part of the critical admin building to provide that service. And we have to be able to find the funding to pay for that build out.
So what is the cost of the funding?
I want to say we were able to negotiate. It's just approximately $3 million.
$3 million for the build out of the compounding suite?
That's inclusive of the equipment.
30 seconds.
Inclusive of equipment. Okay.
Yes.
And if you're not able to move, you can't continue with it, or you can't start the demolition.
One, you can't start the demolition, and I would turn it over to the CEO. That's a clinical service that's essential to the provision of patient care that we need.
Okay, so there's not a transfer of equipment. It's you need to build out a whole area and new equipment and all of that.
When I say the equipment, the lab hoods and what have you, we currently have. But the compounding suite, when I say equipment, it's specialized air conditioning and control systems to be able to operate.
Okay. Now, the Nissan building that's supposed to be the dialysis center, when is that really going to start? We have heard about that building for the last 2 years, and we have seen no progress whatsoever. When is it going to start?
Senator, I did mention that we just received approval of the FEMA funding to commence with that build out. We didn't execute a contract. We solicited, had a contractor, everything is ready to go, but we just didn't have the money.
So you
we
have
now
a
have the money
contractor?
now. We have a contractor. We notified the contractor upon receipt of the funding, and we're facilitating the contract right now, getting them the draft contract that they could sign and be able to give a notice to proceed. We're anticipating that by no later than September 2025.
Are you able to identify the contractor?
Excuse me?
Are you able to identify who's
yes,
the contractor?
the contractor who won the bid was Persons.
Okay. And the administration building, you said that is going to be finished shortly.
Yes.
Now, the critical administration has already been completed.
It's been completed. However, both that and JFL North, we have to have continual maintenance on those facilities because they're temporary.
Okay, now quickly, the utility. You said the utility is going to $4.2 million. But thus far, in what you submitted to legal counsel for the first 6 months, it was 1.6. So if you double that, that is 3.2. How you get to 4.7 projected with this increase? The rates have been flat. The rates have been increased for WAPA for the last 2 years. How did you get an increase of some 1.1 million from what you actually spent in 2024?
Darlene, Baptiste, CEO. If we reference page 7 of it was inclusive of utilities and facility operations to increase to that 4.9, which is 15%. And we were taking into account the rate increases that we have, and of course, us moving to additional sites. So we have the 3, plus the clinical admin, plus Cassava, and then we add in Lorraine. And by virtue of having a dialysis center, we would have a significant peak in our utilization at that site.
Okay, so did this counting in equating for the Cassava Garden site?
And Princess.
Princess, okay. I hope it comes soon, but what's the projected time period for Princess?
The contracted, what we went out to solicitation was 280 days. Obviously, now having the funding, we're going to see how we can expedite that to get it in sooner.
Okay, because if that is not completed, no work could be done at the hospital in terms of demolition. You need to be able to move those trailers.
Well, the demolition, it will be internal demolition. We won't get to some of the external demolition.
Okay, and Alex, in between, last, Mr. Smalls, you laid off a number of employees only on the island of St. Croix. What was the reason for that? I think some 5 employees were laid off from your team, all on the island of St. Croix. What's the rationale there?
Senator, that's a human resources matter, and I won't discuss that in public forum.
So it's a St. Croix matter to me, because all of the terminations were on this good island. So, I mean, I know that you have to not disclosed, but all of those terminations were right here in St. Croix, and those employees are waiting for the annual leave payout. And once they are terminated, we don't have a choice by the laws regulating this government that they must be paid the annual leave. And that isn't FEMA responsibility. That now becomes your responsibility, where you have additional monies that you need to pay out. But those individuals need to be paid out. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bailey. Director Smalls, in respect to that, without divulging any privileged information, are you now trying to hire to fill those positions that's have now been vacant or vacated here in St. Croix, so that we can continue to see the work progressing on St. Croix?
One individual has been onboarded here in the St. Croix district. All of our functions of the redevelopment team are territorial. They're not unique to one. Yes, you may be physically residing, but your work effort is across the territory.
All right, so you're saying that there's no void as a result of these 5 dismissal here in St. Croix?
No void currently, but we are in the process of trying to onboard additional folks.
Okay. All right, we'll stay tuned on that. CEO Baptiste, in regards to airlifts, how many airlifts have you done this fiscal year?
CNO Doris Plaskett, I can answer that question. This year, we had a total...
This fiscal year, yeah.
This fiscal year.
Or whatever, if you have it in calendar, I'll take it, but yeah, it's...
So for calendar year 2024, we had a total of 259 off-island transfers. For Year to date, 2025, a total of 141.
141. Okay. In regards to the cybersecurity issues and concern, can you speak to what is being done to harden cybersecurity without divulging any major information, operation security information?
Yes, we'd like to defer to our director for MIS, Mr. Roger Moore.
Roger Moore, Director of Management Information Systems. So let me first say, in the IT world, it's not if you're going to get hit with a cyber attack, but when. So all we could do is do our best to try and, mediate them getting into doing that. With that being said, what we're doing currently, we have joint with BIT, and we're monitoring our firewall. We have a SOC that's monitoring our firewall. They're going to be looking for any kind of anomalies that look like cyber attacks, and they could notify us or they could shut down the firewall. And we also have the similar thing going along with our devices, our desktops. If you try and install any kind of software, it will shut it down where you have to get permission. We're also going to go to two-factor authentication. So there's a lot of things we're doing, like updating the softwares, making sure everything is current, and trying to get new equipment, getting all the old operating systems out of the hospital, because those are a vulnerable point of entry into any entity.
Was any patient's identity breached or compromised during this attack?
No, Senator.
Absolutely none.
Right. What happened is basically with this attack, we had 166 virtual servers, and what they did, they encrypted all those virtual servers so that we couldn't access them.
Well, all right. Thank you. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the same cybersecurity, the gentleman, Mr. Moore, is funding for that maintenance of that system in the 26 budget, a part of this, or is it some other funding source?
Senator DeGraff, this is Darlene, Baptiste, CEO. There was no earmark funding for 2026. What we have asked through our board is to have access to the $3.5 million line of credit, and we're utilizing that fund to pay for the services that are needed to make sure that we are made right with the recovery.
Okay, so you have that money?
We have access to the money.
Access to the money, okay. Okay, again, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. CEO to you and your team, thank you. I think it's only fitting to start with thank you for a service provided to the people. But in listening for a budget hearing, we all over the place. Your 2025 budget was $31,250,000. Your 2026 budget is $30,250,000. $1 million. And I know I came a little late, but what have I missed? You giving up that $1 million? What have I missed?
Darlene Baptiste, CEO. That was the governor's budget recommendation for last fiscal year, which would be the 250. The governor's budget recommendation for this year is 30,250, 30,250,000.
Right. I got that. So and you're okay with that because your ask was you were asked what was your ask, and you agreed with you're okay with the 30,250,000.
We are grateful for the 30,250,000, but it's not going to take us much further in reference to sustainability and efficiency for the JFL.
And I got that, but with the 1 million that you got in 25,
you know, I mean, at least fight for the same amount. That's what I'm missing.
We are grateful. We're grateful for the recommendation, but again, for us to move to the next level of efficiency and to remain effective towards what's required of us from the VI code, we will welcome more than the governor's recommended amount.
CEO, I'm gonna come and have a conversation with you, man. We're looking at 31,250 right now starting. Okay, thank you for that. Do you still owe Pafford any money at all?
Senator, no, we received notification this week in reference to those amounts have been paid on behalf of JFL.
Good. Okay, great. Has anyone received any wage increases in 2025?
Yes, we've had wage increases by virtue of, in my testimony, I talk about some of the roles and responsibilities in reference to job sharing and cross-training. So as more responsibilities as person exit out, instead of hiring a full-time person, additional responsibilities were given.
Okay, so
2 individuals, 2.
In 2 individuals received increases. Okay. And are they owed any retro monies?
Yes, I believe I can give you some insight. Persons, there's retro payments that are still outstanding for some individuals. I can give that details to the chair.
Okay, so retro is owed to other persons besides those 2 persons?
That is correct.
Okay. About how many? You have that number?
I can provide it. I know there's one collective bargaining that we're working through that costing amount. Like I said, I could share that to the chair for that particular CBA.
That would be fine, through the chair. Thank you for that. How many employees do you currently have?
We currently stand at 473 with full-time and 28 part-time.
Okay, how many employees do you have under 35,000?
71.
71. How many vacancies do you have under 35,000?
That I have to provide that through the chair for you.
Good, vacancy is fine. Capital outlay. And what is it? Okay, now I would like your expenditures to date as to what have you expended in personal fringe, supplies, other services and charges, utilities and capital outlay. I'd like to start with utilities. What are you paying for utilities on a monthly basis? Total utilities. And I guess while you check for that, I guess your CFO or something could explain your expenditures and the others.
1 minute.
Ms. Javois would speak to the breakdown.
Okay, good. Ms. Javois, good to see you. Good morning. Your expenditures to date and as of what date do you have for personal fringe, supplies, other services and charges, and capital outlay?
Good morning, Senator Rosalie Javois. I will give the number with a disclaimer because, again, one of the things Mr. Moore said
30
is
seconds.
that no patient information was compromised, but the entire fiscal modules were compromised. So the figures that I will give will be projected figures.
Wait, excuse me. When you say expenditures for your personnel that you have, your fringe, your supplies, that has been compromised? No. Your expenditure, the money that you are spending out, that you received, correct?
Yeah, we have paid the employees, but what I'm saying is that inputting the data into the system is where the compromise was.
Time.
Okay, so you have that information, or do I need to get it through the chair?
No, I have the information. It was submitted.
Okay, good. Personnel?
So salaries was 35,644,038.
That's the budget.
And as of March, it was 16,106,561.
Wait. Okay, 16, go again?
16,106,561 for the personnel services without the benefits.
And what's, you don't have fringe?
The benefits were 11,141,842.
Okay, supplies?
Supplies. Subtotal for supplies. I have it by categories.
Yeah, 2 million.
2,718,000.
The total amount?
718,164.
That's the total amount for supplies? I need the total amount.
That was right.
No.
So, sir, supplies was $2,718,164.
That's what I said.
That's for supplies.
Okay.
And then your other question was for utilities?
Yes, on a monthly basis.
Oh, on a monthly basis, we only have the 6-month period, October 24th to March.
6 months?
The total amount is $2,043,888 for utilities.
Hold on a second. You mind repeating that again? Mr. Chair, I'm just wrapping up, so I do apologize. Could you just give me that number again, please, for utilities?
$2,443,888.
443?
2043,888. $888.
Okay.
So your question is how much per month? So if we divide that by the 6 months, we get 340, 648.
No, I didn't hear the last part.
I said you asked how much per month, so CEO Baptiste gave you the 6 months. So I'm saying the month from that would be 340, 648.
Okay, 648. Correct. Capital outlay?
We'll have to provide that to the chair, to you, sir, for the capital outlay.
Okay, and just in closing, Mr. Chair, one final question for Mr. Smalls.
Good morning, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smalls, in regards to the demolition and the reconstruction and everything, is or is there a cost for a noise mitigation and vibration and air pollution or air quality infringements for the area, and also moving the debris to the landfill for the demolition? Has that been factored in as a cost?
Good morning, Senator Darrell Smalls, Executive Director, THRT. Yes, those costs are right now factored into the overall demolition costs. Do we have a specific number right now? Of course not. We will receive that once we open these bids, or I should say once a contractor is selected and the negotiations are finalized. In terms
Okay,
of any mitigation measures, all of that is incorporated into our projects as well because of the proximity to neighboring residences, businesses. All of those factors are under consideration and are components of the demolition projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Just a couple of things. One, I believe that the decrease is accounted for by the which has been consistent with the central agencies where the governor's proposal decreased the amount that goes towards utilities for WAPA off the top. So I think that may be where the $1 million difference may come in. The numbers seems a little bit skewed to me. In terms of personnel, you said it was 60,106,561. Ms. Javois?
Yes, Senator.
And then the fringe is 11,141,842.
Yes.
842. Okay. And supplies, 2,718,164.
Yes, sir.
And in utilities for the 6 months is 2,243,888. That's the number you gave?
No.
What is that number? Utilities for the 6 months.
2,043,888.
888.
That's 6 months.
What about other services?
7,308,642.
642.
Other services and charges.
All right. A point of information, Senator Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Javois, in reference to the numbers that you gave out for personnel and then fringe, the 16 million to the 11 million, that's 69% for fringe. That's unheard of. So that number can't be right. Fringe can be 69% of your personnel costs. So usually, I mean, we have seen some high fringe, but the highest we've seen like is 50, 51%, but not what account for your high cost of fringe that it's 70% literally of what you're paying for personnel? Okay, just look at that number for me. That number cannot be right. And then I wanted to ask a question, Mr. Chair, about physician recruitment. You don't have, HR is here?
And we have representation from HR present with us.
Okay. What are we doing in terms of physician recruitment? Is that something that is budgeted or are we just doing LinkedIn and that's what are we really doing to capture individuals?
Dr. Regina Flippin, Acting CMO, Juan Louis Hospital. Thank you for the question. No, there's not a budget specifically for physician recruitment. And we would need to request, in addition to this budget, a line item that's specific for physician recruitment. In addition to, it would be great to have a line item specific to pay our locums. Because we have had doctors to come, we pay for them to come, we have them a place to stay, they don't get a check, they're not gonna come to work the next day. So that puts us in a great position, a terrible position. So we need in this budget an additional amount of funding for physician recruitment as well as to pay our locums. It should have nothing to do with the rest of the budget, something where we can go to grab that money to write a check for those items. But you're correct. Currently, we do the best we can with recruitment, word of mouth. We want to go to some seminars, some conferences, but it's just not in the budget.
What is the estimated amount, CEO, that you need for physician recruitment?
The request was made for $600,000 for active ongoing physician recruitment.
Annually?
Yes, sir, annually.
Okay.
Which is very reasonable. There are conferences, we have to pay fees. That's on the low end.
Okay,
That
thank
would
you.
be greatly appreciated.
Point information too.
Point of information, Senator DeGraff. I'm going to have a second round as well, sir. Point of information,
Okay,
Senator DeGraff.
Just in regards to, thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the fringe, I saw in 25 budget, they had 71.5% in fringe too, so that's what I wonder about the numbers. But in regards to what you mentioned, Mr. Chair, about utilities, the utilities, total utility service on the 25 budget of $4,000,008. So that $1 million they asked for in the 25 budget that they got, they could get it in the 26 budget because of you're looking at basically the same amount for utilities. That's what we're trying to get a breakdown for the month. So once they get that, give us those updated numbers through the chair, then we could look at that because it couldn't have been taken off for utilities, and that's why it went down because in the 25 budget is the same amount. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Senator Frederick, you're recognized for your point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. CEO Baptiste, can you clarify on the post-audit report, page 4? There's no indication of a uniform allowance. Is that something that's discontinued with the hospital?
Darlene, Baptiste, CEO. No, we haven't made any expenditure for fiscal year 25 for allowance, for uniform allowances.
So scrubs and all that, they have to purchase their own, the employees?
At this current time, we have not made any, yes, the staff purchase their own. We have not made any payments on the allowances.
Okay, and I do agree that the fringes are exceptionally high. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A couple of questions before we go to a quick break. In regards to judgment and litigation, do you have any judgments or litigations against the your system?
Darlene Baptiste, CEO. Yes, Senator, we have some active case litigations that we're working through.
Any judgment, the amount at this point?
We're working through 2 settlement amounts, but there's been no finalized dollar figure for those 2.
Okay. And you spoke about expanding new laboratory stations throughout the community. Can you expand a little bit in terms of what you're trying to achieve here?
As a new revenue generation base, especially with the footprint being decreased at JFL North, specifically to laboratory, having points of care or points of services in heavier traffic areas, we could actually do blood draw stations, send them to the central lab, and then have them processed there. So make it more convenient, and the hours of operations and the locations be more convenient to the public. Okay. So that's a matter of increasing access.
Can you speak to what is the relationship with I guess, the health centers, as well as the acute cares and urgent cares throughout the community? Is there any collaboration? Any relationship at your level?
No, we've had discussions in reference to us coming around the table and discussing shared services, having the ability. We do have some providers that work for both facilities, so to that extent, we do have some continuity. But other than that, we haven't developed a systematic way of doing it. As part as the conditions of work going forward with our providers, that's one of the pieces we want to actually strengthen to maximize, to make sure there's no duplication, and where we could maximize as well as the revenue enhancements for JFL.
I think I can continue to implore the need for us to be able to do that. If we're talking about creating a quality health care throughout this community, it can't be done in a vacuum. It definitely need all of the stakeholders on deck. We need to have discussion around the table. And Dr. Flip, I'm sure you could appreciate this. I mean, even with the private providers, and as well as the acute and urgent cares, the Frederick Center Health Center, I think that there needs to be some type of a meeting of the minds to be able to to have that discussion of how we could provide quality, a wholesome, holistic, quality health care to this community. I know that there's areas where there may be some voids, and I believe that whole conversation could help to at least narrow that divide that we're seeing in our community. And what it does is try to keep individuals here rather than everything has to be exported. So again, I try to champion that, and I hope it could happen sooner rather than later. How is morale at your facilities?
Senator, especially given the cyber attack, it's been heavy, to say the least, on our team. being in the downtime and having to work through paper. It's really been, we've really been trying to have the ability to talk to the teams, give them the ability to speak with us. So for the most part, it's not optimum.
So define difficult for me, or define
Define
heavy. The word is used is heavy.
It's heavy.
Define heavy for me.
Heavy. Define heavy.
I can do that.
It's not good. Yes, but at the end of the day, the team are working through making sure that we do provide the care to the persons that are in need. Dr. Flippin has a burning comment, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
So most people think of it as burnout. And burnout is pretty much having too much work and not enough time to do it. There's a new term called moral injury. And that's when you feel...
What's that new term?
Moral injury.
Okay.
And that's when you feel demoralized by a healthcare system due to a lack of resources. So everyone is eager and excited to work, but it's draining because of the difficulties in the healthcare system. And there's research and study that's been done on that, but definitely Google it. But that's what I feel is going on at Juan Louis now. It's more of a moral injury.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a 3-minute recess, and then we'll come up with a rapid round to complete today's budget presentation. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is out of recess and back in record. And we're going to a second round of 2 minutes, a rapid fire. And before we go there, I wanted to ask MIS, Mr. Moore, in regards to redundancy. I would imagine that there will be some level of redundancy put forth now to ensure that if we find ourselves in a similar predicament, that we do have a backup system in place, correct?
Roger Moore, Director of Management Information System. Yes, sir.
And how is that being done? I mean, in the clouds, or how is that mechanism of redundancy is being provided?
Well, right now we're working with the company that provides support with us, and then we're going to have a backup. We're going to be having a backup stored by them, which that in case this happens again, we could always just revert to that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Smalls, in regards to, obviously we're hearing of the exorbitant costs associated with the utilities, particularly the energy, WAPA. Is there any plans, any discussion in regards to perhaps getting the energy office to support a solar farm or some alternative energy in the future?
Good afternoon, Senator. Darrell Smalls, Executive Director. Currently, all of our building plans going forward is based on resiliency and sustainability. We are incorporating various energy saving measures into our new facilities, whether it be solar, high efficiency air conditioning systems, the whole 9 yards. More importantly, in collaboration with WAPA's initiatives going forward, we're looking at microgrids in the respective areas, and that all together is going to offset our utility costs. There's varying technologies. I've gone to several conferences of how hospitals on the mainland are doing theirs, and I see some opportunities that we could incorporate into our facilities as well.
And in addition to that, the demolition for the existing JFL, do we have the funding in place for that?
The funding is a part of the FEMA appropriation that we do have, yes.
Yeah. We have access to that at this time?
Yes, the FEMA funds are available. It's just waiting for us to draw down once a contract is executed.
Okay, very well. At this time, we'll open up the floor to a 2-minute round. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. CEO, let me ask you in respect to my rapid round. I only have 2 minutes, so be succinct, please. The first question I have is in respect to a question. The procurement strategies in respect to purchasing through common vendors, right, with Schneider. But in doing that, do you also order from those vendors, like for instance in bulk, based on whatever supplies you're needing? Do you order, or you just purchase through common vendors?
Darlene, Baptiste, CEO. There are certain vendors that we use specifically to the type of equipment, the type of formulary, if it's given by the pharmacist. So there's something that's unique, some things that are unique to us at JFL, but there are other things that are can be shared between both entities. So that'll give us greater buying power based on numbers.
Okay, very well. And you also spoke to your student engagement programs, and you say you have 45 individuals. That's a very good thing. It's needed in terms of internship, etc. Do you plan to expand that program moving forward?
Not only expanded, Senator, yes, but we also looking at creating some unique opportunities to introduce allied health services in particular, and other service lines to the students at an early age, giving them first-hand experience that while there may be doctors, there may be other professions within the healthcare. So if they're interested in business, health economics, healthcare financing, if they're interested in administration, I do challenge some. I'm actually taking on like 9 of them to show them what it looks like to progress in administration through healthcare.
Very well, congratulations. I look forward to seeing that expansion. And finally, before my time is called, you spoke to borders and the price tag today this year, which is $8.2 million.
30 seconds.
And my question to you is, right, in respect to the borders, I know you stated that 3 have been assisted through Human Services. Have you collaborated or reached out to other non-for-profit organizations who actually deals with housing, like transitional housing, etc., to house some of those borders who are not too ill, but at the same time can transition from the hospital where they can decrease your finances in respect to revenues to the hospital? Have you done that? And I believe that's another way to try and see how you can assist.
Senator, we have to, with our case management, and I think offline we could actually have a discussion with our CNO specifically to what could be done. It's just the acuity level that we need to address and the ability to care for some of those patients.
Very well. Again, thank you for your responses. And again, you have a heavy lift, but I believe with teamwork and collaboration and working together with this branch and others, we can make it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Frederick, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon again. Let's have a little fiery round since time is of the essence. I want to talk about supplies for the hospital. CEO Baptiste, that's been one of the biggest issues you hear in the news. You know, we go to the hospital, there's no supplies, there's no plasma, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking at the expenditures through March of this year, and nothing in there really scares me to say that it's an exorbitant amount of money that you would need to keep the hospital fully stocked with supplies. To date, Ms. Javois noted that it was $2.7 million, right? Up until that point. But what's the issue that causes the hospital to not have basic supplies of? I mean, this is not a large amount of expenditures.
So a lot of it is just our current cash flow position doesn't allow us to address the old debt because we had the old debt with our vendors and suppliers. So it's carrying over into our current expenditures. So while we have your 2 minutes, yes, sir.
So the recent funding that we gave, the $6.5 million to pay down some of the old debt so that they could now free up more supplies, they didn't do that?
So that it did help with the old debt, but again, we're still concerned about our current, because it paid down the old, but we still had balances plus the current addition for those suppliers.
Cash flow wise, if you pay down on your credit limit, then you have more credit now to use to get back up to the limit. So we gave you a breathing room, right? So did you use that money to get the supplies you need so that the hospital won't be in this situation? It's because it's so embarrassing. It's not that much money.
Cyber attack slowed. We were to that place. That 6.5 did open the doors for those dialogue, and then we had the cyber incident.
So we spent $16 million in salaries through that date, right? Well, total personnel services, 16.1 million. And I'm saying we should be able to at least provide these employees with material to do the work, though. Because if I'm going to pay someone that kind of money, at least let me give you the tools so you could at least do the work so we could bill and make more money. But if they're just going to stand there and say, well, we don't have this, we don't have that, check in, check out, we can't bill you, then the cash flow situation doesn't improve. So is there a line item we need to provide the hospital just exclusively for supplies?
The GPO will help. Our relationship with the GPO would help us with our buying power, but it just a lot of it is just a cumulative of our old debt.
Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for your
You had a
response.
follow-up question, Senator?
Yeah, because I really want to help the hospital as much as I can. If I could give you more money, I need you to give me something too. I'm going to break my neck with my colleagues to give the hospital more money, but you have to give me something. We can't keep getting these calls from the constituents saying, I went to the hospital, they didn't have a tube. Yeah, some I hear that a lot. And I'm like, well, why can't we just keep a reasonable supply so we don't get these calls? That's really all I'm asking. We'll help you with the other stuff. We understand the cyber attack. We understand that. But we still need to keep the hospitals stocked to the point that it functions. We just have personnel there, but no supplies.
May I, Dr. Regina Flippin, acting CMO. We've gotten so bad with paying our debts. It's like when you have bad credit, people want their money up front because they don't believe you. So a lot of items now we have to order, we have to pay for ahead of time. So that proposes a challenge in obtaining a lot of our items. If you owe a lot of money, your house has been foreclosed on, it's harder to get another home. So we need to build up our credibility with the creditors so they can extend the debt, and then we pay them later. So that's a lot of the issue as well, is some of our creditors, they want their money up front. They don't trust us. We have to change the narrative. So that's why we need the funding, so we can slowly change the narrative. And your credit score does not change overnight. So it's gonna be a challenge for a while for that. And you're absolutely correct. With that, with getting us supplies, but that's one of the challenges.
Thank you very much for the response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. In regards to some of the issues or concerns that we've heard about with the hospital, with respect to the generator, with respect to oxygen not being available at times, with respect to the sinking floors, the facilities, can you speak to what is being done between yourself and Director Smalls in regards to addressing some of those concerns?
Darlene, Baptiste, CEO. If I could go in order, so your very first question was about the O2, the oxygen.
The generators, I spoke
the
about
generators. So the system mechanism has been strengthening for testing the generators. I know that we did have in arrears, which is 6.5, did address the payment in full to those particular vendors. We were able to partner with Vitima, and they have given us a loaner while we do the repairs for the one generator, specifically for the dialysis unit. So everything else has been addressed with the 6.5, so that takes care of that one. Specifically to the O2, the challenges we had with the O2 was a supplier. Again, it was a conduit of dealing with the supplier out of Puerto Rico, and there was a delay. So that was a matter that we worked through earlier through this year with our partners, with DPNR, with Vitima, and our sister facility in Schneider Regional. So there was a supplier issue. Your third one, in reference to the flooring, we did recognize some significant savings with that. So with our partners at THRT, they gave us what the scope of work would look like, and our guys internally did provide the stat services to harden the floors. That is, I guess, about 95% complete. I think there's like 2 particular areas. So our internal team did go in and did the work according to the scope that's provided by THRT to reinforce the flooring.
Very well. I know that there have been a real effort to keep the public informed about these things, and I commend the PR staff in making that happen. But there's still a lot of anxiety in our community in regards to the hospital. Can you speak to some of the marketing efforts to be undertaken? You talk about the town hall meetings, and I've heard you on the radio, and really some nice high points of the hospitals working, but there's still this apprehension by our community. How do we overcome that or continue to keep them informed about the positive things that's happening at the hospital?
And just as you said, the fact of just keeping them really informed. In my testimony, I did make the commitment to this body and to the government of Virgin Islands, and most important to the persons within the island of St. Croix, to be readily available to give that listening ear. The conversations on care, we had the second one that transpired with our community partners. So we actually came up with a particular plan in reference to coming back and how we're going to go to the next level. So in September, we're going to have another roundtable to our conclave of nature to talk about those pieces and what the plans will be going forward, to have concrete details provided to the community. Our PIO, Ms. Ania John, where it really, her talent and her skill sets are very strong to give us guidance in reference to being sensitized to the public sentiment, whether it's Facebook or any social media platform, getting our message ahead out. If things go right, we celebrate. If things go wrong, we take ownership and accountability and how we're going to address it moving forward. So I think it's a twofold. Like Dr. Flippin just mentioned, I think is a trust factor that is over time. We'll, show, I think more than anything, show the public that we're making great strides to make it better. Right now, I think lip service has long been overworked, overstated, and it's just time for us to show action.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, my last question before I go on to my colleagues is in regards to a new CEO, Ms. Connor. How is she, in helping you with this Herculean task, in being able to, carry out the mandates of this community and the heavy task that you're responsible for? You mind her sharing her thoughts?
Oh, most definitely. She's no stranger to JFL and to the healthcare system, and we're just really grateful to have her as part of our team.
Ms. Connor, you can say that for yourself, right? Go ahead.
Sir Adeline Williams Connor, COO. This has been, so far, been a new job, 4 weeks, 6 days, 8 hours. I've come into this role with the enthusiasm and with the shared vision and the determination to move us to the next level. The staff, my first introduction to the team have been, I would say, little unsettling for them. I'm a person who's quiet. However, I do not make jokes when it comes to healthcare. I'm very passionate about it. I have a history of passion. My techniques may be unconventional. I may appear soft as a dove. However, I am goal-oriented. And my team members, my colleagues here, can speak to that. We have made some great changes. We have to develop trust not only for the community, but also from among ourselves, and all be on the same page to go to the next level. So that's our determination. That is my determination.
Very well. What's your background?
Basic background, I'm a registered nurse. I have worked in healthcare for over 40 years, both in St. Thomas, here in St. Croix, and have done work on the mainland and throughout the Caribbean.
Very well rounded. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Mr. Smalls, you heard about some of the infrastructure concerns and the need for us to continue to ensure that there's maintenance and really quick and expeditious respond. We know that we're in a modular type setting, but still, we know that it's not going to last forever, and the need for us to continue to do some maintenance. Do you want to speak to, some of your efforts there?
Absolutely. Thank you, Darrell Smalls, Executive Director. Working collaboratively with the CEO and her team, offering my technical and background experience for maintenance. But more importantly, we know it is a modular facility. We have recognized the challenges that we experienced thus far since it's been open. That's why I've kind of supported the initiative in need for additional funding with respect to the maintenance of the facility and the upkeep of that particular facility. It's ongoing. It is a challenge. As a matter of fact, we're working through some other avenues of how to address some of the deficiencies. I wouldn't call it deficiencies, but challenges that we have within the facility.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Small. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. CEO, what's the status of the remaining $3.5 million? You getting any information as to when you'll be able to have access to those monies, or you could submit invoices to OMB for payment?
Darlene, Baptiste, CEO. Yes, Senator. We have tapped into that resource in reference to making some payments specifically for the cyber incident. So we were just waiting for the vendor to provide their SAMS number, and that information has been sent over in letter form to OMB.
Okay, and any other areas you're going to take care of from the 3.5 million?
Yes, Senator. We're going to actually look at supplies, especially for our critical areas for preparing stockpiling. One area that we have made a decision to look is pharmaceutical supplies, those vendors, to prioritize those.
What's the amount owed to Casa de Salud?
Casa de Salud. They were paid in full as of from the 6.5 April 2025. My apologies.
So you still have an outstanding balance with them?
Yes, we still have an outstanding balance with them.
And you know what's the amount?
Through the chair, we could provide that.
Okay. And also if you could provide what's it cost per year?
For the total for the year, okay. Yes, sir.
Is it way cheaper for a boarder to be at Casa de Salud versus the hospital?
That is correct, sir.
Are you having any conversation with Human Services?
No, with the discussion we have with Human Services is the fact of relocating them once the funding is made available through, for the persons to be transferred to Herbert Gregg.
Okay. And there's a financial cost to the hospital for boarders. And at times these individuals that are dropped off and abandoned, they're getting Social Security check, they're getting annuities, it's going to somebody who's keeping all of that stuff. And we need to put legislation together that if you're abandoned, then those sources of pay will come directly to the hospital. And I know other states have passed legislation in reference to that, so we need to, I said it before, we really need to work on that and get it passed as a deterrent to boarders being in the hospital and stopping the individuals from being able to get rooms. You said you need $2 million to the cath lab?
Yes.
That's for new equipment?
Yes, to reconstitute what was previously there, yes. And then, of course, we need to do...
But your radiology going over there too?
Yes.
Okay.
So 30 seconds.
We still have the cardiac rehab services, and of course the other piece is the fact of the stockpile, what's needed. So that's an additional $155,000 to stockpile what's needed to run the cath lab. Okay,
so the $2 million is for equipment, and then you need $155,000 for supplies?
For supplies.
And who's going to provide the services? We presently don't have a doctor to provide that type of service, correct?
We're re-engaging with a proposal that's been submitted from a local physician whose practice would support us here in St. Croix.
A local physician that wants to return home for a partial, full-time or partially?
Their group would cycle through with JFL. So we actually have coverage at all times.
Okay, we did like a cost analysis to see whether or not we could generate the revenues. If we get them in, that we could generate enough revenues for that to be self-sustaining?
Our business and marketing development specialist, she started, and I brought a copy which we could share just the preliminary findings with anyone who would like to see what we've gotten so far in reference to introducing that service, reintroducing that service line.
Okay, because it was providing quite a bit of service when it was in full operation, and a lot of individuals were using it, and now you have to send away everybody that need a stent, a pacemaker.
That's the highest airlift from our case management team.
So that would significantly reduce your costs?
Overall, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Madam CEO, so tell us what's your challenge? What's your concern right now in terms of priority in meeting the mandates of your responsibility? What are you undertaking as 3 priority items right now?
Our 3 priority items will be our surgical and anesthesia service line. That will be one critical piece, which kind of spills over into the physician retention. And then from there, what we talked about a little bit is the methodology about our payment scheme, about how we can pay our old indebtedness and kind of build a credit and rapport with our vendors. That is so important for us right now. And that comes with a very heavy price.
Do you have an Impress fund or access to funding for emergency needs?
Not at this time.
Service?
Not
Okay.
at this time. The only piece that we use as right now as our contingency is the 3.5 line of credit, which again we already started to tap into.
Very well. I'll give you a minute to wrap up at this time.
Well, again, I really want to express my appreciation and thank you so much for the opportunity to present our budget. Thank you so much to the men and women who serve with such pride and excellence at JFL. It's just been a wonderful experience over even trying, but a wonderful experience over the last 6 months. The learning curve has been steep, but the reward has been great. Senator Francis, your question about the morale, that's really one thing I take to heart. We have really engaged our team to be more accessible, not only that, to be accountable and transparent to them, also as our internal stakeholders. Again, thank you to the executive team. Thank you to Mrs. Smalls for always being a listening ear and a champion. To one of our newest addition, Mr. Devin Carrington. It's just wonderful to have him as part of the team. And as we sit before you right now, we look forward to building that dream into a reality. And thank you again for your continued support to this body. And to the people of St. Croix, we hear your voice. We're here to serve, and we will remain accessible, because when we dream alone with our eyes shut, that's called asleep, and that dream is an illusion. But when we dream together and share the same dream, awake with our eyes wide open, then that dream becomes a reality. And that's what we're doing to build a better healthcare future. Thank you so much, and God bless each and every one.
Thank you very much again for coming before us and being honest with some providing honest responses to the questions that have been asked. I think that is truly a breath of fresh air. That is important that we have these discussions. We try not to ask any question that will compromise, the facility, not compromise the functionality of the hospital. I think it's critical that we're able to support you in your endeavor to build confidence. That our community could recognize that, in fact, we have a facility there that's second to none. We have the professionals, the caring nurses and doctors and employees that's prepared to support this endeavor. We have a responsibility to provide the necessary funding to assist you in being able to make that happen. We have to slow the bleeding. Certainly some of the concerns that have been raised by Dr. Flippin and yourself, as well as the other staff members, are real, and it's things that we have to undertake to provide adequate funding to support this. This community needs this type of facility, and as our only hospital that has to treat every single person here, I think it's so important that we continue to engage the other stakeholders in our community, because again, if we can't talk about quality healthcare in a vacuum, it has to come from all angles. Again, our surgical suites, our acute care, or Frederickson Health Center, our private physicians and providers. Everyone have a seat at the table as we endeavor to tackle this issue of the health crisis that we're experiencing here. We didn't talk a lot about behavioral health and how you're responding to some of those concerns. I'm hoping that we could have a committee of jurisdiction where we could delve into some of those other concerns here. Today we're talking numbers and the budget because it's important that we're able to provide you with the funding to carry out the task of your job. So with that said, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands at recess for 15 minutes, and then we'll hear from the Department of Agriculture. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is out of recess and back in record. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up item in block number 2.
Block number 2, Department of Agriculture, invited testifier, Honorable Louis E. Petersen, Jr., PhD, Commissioner. This concludes the reading of block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, Dr. Petersen. You're recognized for introduction of your staff and yourself.
Senator Francis, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Francis and other members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance.
Just intro for
With
now,
me
sir.
today,
Just intro.
Yes, I'm about to. So with me today, some virtually and some in the chambers in Thomas and St. Croix, are Deputy Assistant Commissioner Billy Abraham, Deputy Commissioner Ms. Reese Richards, Director of Administration and Management Mr. Ewan Bryan,
Commissioner,
Administrator of Fiscal and Personal Services,
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Director of Agriculture.
We'll have them introduce themselves so that could serve as a mic check as well. Just have them introduce themselves.
No problem. No problem. I'm Louis Petersen, Commissioner of the VA Department of Agriculture. I'll let the others introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, the Assistant Commissioner. I would yield to him. He's my upline and he's in St. Croix.
Sure. St. Croix, please acknowledge.
St. Croix.
Go ahead. Say your name again, please.
St. Croix, Billy Abraham, Assistant Commissioner.
Assistant Commissioner.
All right.
St. Croix, Aaron Bryan, Director of Administration and Management.
All right. Go ahead, Ms.
Good afternoon, St. Thomas. Risa Richards, Deputy Commissioner.
Good afternoon, James Henderson, Director of Ag Development.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Harris Wickramer with Food and Farm Council, working with Dr. Petersen and Dr. Sophia George.
Thank you. And then we have several individuals virtually.
Yes, we do.
They could just turn on their cameras and be recognized.
Good afternoon. Shanta Douglas, Marketing Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Geraldine Abraham, Financial Management Supervisor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mathilde Aurelia Wilson, Forest Stewardship Coordinator.
Good afternoon. Geraldine Abraham, Financial Management Supervisor.
Good afternoon. Rennie Charles, Fiscal Officer, Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon. So Rogers?
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jamal Rogers, Property Inspector.
Okay. So Brooks?
Good afternoon. Brooks, Urban and Community Forestry Coordinator.
Oh, thank you. All right, Commissioner, you can proceed with your testimony at this time.
Thank you, Senator. The Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture was created pursuant to Title III, Chapter 17, Section 291. Act number 5265 repealed this section and established the Department of Economic Development and Agriculture. And in 1995, Act number 5265, as amended by Act number 6070, abolished the Department of Economic Development and Agriculture and created instead two separate entities, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism. Our mission as an agency is to develop, support, and to promote an economically lucrative agriculture industry in the USVI, while supporting farmers, consumers, and the environment. According to Title III, subsection 291, our primary responsibilities include providing basic agricultural services and technical support. We fulfill our mission and responsibilities through our operational divisions, including food production, marketing, agricultural development, abattoir services, veterinary services, administration and management, forestry, nursery, and the industrial hemp program. Regarding fiscal year 26 budget projection, the fiscal year 26 general fund request for the VA Department of Agriculture is $5,268,235. An amount of $4,585,694 is appropriated to personnel and fringe benefits, while $148,874 is allocated towards supplies, $160,000 toward utilities, and $373,667 toward other services. The recommended budget for our department also includes $500,000 contributed to the Agriculture Revolving Fund from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, pursuant to Act 7767, and $246,277 for the Industrial Hemp Commission under the miscellaneous category, which brings our total appropriation to $6,014,512 for fiscal year 2026. We also anticipate approximately $904,045 in a non-appropriated fund from the Agriculture Revolving Fund, generated from the sales and services of planting materials such as seeds, seedlings, equipment rentals, and land rental fees. The remaining balance of federal grant funds already awarded, such as the multi-year USDA Specialty Crops Block Grant Program, the Forest Legacy Grants, the Urban and Community Forestry Grants, and others, total $11,486,594.97. This results in a grand total of $17,501,107 in funds available for fiscal year 2026. Regarding departmental updates, we're beginning with administration. During fiscal year 25, the department's administrative team participated in productive meetings with the Office of Collective Bargaining and the leadership of the Overlu Employees Union, which resulted in salary increases and hazardous pay for staff. Our team is extremely proud of this progress on behalf of our hardworking employees. At this time, it is my pleasure to publicly applaud our 2025 Employees of the Year, Mr. Shawaki Murray in the St. Croix District and Mr. Henry Prentice in the St. Thomas St. John District for their exemplary work and commitment to the Department of Agriculture and its clients. The administrative team also worked diligently to hire much-needed staff and fill vacant positions, including the maintenance engineer and a heavy equipment operator position. We are currently in the process of interviewing applicants for all other vacancies, including the chief butcher position, and identifying candidates for all other very critical positions, such as the procurement officer and administrator of fiscal and personal services. Regarding our staff vacancies, we have identified strong candidates to fill each position by the end of fiscal year 2026. Their interviews will be scheduled within the next 8 weeks. A full complement, Senator, of our staff is necessary to implement and to fulfill the mandates of the USVI Agricultural Plan. During the current fiscal year, the department's management team continued to expend significant time and effort actively participating in the bi-weekly meetings of the local Farm and Food Council, the entity responsible for overseeing the implementation of the USVI Agricultural Plan. The council meetings are co-chaired by the UVI President, Dr. Sophia George, and the Commission of Agriculture. The council membership also includes the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Commissioner of Education, the Director of Economic Development, the Economic Development Authority, farmers, fishermen as well. Since a testimony is to be delivered on behalf of the Council, I will not elaborate any further except to comment on the Department's allotment for implementation of the plan. Pursuant to Act 8918, Section 3, as amended by Act 8979, Section 12, we are awaiting the release of $383,000 to the Department of Agriculture for the hiring of critical staff to enhance our professional capacity. Once these funds are released, our request to this body is that the funding remain with us until expended. Within the marketing division, during fiscal year 25, the department's marketing team executed the following. In response to numerous requests from our clientele, the Julie in Every Yard program has been offered for the second time, enrolling 60 participants, both districts, in a comprehensive 3-day workshop that focused on grafting, pruning, and overall tree care maintenance. The workshops are being conducted this very month, and a total of $43,662.46 in project funding has been spent so far. The marketing division has launched a marketing initiative to promote the department's farmers markets. The planned activities are designed to elevate the visibility and patronage of farmers markets throughout the territory. This initiative includes creating educational and promotional materials, hosting a radio program, and issuing advertisements across various platforms. Additionally, the department has partnered with the VI Good Food Coalition to organize a farmers market conference. This conference is designed to educate the community about the offerings available at the farmers markets and to highlight the importance of supporting locally specialty crop producers. To date, a total of $154,873.88 in grant funding has been spent on the Outdoor Farmers Markets Initiative. The marketing division has also submitted in 2025 a proposal for the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program, pending approval from the USDA Marketing Service. Among the significant projects proposed is one that aims to educate farmers about the cooperative business model, which is designed to improve productivity and marketing of specialty crops in the territory. With funding support from the USDA Specialty Crop Block Grant Program once again, we have youth gardening initiatives that have been established in both districts. In the St. Thomas St. John district, in the Corinne Terrace housing community, and in St. Croix at the Candida Guadalupe housing community. And the goal of this program is to educate participants regarding the production, the marketing, and the preparation of locally grown crops. With respect to this program, to date, $31,256.51 has been invested in this initiative. The marketing division has officially launched the WIC and the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Programs for fiscal year 25. In both districts, meetings were held to register farmers who may be interested in participating in these programs, which are designed to provide fresh produce to participants and low-income seniors. Both programs encourage farm production by purchasing local produce from farmers, which is available to eligible clients in the community. August 3rd to the 9th of this year was National Farmers Market Week. The Department of Agriculture partnered with farmers, the Department of Health, and the Frederiksted Health Center to celebrate National Farmers Market Week, as well as National Health Center Week. Farmers market and health screening events were hosted on each of our islands, St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John, to raise awareness of the importance of farmers markets and to provide health screenings to our clients. And this outreach activity, each of them, were a terrible success. They were great successes. With respect to the Cooperative Agricultural Pest Survey Program, through a cooperative agreement, the USDA Animal Plant Health Inspection Service in fiscal year 25 received $70,000 in financial assistance to hire one staff member who would establish and disseminate profiles of plant pests of regulatory significance, who would also establish and maintain a comprehensive trapping and surveying network using traps and identified survey locations, who would also enhance the department's outreach potential and relationship with local farmers through on-farm engagements. The program also seeks to confirm the presence or absence of specific plant pests that impact the domestic movement of plants and other products. To establish as well early detection protocols for the introduction of foreign or exotic pests. And finally, this program safeguards the economic and environmental stability of the agricultural sector. Within the Veterinary Service Division, the staff continue to provide general education to livestock farmers, providing technical assistance to improve livestock health and production. After a 2-year hiatus, 2 cooperative agreements with USDA for disease surveillance and animal traceability in the USVI were reestablished. In addition to funding for the Tropical Bunt Tick Program, the department received a total of $46,584 in federal support. The division as well, on Sinqua in particular, successfully intercepted an important shipment of contagious goats, which unfortunately were eventually euthanized. Although their vigilance and swift action in addressing this potential crisis resulting in our territory being free of this fatal disease, this necessary action to euthanize the goats resulted in financial losses, of course, for the farmer. The veterinary team commenced the critical task of reviewing and overhauling the territory's biosecurity partnerships through meaningful engagements with many entities, including the Caribbean Risk Assessment Group, Customs and Border Protection, the U.S. Postal Service, private freight shipping companies, cruise ship companies, and regional veterinary officials. In addition to providing internship opportunities and delivering presentations on career choices in agriculture to young adults, the staff also conducted internal training for local animal handlers at the Abattoir regarding how to more efficiently and humanely maneuver livestock. The staff also participated in a multi-day USDA-sponsored roundtable exercise to test the Puerto Rico Incident Management Plan in preparation for a potential African swine fever outbreak in our region. Sadly, during the past several months, our veterinary staff has also had to respond to multiple cases of horse rescues, injuries, and deaths, all on Sinqua. In the Plant Nursery Division, during fiscal year 25, the department's plant nurseries strived to maintain their routine level of services. These services included the sale of a variety of seeds, seedlings, soil, fertilizer, and livestock feed. The primary issue in this division is the challenge of maintaining a continuous inventory of supplies, and this challenge is connected to our territory-wide cash flow situation and the untimely payments to vendors. Finally, in the nursery division, on St. Thomas, the renovation work on the plant nursery is near completion. The repair project, including repairs to fencing and auxiliary buildings, represented $186,000 in FEMA funding. The final phase of repairs to the nursery involves the construction of new seedling tray benches, which will be completed in-house by our hardworking staff from both districts. and we anticipate completing this task within the next 6 to 8 weeks. Within the Forestry Division, we are speaking about the Forest Stewardship Program, the purpose of which is to encourage long-term stewardship of non-industrial private forest lands by assisting the owners of such lands to manage their forest and related resources more actively. And within this program, our coordinator visited all program clients to assist in managing their forested lands and improving the environmental quality of their lands. The department was awarded $500,000 to buy and distribute thousands of fruit trees to farmers and landowners on all islands, and the purchase process of these trees has begun. VITA also was awarded $225,000 in a nursery grant for growing thousands of native trees for reforesting our island and hiring 2 nursery assistants. These staff have already been hired and plant propagation has begun. The department as well was awarded $3 million in a competitive Forest Stewardship Program grant for direct support to forest owners to restore and replant their properties. And finally, VITA was awarded a $110,500 Forest Action Plan grant for outreach and support of the Forest Stewardship Program clients with their forested land management plans. Within the Forest Legacy Program, the purpose of which is to provide staff support to promote the conservation and protection in perpetuity of important forested lands of high environmental importance that are threatened by conversion to non-forested uses. The Forest Legacy Program seeks to identify and preserve land in a forested state, either by full fee acquisition or by conservation easements. Plans are moving forward in this area for the purchase of 91 acres of land on Inner Brass Island as a part of ensuring due diligence. The land survey and Yellow Book appraisal phases have already been completed. The next step involves the preparation of a report by the locally contracted appraiser, which will be reviewed for approval by a federal appraisal team. Once the purchase process is finalized, the acreage on Inner Brass will become the property of the USVI. It is our hope that this pending acquisition will eventually become a part of the USVI's territorial system.
St. Thomas parking style, huh? Okay. Well, yeah, I work.
The Urban and Community Forestry Program. The goal of this program is to enhance and manage the urban forests of the USVI. Our staff accomplished the following during fiscal year 25. 1, we performed educational outreach and identified key tree species for improving local air quality, followed by the collection of seeds from trees known for air and water quality improvement. Currently, we're developing a USVI specific strategic plan for erosion control and runoff. The team also met with governmental organizations regarding their respective responsibilities in reference to the VI tree law and its enforcement. In addition to public entities, meetings were also held with the VI Tree Council about the tree law and the development of an implementation plan. The team also compiled a list of names of nominees for the tree board appointments. In addition, they provided educational outreach to public school students regarding the legislation governing the VI tree law and engaged students in practices and strategies to promote urban forest sustainability. The team completed a tri-island needs assessment to determine the most urgent urban and community forestry needs. They provided technical support to the VI residents regarding tree management and succession planning. They provided technical assistance to sub-grantees in support of the Mahogany Trail and the Claudio O. Marco School funded projects. And finally, the team plans to conduct a territory-wide forestry inventory for forested lands across the USVI. Currently, the team is developing as well a storm recovery action plan in collaboration with WAPA and the Department of Public Works. In the food production division, during the current year, our team assisted farmers by providing land preparation, water distribution, and delivery services, as well as infrastructure repairs, and providing hay baling and land preparation services. Approximately 2 million gallons of water were distributed to farmers, and 1,700,000 gallons of water were actually delivered by using our service trucks to farmers. In addition, 706,000 gallons of water were collected by farmers from the department's standpipe at the State Lower Love in St. Croix. The team also assisted other governmental agencies as necessary by providing support with our heavy equipment. In this division, we also hosted and co-hosted numerous youth groups and school-based programs to encourage interest among youth in the field of agriculture. And finally, in food production, the team provided heavy equipment and vehicular repair services in both districts. In the hemp division of the department is responsible for establishing the standards, the practices, the procedures, and requirements for the production and sale of hemp and hemp products within the territory, pursuant to Act 67868. During fiscal year 25, the following progress was made. The commission had a full complement of members and actively still meets on a monthly basis with its membership. The Hemp Commission members have been actively engaged. They're actively engaging the members of the Cannabis Advisory Board as well. Both groups conducted a very productive joint meeting to share information on both hemp and cannabis. The Commissioner also has proposed a set of rules and regulations for use in approving businesses that retail hemp products. The Commissioner has also approved a set of policies that were recommended by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for licensing hemp retailers. This division has 2 inspectors currently, who currently support the department in the capacity of farm property managers. Once the hemp program is fully functional, these property managers will serve as field inspectors for the hemp-based initiatives. The Hemp Commission has also approved a proposal permitting hemp manufacturers to purchase all locally grown hemp before seeking compliant out of the territory sources. And then finally, there are currently no licensed hemp manufacturers in the territory to date. In the Abattoir division, on St. Croix, the Abattoir facility is fully operational. Repairs and upgrades accomplished during fiscal year 25 included a replacement boiler, a new blower curtain to improve air quality for employees, a new rumping station as well. In addition, all the rusted steam pipes and insulation were replaced, those steam pipes and insulation being approximately 50 years old. We are working diligently to procure a new gutting station and conduct sealing repairs to address minor leaks. We are awaiting the receipt of price quotations in that respect. We have requested price quotes also for the repair of the processing room, which is currently non-functional. It does not maintain its proper temperature. The quotation received so far for the purchase and replacement of the condenser in that room is $12,650. The replacement of the tiles and plumbing repairs in the processing room will be completed in-house by our hardworking team of employees. The procurement of additional equipment is in progress with the use of ARPA funds. These upgrades include the installation of a new ventilation system, the installation of a live weight scale, the purchase of a band saw for making specialty cuts, a new compressor, a deherring machine, and the acquisition of an offal processor for handling entrails such as intestines and stomach lining. Collectively, these upgrades represent $222,171.33 in improvements to the Abattoir facility. With the hiring of a new maintenance engineer, we are now able to conduct routine maintenance work on machinery and to complete minor repairs in a more timely and efficient manner. To support professional development and enhance our compliance standards, the department will be investing $15,000 in training for 5 team members to participate in a steam boiler certification training and hazard analysis certification program, and we are looking forward to that. The St. Thomas Abattoir, in the district of St. Thomas and St. John, funding has not been identified for the purchase of a mobile abattoir facility. Therefore, our current plans include the renovation of the existing abattoir facility with the support of the Department of Public Works. A site visit was already conducted very recently with our staff and engineers assigned to the project by the Department of Public Works. We anticipate that the development of a complete scope of work for the repairs will be presented to us near the end of this month. Although additional resources will be needed, we have requested the release of the insurance proceeds in the amount of $518,613.26 from the Office of Disaster Recovery, which will be applied to the renovation project. Our agency is also in communications with the Housing Finance Authority to seek funding through the CDBG Mitigation Grant Program. Previously, livestock from the St. Thomas St. John district were transported to St. Croix for slaughtering and returned to St. Thomas at the expense of the Department of Agriculture. However, Senators, presently we are unable to provide this service since no marine vessels are traveling directly from St. Thomas to St. Croix. Inter-island support from St. Thomas to St. Croix is expected to resume, hopefully near the end of this month into the early part of the next month, September. Other reports within the St. Thomas St. John district specifically include the following. The repair of our heavy equipment, our bulldozer and front-end loader by our chief mechanic is approximately 90% complete with minor tasks remaining. These repairs will facilitate the continued maintenance and repair of farmland access roads, especially in Estate Bordeaux. The use of this in-house expertise is literally saving the Department of Agriculture thousands of dollars on a weekly basis. In addition, during the past several weeks, the department invested a considerable level of resources to improve the access roads in Bordeaux. This work included the widening of roads, the repair of eroded areas, and the installation of culverts or drainage pipes. More than $10,000 of work has been done to date. The department has just acquired a new water delivery truck that carries 2,500 gallons of water. This truck was purchased at the cost of $230,000, which will significantly enhance our water delivery capacity to farmers on St. Thomas. With the support of the Department of Public Works, the Department of Property and Procurement, the Office of Management and Budget, and the Office of the Governor, we have finally signed the contract for the construction of 2 cisterns, 200,000-gallon cisterns in Estate Bordeaux. The completion of this important ARPA-funded project will significantly increase the available water resources to support increased agricultural production in the estate border area. And this project is valued at approximately $900,000. The Border Watershed Protection and Improvement Project represents an agreement between the Department of Agriculture and the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Natural Resources Conservation Service, specifically the Caribbean Area Office. This project is to protect and enhance the border watershed through multiple conservation and structural strategies. Upon the conclusion of this multi-year project, water quantity, water quality, and availability will be improved to support increased farm production, in addition to significantly improved farm access roads. To date, millions of dollars in federal funding have been committed to the project. Like many other federally funded projects, this initiative was suspended in January 2025, and budget adjustments impacted our USDA partners. However, the project has since been resumed and is actively moving forward. The planning phase is almost complete, and an additional $700,000 has been allocated for the road design work ahead of us. With regard to the land leasing program, written notices are currently being issued to all leaseholders and persons occupying acreages. At the end of this notification phase, which concludes on September 30th, all land occupying clients would have been informed in writing about their status with the Department of Agriculture, and the appropriate actions will be taken. All clients with leases or permits have already been placed in one of three categories: either the category of good standing, poor standing, or probation have been assigned. Once previously occupied acreages become available, lease applications will be prepared for new applicants who have already been vetted. The department has also identified funds for the surveying and subdivision of new unused acreages on St. Thomas and St. Croix. Cost estimates have already been obtained for the survey work. Finally, for the past few years, no insurance company in the territory provided liability insurance coverage, which is required by the lease, for farmers. Thanks to the hardworking members of our team, as well as to the insurance companies who are a part of it now, we are pleased to share that at least 3 companies are prepared to support and provide insurance coverage for farmers. Other anticipated expenses in 2026. Pursuant to Act number 8306, the Department of Agriculture, in partnership with the UVI School of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism, will be hosting the first Virgin Islands Agricultural Caribbean Conference, which will be held simultaneously with the Caribbean Food Crop Society meeting during fiscal year 2026. This joint event will attract guests from throughout the Caribbean region. We look forward to the support of this body. Our organizing committee is currently seeking other partners and sponsors to ensure the success of these 2 important events. As referenced previously, once the scope of work for the Department of Agriculture's Abattoir on St. Thomas is completed, supplemental funding will be required to support a request for bids from contractors to execute the project. Based on recent input from the Department of Public Works, as I said before, we anticipate the completion of this scope of work by the end of this month, at the latest early next month in September. Looking forward, as we look forward, I reflect on the mandates of the USVI Agricultural Plan and our recent outreach public engagements with farmers and the general community. The meetings provided an opportunity to share critical information with clients while responding to concerns and challenges facing our farmers. Subsequently, our team has developed a strategic approach to address the concerns raised by our clients during the upcoming fiscal year. In conjunction with the Office of Management and Budget, the Department of Finance, the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Department of Public Works, with ARPA funding provided by the Office of the Governor, the Honorable Albert Bryan, we look forward to the execution and the completion of other projects to acquire resources needed by various divisions of the Department of Agriculture. These include the procurement of heavy equipment and equipment implements, backup generators for our office buildings, equipment upgrades for the abattoir, freezers and coolers for the marketing division, storage containers to support cooperative work among farmers, and the purchase of critical small-type equipment. Collectively, these ARPA-funded initiatives will positively impact the farming community by increasing water resources, enhancing the department's capacity to provide heavy equipment services to farmers, improving and expanding the delivery of abattoir services, and improving marketing and storage. Finally, we look forward to delivering training programs on the cooperative business model in partnership with the Federation of Southern Cooperatives and the West Georgia Farmers Cooperative, with formal training sessions starting in fiscal year 2026. This two-year project will be supported with $190,000 in federal funding from the USDA's Agricultural Marketing Service. To further incentivize collective work among farmers, the department is currently purchasing storage containers, one per island, St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John, for use by groups of farmers that seek to make bulk purchases of supplies. As I close, I wish to extend our appreciation to the members of this committee and the entire 36th legislature of the USVI for your support and the opportunity to present our fiscal year 2026 budget for the Department of Agriculture. We also express sincere appreciation to our farming clientele throughout the territory for their tireless effort, relentlessness, and support. We acknowledge as well our Honorable Governor and Lieutenant Governor and the entire team of the Brian Roach administration for their support and their leadership whenever it's called upon. Finally, we'd like to close by acknowledging our hardworking team and staff of the Department of Agriculture for their support, their sacrifices, and dedication to our agency and our mission. And that ends my testimony, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Dr. Petersen, for your testimony. At this time, we'll hear from the Food and Farm Council for their testimony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Get a little closer to the mic, we could barely hear you.
Is that any better?
Yes, it is, Dr. George. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Senator Novell Francis Jr., members of the Committee on Finance, senators of the 36th Legislature, fellow testifiers, members of the press, and the listening and viewing public. I'm Dr. Sophia George, President of the University of the Virgin Islands and co-chair of the Virgin Islands Local Food and Farm Council. I'm joined today, of course, you just heard from Commissioner of Agriculture, Dr. Louis Petersen, my fellow co-chair. Also, Dr. Usman Adamu, Dean of the School of Agriculture at the University of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Harith Wikrema, who's in person there with you, President of Island Green Living. Ms. Shanta Roberts, Director of the Agriculture Business Center, and other members of the Local Food and Farm Council. Since assuming co-leadership of the Council in August 2024, we've continued to work urgently and purposefully to advance the 8 mandates of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. Our focus has been on strengthening cross-agency coordination, improving transparency in funding allocations, building public-private partnerships, and reinforcing the vital role of data in shaping agriculture policy. We've also ensured that farmers and fishers are well represented on the Council and that their needs and voices remain at the forefront of these efforts. This commitment to meaningful representation has guided our collaborations with agencies, community partners, and producers, ensuring that every initiative reflects the agriculture plan's strategic goals and the on-the-ground realities of those who grow, harvest, and supply our local food systems. Today, we're here to provide a clear picture of our progress in FY 2025, also to address ongoing funding gaps that have affected implementation, and to present our recommendations for FY 2026 to ensure continued momentum and accountability. We thank this committee and the legislature for your continued support and partnership in building more resilient, equitable, and sustainable food systems for the Virgin Islands. While the Council is grateful for the legislature's appropriation of $1.4 million under Act 8918 to advance the mandates of the VI Agriculture Plan, we must address a critical issue that has hindered implementation: unreleased funds. Two appropriations are of particular concern. The Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund for $500,000, which is articulated in Section 5 of Act 8918, appropriated $500,000 to the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority to launch and administer the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund and a Farmers Grant Matching Fund in alignment with mandate number 2 of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. And although the program was successfully implemented for the first time in FY 2024, we've learned that the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority has not yet received FY 2025 appropriation. And communication regarding the release of the funds has been ongoing with the Office of Management and Budget. Secondly, there have been some critical staff hiring funds issues as outlined in Section 3 of Act 8918. This section included an initial appropriation of $383,000 to the University of the Virgin Islands Office of Sponsored Programs, which was later determined to be a misallocation. Act 8979, Section 12, amended this by redirecting the funds to the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture to support the hiring of essential personnel, including the local food and farm coordinator, in alignment with mandate number 3 and additional recommendation number 3. Establishing this coordinator role is widely recognized as vital to aligning operations, streamlining communication, and ensuring that activities across agencies remain connected to planned goals. As of this testimony, the funding has not yet been released, and I think you heard that also from Commissioner Petersen directly. And a formal update on its status is still pending. So these funding delays have had a direct and tangible impact, most notably in pausing the second cycle of the grant program for farmers and fishers and delaying the hiring of the coordinator, both of which are essential to maintaining momentum, supporting producers, and driving coordinated infrastructure and planning activities. The Council respectfully requests this committee's continued support in working with the relevant agencies to ensure the appropriated funds are dispersed promptly. The success of the agriculture plan depends on collaborative follow-through and transforms legislative intent into real-world results for our producers and our communities. Since convening in July 2023 under mandate number 5 of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan, the Local Food and Farm Council continues to meet bi-weekly. It continues to refine its structure, partnerships, and implementation strategy to build the systems needed to implement the plan effectively. I'm just going to share a number of key developments from late 2023 to 2025. First is strengthening farmer and fisher representation. The Council continues to center the perspectives of farmers and fishers by ensuring their active participation in decision-making, in planning, and in community engagement. Building on last year's inclusion of honorary farmers and fisher representatives, these members now serve as vital contributors, bringing firsthand knowledge of production realities, local food systems, and territory-specific challenges. To formally recognize their contributions, honoraria continue to be issued in accordance with Act 8716. This honorarium validates their expertise to the Council and supports their ability to engage in Council activities and represent the farming and fishing communities. Secondly, leadership transition and strategic reorientation. In August 2024, I was, of course, appointed as co-chair of the Council, joining our continuing co-chair, Dr. Louis E. Petersen Jr., and together we've built upon the council's foundational work to enhance alignment, strengthen interagency collaboration, and advance timely implementation of the plan's mandates. Thirdly, we continue to refine council committees. The council voted to formalize subcommittees focused on finance and budget, education, and operational policy alignment to improve mandate tracking, to engage external partners more effectively, and to support timely implementation updates to the legislature. Fourth, we continue to focus on outreach to public officials and community stakeholders. The council has actively engaged with key stakeholders, local organizations, farmers, fishers, and elected officials to raise awareness of the agriculture plan's scope and build momentum towards broader community buy-in. In 2025, the council led and participated in several key outreach efforts, including hosting a hybrid public forum in collaboration with Senate President Milton E. Potter, participating in the 26th Annual Bordeaux Farmers Rastafari Agriculture and Culture Vegan Food Fair in St. Thomas, and the U.S. Virgin Islands Agriculture Food Fair. Looking ahead, planning is underway for the Tri-Island Town Hall Series, which will bring meaningful public engagement to each island, so hopefully many will attend. These interactive sessions will clear up and share clear updates on the agriculture plan's progress and invite open, honest conversations with farmers, fishers, and the community. In doing so, the council will show the plan at work and ensure that their voices remain a driving force in how it moves forward. The council also monitors and supports emerging opportunities for collaboration between public and private partners that can advance the mandates of the agriculture plan. A recent example is the University of the Virgin Islands' acquisition of the Island Fresh aquaponics facility on St. Croix. This development has the potential to expand aquaponics and aquaculture initiatives in ways that benefit farmers, fishers, and the broader agricultural sector through shared expertise, infrastructure, training, and innovation. The local Food and Farm Council and its partners made substantial strides in FY 2025 toward advancing the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. With the support of the appropriated funds and interagency collaboration, key programs were executed across education, data collection, farmer and fisher support, and capacity building. Efforts this year prioritize sustainable practices, increase outreach to the agriculture community, and strategic alignment with the plan's 8 mandates. I'm just going to share a few. The Agriculture Business Center at the University of the Virgin Islands expanded its services across all 3 islands, supporting 24 active clients and hosting 5 educational sessions with 85 participants. Workshops covered soil management, livestock pasture practices, economic planning for startups, and partnerships with the Department of Education and the University of Puerto Rico enhanced bilingual programming and youth engagement. In June 2025, the Agriculture Business Center received its FY 2025 allotment of $250,000, ensuring continuity and deeper outreach, so thank you. Our Eastern Caribbean Center at the University of the Virgin Islands completed its 2nd year of data collection on agriculture production, land use, and farmer-fisher demographics. Participation increased substantially, providing improved insight into production trends such as gains in breadfruit, avocado, and plantain yields. The Eastern Caribbean Center will integrate agency data from agencies such as the VI Department of Agriculture, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and others in Q4 to enhance analysis and support evidence-based policy development. Our Office of Sponsored Programs at the University of the Virgin Islands implemented the TAP Fellows Program and TAP Grantsmanship Academy, helping to build local federal grant development capacity. These initiatives aim to reduce consultant dependence, strengthen internal talent pipelines, and align future grant proposals with TAP priorities and mandates. Regarding our council operations and organic agriculture planning, operational progress included formalizing subcommittees, streamlining coordination, and improving public communications. Funding appropriated under Act 8918 supports initial steps toward an agriculture organic initiative. In response to community input and legislative support, the Council will convene interested members to explore pilot programs and interagency partnerships promoting soil health. Certification assistance and sustainable practices aligns with mandates numbers 1 and 4. Regarding the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund in partnership with the VI Economic Development Authority, FY 2024 grant cycle received 106 applications. 12 were approved, 11 were accepted, totaling $485,567. The Council has engaged a program evaluator to conduct site visits and prepare a report on implementation outcomes to guide future cycles and strengthen accountability, and we're happy to share that report with you once completed. The Sustainability and Agriculture Education Division finalized a full curriculum framework and delivered programming to over 450 students. Activities included STEM-aligned workshops, food orchard installations, and the arrival of the Freight Farm Hydroponics Lab, providing hands-on exposure to modern agriculture practices. Collaborative efforts with VIDA and community organizations expanded youth engagement and school-based production. Our priorities for FY26 are focused on deepening implementation across the 8 mandates of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. The foundation laid during FY 2025 has clarified operational gaps, affirmed community needs, and demonstrated strong local participation and demand across programs. To meet those needs and accelerate our impact, we respectfully submit the following funding priorities, which are aligned with corresponding mandates and supported by documented outcomes. Continuing the Agriculture Business Center. Mandate number 2 addresses this. We request continuation of $250,000. The Agribusiness Center launched in December 2023, and it's a vital resource hub for farmers and fishers across all 3 islands. While the center began operations in FY 2023, it did not receive its first formal appropriation until FY 2025. Despite the funding challenges, the Ag Business Center delivers essential services as business planning, technical assistance, grant preparation, and navigation of federal and local programs. To maintain this critical support infrastructure, the Council requests a continued appropriation of this $250,000 for FY 26. The funding will allow the Ag Business Center to sustain its current operations, retain key staff, and continue providing consistent territory-wide services in alignment with mandate number 2. As of mid-2025, the Ag Business Center supports 24 active clients and demands continue to grow, particularly for certification guidance, for sector-specific training, and for bilingual assistance. Continued funding will ensure that the Ag Business Center can meet the needs and preserve access for the agriculture and fishing communities here in the territory. Secondly, we are requesting $300,000 to support Council operations and implementation strategy. To maintain its critical operations and strategic oversight functions, the Local Food and Farm Council requests continued funding to support implementation activities across multiple mandates of the Agriculture Plan. In FY25, funding enabled coordination of biweekly meetings, development of the food symbol and marketing framework, facilitation of interagency water and infrastructure planning, and advancement of organic agriculture programming in collaborations with the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. The requested FY26 appropriation of $300,000 will ensure that the Council can sustain administrative function and staffing to support cross-agency coordination, issue honoraria to our local farmers and fishers, implement next phase activities for the food symbol program, include product marketing and community education, short-term and long-term planning and water infrastructure and organic agriculture priorities, produce timely data-driven reports and policy recommendations, and host stakeholder engagement events, including the Tri-Island Town Hall Series and community information sessions. This investment safeguards the Council's ability to advance the comprehensive and accountable execution of the VI Agriculture Plan, and strategic alignment across agencies and programs will be significantly diminished without operational support. To promote sustainable agriculture practices, improve soil health, and expand marketing opportunities for farmers, The council recommends a dedicated appropriation of $150,000 to support organic agriculture across the territory. These funds will provide education, technical assistance, and resources for producers exploring or transitioning to organic methods. Funding for organic agriculture was first appropriated in FY25 under Act 8918 as part of the council's operational budget. Building on that foundation, the council's work will continue with stakeholders and agency partners to implement priorities identified through the USDA's Transition to Organic Partnership Program, administered locally by the Virgin Islands Farm Alliance. The top organic farming needs assessment, based on farmer and industry input, identified several key initiatives. First, that annual organic certification cost share to cover expenses not reimbursed by the USDA. Secondly, pilot buffer zones to protect organic and transitioning farms from chemical drift. Third, stocking for organic farming inputs at the VIDA depot, including fertilizers, compost, pesticides, and seedlings that are organic. Fourth, integration of organic agriculture into Department of Education programs. Fifth, development of organic wholesale marketing channels to connect producers with buyers. The council, including its organic farming subcommittee, is committed to advancing these initiatives in alignment with mandates number 1, 4, and 7 of the Agriculture Plan, ensuring that farmer and fishers' voice remains central in shaping a resilient territory-wide approach to organic agriculture. The council also requests an FY26 appropriation of $250,000 to the University of the Virgin Islands Office of Sponsored Programs to secure major federal grants that address the territory's water, irrigation, infrastructure, and other critical agriculture needs. This funding will support the continuation of expansion of the TAP Grantsmanship Academy and the Grants Fellows Program, which have been proven effective in developing a local pipeline of grant writing talent for local farmers and fishers. These programs equip fellows and participating agencies with the tools to track, to apply for, and to manage complex funding opportunities across agencies and sectors. The Office of Sponsored Programs actively pursued climate resilience, agricultural infrastructure, and workforce development grants. With continued funding, the council can strengthen interagency coordination, reduce reliance on external consultants, and improve access to sustained federal and philanthropic resources aligned with the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. Over the past 2 years, the Eastern Caribbean Center has completed extensive data collection that has significantly improved the territory's understanding of food production, land use, and the demographics of local farmers and fishers. Continued funding will enable the ECC to sustain this critical work, initiate trend analysis across multiple year data sets, and support data-informed decision-making at all levels. This appropriation will allow ECC to expand its methodology by integrating administrative data sets from partner agencies such as DPNR and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, enhancing the depth and the accuracy of future reports. These efforts are directly aligned with mandate number 8 and will ensure the council's actions are grounded in reliable, comprehensive data. The continued absence of essential personnel, including the local food farm coordinators, soil scientists, water and soil conservationists, plant pathologists, and civil engineer at the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, has significantly constrained the department's ability to implement core mandates of the Agriculture Plan. These roles are not duplicative. They represent specialized expertise necessary for water and infrastructure planning, land and soil assessments, conservation practices, regulatory alignment, and interagency and federal deliverables coordination. Among these, a local and food farm coordinator is the cornerstone of the Agriculture Plan. This position is responsible for the day-to-day oversight of mandate implementation, tracking agency deliverables, coordinating council directives, and liaison between farmers, government agencies, and external partners. Without this role filled, operational continuity, follow-through on priorities, and stakeholder engagement remain fragmented and reactive. The coordinator is also tasked with tracking grant implementation, helping scale federal partnerships, and serving as a territory-wide resource for agricultural systems development. To address these longstanding gaps, the council respectfully requests a dedicated FY 2026 appropriation of $400,000 to support the hiring and onboarding of these critical positions. These hires will restore functional capacity at the Department of Agriculture, accelerate the execution of mandates 1 and 3 related to land use and water planning, enable timely response to farmers' requests, permitting and technical support, strengthen federal alignment and eligibility for USDA and EPA technical grants, provide continuity and accountability across council-led initiatives. This timely investment in personnel is essential for operational readiness and unlocking broader systematic change and long-term resilience. Regarding the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund, this inaugural grant cycle demonstrated extraordinary interest and profound need, with over $4.6 million in funding requests from 106 applicants, nearly 9 times the FY 2024 appropriation. Applicants represented a broad spectrum of producers and small businesses across all 3 islands, seeking capital for equipment upgrades, land use improvements, and operational expansion. Ultimately, 11 awards totaling $485,567 were made, and site visits are now underway to evaluate implementation progress, document community impact, and inform policy. Since the close of the 2024 cycle, the Council has received regular inquiries from farmers, fishers, and small-scale producers eager to apply for future funding opportunities. This ongoing demand underscores the program's credibility and perceived value among stakeholders and reinforces the need for consistent investment to build local capacity. To meet this need and responsibly expand the program's reach and effectiveness, the Council respectfully asks for an increased appropriation of $1 million. This expanded investment will increase the number and size of the awards to support high-impact, shovel-ready proposals. It will help expand outreach to underserved producers and food-insecure communities. It will position the program to attract matching support from the U.S. Department of Agriculture and philanthropic partners via a 501c3 fund now under legal development. The PPPIF is one of the most direct tools for strengthening local food systems, stimulating agriculture and entrepreneurship, and advancing the Virgin Islands climate and economic resilience goals under mandate number 2. Sustainability and agriculture education continue to lead transformative curriculum development and hands-on agriculture education across the territory. FY26 funding will support the full rollout of the Freight Farm program, sustain school-based food orchards, expand CTSO participation, and implement the approved SAE curriculum across all public schools in the territory. This investment is not simply programmatic, it's foundational. The territory is cultivating a generation prepared to advance local food production, sustainability, and economic self-reliance by embedding agricultural literacy and food systems training in the classroom. The long-term return includes a stronger agricultural workforce pipeline, greater food sovereignty, and more resilient Virgin Islands. The Council respectfully submits this request to transform the Virgin Islands into a model of food sovereignty, economic resilience, and sustainable development. Legislative investment in these priority areas will allow us to build on demonstrated success, meet overwhelming community demand, and deliver stronger outcomes across all 3 islands. In closing, the Local Food and Farm Council remains committed to advancing the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan through transparent governance, interagency coordination, and inclusive community engagement. Over the past fiscal year, significant strides have been made across education, economic development, infrastructure planning, and public-private partnerships, even amid funding shortfalls and procedural delays. Looking ahead to FY 2026, the Council respectfully seeks this committee's support for increased investment in high-impact programs already delivering measurable outcomes. Specifically, assistance is requested in releasing all appropriate funds under Act 8918 with oversight measures to avoid future delays, increasing funding for the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund to meet high demand among farmers and fishers, ensuring critical vacancies at the Department of Agriculture are filled to meet operational responsibilities outlined in the plan, and supporting strategic initiatives, including organic agriculture, youth engagement, local product labeling, and grant readiness, each aligned with the key mandates. Your continued leadership has been essential in building the foundation for resilient, community-driven agricultural development. On behalf of the Council, thank you for the opportunity to present today's testimony and for your unwavering commitment to food sovereignty in the Virgin Islands. Furthermore, the council has been invited by Senator Hubert Frederick, Chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, to deliver and report on implementing the Territory Agriculture Plan. Today's testimony focuses on an immediate FY26 budgetary priorities, but we welcome the opportunity to present our continuing outcomes, evolving challenges, and long-term goals before that body. The council remains fully engaged and available for continued dialogue, collaboration, and clarification. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony for your steadfast commitment to the farmers, fishers, and our territory. I'm honored to appear before you today. I will do my best to respond to any questions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. George, for that testimony. And certainly we'll drill down a little bit more in terms of some of your requests here in this matter.
Thank you.
At this time, we need to take a 2-minute recess for restart of our system, and then we'll come right back and open up the floor for questions. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands at recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record. At this time, Mr. Herrick Wickramer, you have a short testimony to deliver.
Very, very brief.
You're recognized for your testimony this time.
Good day, Honorable Senator Noel Francis, Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, and other members present, and all the other senators present. To be short, I'm going to cut all the welcome part and go right into it. On behalf of all of us at Island Green Living and the Food and Farm Council, Dr. George and Dr. Petersen, I want to underscore the importance of investment and support of Virgin Island Department of Education's Seeds of Security, Sustainability and Agriculture Education. Thank you to the Senate and the Governor's Agriculture Plan, which was implemented a few years ago. As you all know, one of the most critical issues in our territory is the fact that our currently 97% of our food supply is imported. It is imperative that our young people are given the tools, education, engagement to the future agents of change while supporting their need for fresh, nutritious food today. The Sustainable Agriculture Education Programming encompasses age-appropriate agricultural and sustainability content programming encompass age-appropriate agricultural sustainability content incorporated into curriculum, hydroponics, freight farming, and other school growing systems, container farming, so they can learn hands-on food production, composting, etc. Future Farmers of America engagement, farm to school, fresh produce, and so much more, and hoping one day our school lunch program will be fully grown by our local farmers. The provision of grow bags and seeds that students will use to create their own container gardens at home ensures seeds of security are shared with their families and community. More food grown in the territory means better nutrition as well as less food waste, less packaging, and less pollution. When students grow it, they eat it. Seeds of Security programming not only feed the students' minds and bodies, it also awakens their passion and engagement. It is shown that programs such as Seeds of Security lower absenteeism and increase the health of not only students but the community. It inspires the innovations such as reducing food waste by freeze drying, AI techniques, and more, by creating new generation of involved and environmentally educated torchbearers who understand our direct connection with food. We ensure the future of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The financial investment in this initiative now will come back tenfold in years to come. Every student must experience growing seed. Growing seed experience does not mean just putting seeds onto soil and watering it. It's learning about it, how much water, water conservation, write essays, have debate and speeches, etc., and research. Just like Dr. Safia George shared, the soil nutrition is a very important part of it. Inculcate the value of seed to plate with essay competition, songs, art, STEM project, research, class debate, oratory, etc. Now we are not only harvesting fruit, but also growing the intellectual capital of our next generation. Details as outlined in the UNESCO collaborated Planet Green Force program. As Director of Sustainability and Agriculture Education, Sydney Meadows, who Dr. Renee Charlesfield brought on board, outlined in her presentation to the LFFC, greening education should be a vital part of day-to-day teaching. Supporting organic farming initiatives, which will eradicate harmful pesticide usage, potentially contributes to less health issues, reduction of hospital stays, and increased organic composting and mulch, thereby reducing landfill fires. Yes, landfill fires, if we compost 60% of our organic waste, it'll reduce the stuff going to the landfill. Can we also think like other major cities and states and other countries which have gone completely organic with no harmful pesticides? Both Dr. George and Petersen mentioned if we bring the island to organic, one day this will help to promote United States Virgin Islands as an eco-tourism destination, adding valuable additional income to our coffers. It's not just the food organic, but there'll have to be other items to become that. I'm hoping that with the new Commission of Tourism, and like originally it was education and the tourism and agriculture was together in 1995, it was separated. We can all work together without being in silos. So honorable senators, we are all intertwined. We need to move away from operating in silos. What does that mean? Our governor demonstrated his commitment to this tenant when we asked for a meeting with 5 commissioners: education, DPNR, waste management, agriculture, and property and procurement. And within days, he arranged all of them to come together. What did that do? That allowed us to get the $20 million grant, and we started working on it, but unfortunately, it was halted recently. Let us add EDA, UVI, USDA, and Conservation Board and collaborate on agriculture and sustainability related to projects. By teaming up, we can increase yield and make significant impact versus smaller individual attempts. Let us promote teamwork and one territory approach. Working together increase the harvest from our combined efforts. Mr. President, with your kind permission, I would remiss if I don't say at one of the previous hearings, I was given the impression we will go away from these single-use plastic water bottles. And because you're drinking microplastic and nanoplastic, we want the health of all the senators to be protected. And I will once again offer to fund a water purification system in the Senate if you want to make an arrangement so your health will be protected in the future. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wickerman, for your testimony there, and I agree. Yeah, we need to move away from the water bottles. So we have heard all of the testimony this afternoon in respect to this and agriculture. At this time, we have a few questions. I would like to open up the floor for discussion on these matters. First of all, I want to ask you, Commissioner Dr. Petersen, have you received all of your FY 2025 appropriations allotment to date?
The allotments, yes, Senator, we have.
Into the mic, please.
Again, it's all. We talking about it. My second. To date, Senator, we have received all of our allotments. Yes.
Thank you. And in terms of federal funds, well, how much do you owe in vendors payment at this time?
In vendors payments, Ms. Charles, please. I'm looking for that, but Ms. Charles, I think you have it right.
Rennie Charles, Fiscal Officer. As at this time right now, we owe $81,000 to VIA.
Is that the only vendor that's owed at this time?
Other than just regular bills, monthly bills, VIA would be the only outstanding we have right now.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner, in regards to federal funds, have you been notified or that any of your federal funds have been clawed back or adjustment have been made?
The only adjustment I'm aware of, the main adjustment I'm aware of, Senator, is with respect to our cooperative agreement funding with the USDA NRCS. We did have some adjustments, but we are basically at the point where we are moving forward and we have addressed those needs between our two entities. So we are good to go. This is with respect to the border project I mentioned earlier.
Okay. And Commissioner, you have a total of 24 grants available to you, and some of those grants are expiring within the next 45 days. September 30th of 2025, you have a little bit over $1 million, $1.156 million is expiring as of September 30th of 2025. What's happening with those monies?
All the grants that you see, Senator, have been extended. We have requested and received favorable responses for the funds to be expended, for the grants to be extended, and therefore we are not in jeopardy of losing funds.
Commissioner, I don't know if you're aware of what's going on right now, and the recent executive order that have been issued by the president, but the request for extension might not necessarily result in those monies being available. Right now, there's everything that's open. There's an opportunity for that to be clawed back or for it to be adjusted. So please, I see that you have unexpended fund balance from your grants in the amount of a total amount of $9,830,584. It's important that that money is spent or obligated and be earmarked to be spent as soon as possible.
Thank you, Senator.
I too want to join you in commending your Employee of the Year, Shawiki Murray, Shawaki, and Henry Prentice from the St. Thomas St. John. I want to commend them as well for being Employee of the Year for Department of Agriculture. It's always commendable when we have individuals that continue to excel above the rest and really showcase the work. So thank you for recognizing those individuals and congratulations to them. So Commissioner, I'm a little disappointed in regards to our Abattoir situation. First of all, the Abattoir in St. Thomas, I went back and looked at your testimony for FY 2025, where there was some plan to either move towards a mobile abattoir or work towards repairing the current abattoir. And now I'm hearing that from your testimony today that you still have moved away from the mobile and now considering moving towards the repair of the existing facilities. What's truly happening in the space of the abattoir situation?
You are correct, Senator. During the last 2 years, we have had some changing environments around us, changing issues around us, and those issues include the availability of funding. When we spoke about purchasing a mobile abattoir, there was every reason to believe that funding would be available for making that happen. However, Senator, that has not been the case, and therefore we have revised our plans, and what we have decided upon is what I read in my testimony, to basically work with what we have. The only thing that we know we have for sure, one, is a structure here in St. Thomas. Two, we have some insurance funding. Those are the only two sureties we have, and based on that, our team has decided the best approach right now is to renovate. We know that developing a scope of work would cost us more money than we can afford to spend, and that is why we partner with the Department of Public Works to procure an engineer, and they will actually cover the cost of the engineer for us to have the scope of work done. So, Senator, we have been simply revolving and responding to changes around us.
Okay. And what's currently happening for slaughtering of animal products right now in St. Thomas? I heard you mention in your testimony as well that there is no barging occurring right now, or the barge that brought the animals over is dry docked. So what's happening now for slaughtering?
There's no activity, Senator. There's no activity on behalf of the department. We have been constantly engaged with the carrier, the vessel owner, as recently as 2 weeks ago, and their commitment to us is to try to be back en route between the end of this month and early next month. All we can do is to engage them, but with respect to the department's activity, with respect to slaughtering, there's no such activity at this time in St. Thomas.
So does that mean that all we eating is imported meat and no local meat is being consumed? Or individuals are now taking these matters into their own hands and we're having the bush kills?
Unfortunately, Senator, we are talking about bush kills. Unfortunately, the meats that are consumed, produced locally, have been slaughtered elsewhere, but not in a sanitary abattoir facility. Unfortunately.
That's very concerning for me, because again, we don't know what we're consuming in that instance. And when I say we, that's a general comment. I'm not a big meat eater, but still, I think that's very concerning to me on that.
Concerning to me as well, Senator.
Very well. So you said that in light of this, we're hoping that, in fact, the barge will be available in the next few weeks?
That was the last response to our request, to our inquiry, yes.
Okay. All right. Again, I'm sure that we'll have some conversation with that offline and see how, that could be supported, because I think it's important that we're able to address that situation that we're experiencing. At this time, I'll open up before we open up the floor, I wanted to ask you about your revenues. What is your revenue collections to date?
Ms. Charles, please respond.
Rennie Charles, Fiscal Officer. Senator, our revenue today is $125,643.86.
And Ms. Charles, how was this in comparison to the same time period last year?
Last year, actually, it's a little different, but last year, I can tell you what we did last year. The total was $169,584.25 for the entire fiscal year of last year.
So with 2 remaining months, we seem to be a little bit under that, you're saying?
I'm a little bit, but I'm thinking that we should, with the payments for land lease coming in, and we also have some equipment rental bills that's gonna be coming in. I'm thinking that we should be a little over or right there.
Okay. And this money is deposited into the general fund. Is any of that funding retained for any of your operations?
It goes into the agriculture revolving fund, not the general fund.
Okay. And that's all of it? All of your revenues?
That's all of it. Yeah. The only one that goes into the general fund would be the abattoir.
Okay. Oh. Thank you. At this time, I'll open up the floor for a 5-minute round. And Senator Fredericks, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Pleasant good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. People of the U.S. Virgin Islands, listening and viewing audience, testifies. Dr. Petersen, how you doing? Dr. George, how you doing?
I'm fine, Senator. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm excited to have you guys here. As you know, I'm the chair of the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee, so I want to make sure we do our best to take care of my committee members. And so help me out as much as you can so my colleagues could understand the gravity of your situation. Real quick, bookkeeping. The last time we had a discussion about the IG report, you never did follow up with me on what was the status of the $2.25 million from the general fund that the report claimed between 2016 and 2021 you didn't receive. Did you ever receive that?
No, Senator. What we were told is that that basic window of opportunity had passed us. If you're speaking about the audit report, we did meet with IDG's office, and those funds were not ones we could retrieve.
Okay. And the Tourism Revolving Fund, $2 million, nothing? The Department of Tourism wasn't kind enough to let us have that money?
The window of opportunity had passed, Senator. Those fiscal years had ended, and therefore there was no way for us to retrieve the funding. It was the bottom line to us when we met.
At least I'm trying, right? Trying to.
Yes, you're trying, and we appreciate it.
Okay.
We appreciate it very much.
No problem. Okay, let's focus on some key things. I know we've been trading letters about the conference. I see now in your testimony you talked about the conference being sponsored next year. I'm happy to hear that. What month are we going to have the conference, and did you receive funding on it this year also?
No, we have not requested funding this year, Senator, since we did not plan to host the conference this year. We will be requesting funding during the following year. However, I'll let you know, in response to your question, we are looking at the month of July, thereabout of 2026. We have already begun to have some organizing meetings, including the Department of Finance, and the discussion has gone along the route of could we possibly retain the funding for this year and the next year to have for next year. So that's a very real possibility.
Okay, that's what I'm hoping, because sometimes we have a lag in receiving money. So if we could get it this year, and then we'll ask for forgiveness for next year, right?
That's our discussion.
Okay,
yes, thank you.
Let's talk about your request. It seems to me that we're not where we want to be, but we're working towards it. I see we have some vacancies. We've got some individual making below $35,000 that we need to get up to the $35,000. How many do you have under that current status, under $35,000?
We have 19 employees to date, Senator, who are below $35,000.
What is the total
we have also,
sum of that?
We have also calculated that at minimum, to get all of those employees up to $35,000, it would take $65,000.
And fringes?
Oh, the fringes, Mr. Bryan might have to help me with that part of it. I will allow Mr. Bryan to speak or to calculate.
Aaron Bryan, Director of Administration and Management. Did not calculate the fringes, but I can get that information for you.
Okay, please submit that to the chair. We definitely need that information when we do our markup.
I will.
Okay, so in reference to the, let's see here. We finally got the tractor up and running. I was going to ask you about that, but I saw you put it in your testimony. We almost got that up and running. That was a big one. I'm glad to see that's going to happen. Dr. George, real quick, I see you're asking for $3 million.
1 minute.
For, I guess that's for the initial funding we need for the local food and farm council. Dr. George? Okay. Dr. Adamu, could you answer that question? It was the $3 million what we came up with as the initial appropriation for the local food and farm council?
Yes, I would be reluctant to confirm.
Put your name on the record, please.
I think that's correct. Sorry.
Is this what? Yeah. Osman Adam is my name, Dean and Director for the School of Agriculture. Yes, I think that figure seems to be correct.
That's the number we came up with. Okay, so I know we've been working on it for a while. If we can't get that number, what number can we try to get that's going to help us?
We will have to get back with you with that number.
Yeah, because I'll be honest with you, with this current budgetary environment, what we want and what we could afford is two different things. So just keep that in mind. And I know it's necessary, and I know unfunded mandates aren't a good thing. So just help us out on that. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Thanks for your response.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of question. Mr. Adamo, Dr. Adamo, do you know how much money have been allotted to the Food and Farm Council at this time? Are you aware of the amount?
I'm not aware of the confirm, but based on the total budget is 2.7.
2.7?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay. All right. Is Dr. George, are you back online? No?
This is Petersen, Senator Francis.
Yes.
And I believe the 2.7 is accurate.
Is that correct? Well, we're trying to
As the
determine.
co-chair,
Go ahead, Dr. Petersen.
that the 2.7 is accurate.
Okay, we were trying to ascertain how much have been allotted thus far to the Food and Farm Council.
Yes, I think the 2.7 that Dr. Aduamo referenced is accurate.
It's accurate.
Yes.
That's what we're budget for, but I'm asking how much was received. You're saying the 2.7 was received?
Senator, that would be minus the appropriation for the Department of Agriculture. And I believe the others have been received.
Okay.
The appropriation to the department was $383,000.
Yeah. Okay, very well. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to Commissioner Petersen, Dr. George, Assistant Commissioner Richards.
No, I ain't got promoted yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But thank you, though.
I just got in, so that's fine from saying, Mr. Wickramer, I'm not sure that you're my name, and all of the other testifying, and thank you so much for your testimonies. But based on what I'm hearing so far, I'm truly disappointed, very disappointed as a matter of fact, especially being from the St. John district and Abbott Cook, Chef, etc., and the Abattoir. That's critical to us here in this territory. It's critical in many ways, shapes and form. I know after the hurricane, they got damage, etc., and we have been having discussion about the Abattoir. It's been different time. My little boy grew up right next to the Abattoir. So I know even though we talk about flood zone, the whole of that is a flood zone, but the point is, it did its purpose. And my mindset was, let's just fix it. And here it is now, we're back to the beginning, where we should have started. But nonetheless, what the time frame, what are we looking at in terms of actually streamlining processes to get it online? Because it's critical. We have a crisis right now as far as I'm concerned, because folks are killing animals every day. They are. And that's a fact. And people can get sick, as a result of that. So what are we doing? What's the timeline?
I share your concern, Senator. We went from looking to rebuild it to the mobile back to rebuilding. I agree. Timeline-wise, we expect for the scope of work to be completed within the next 3 weeks, roughly. What we expect to do is to be prepared to send that to bid, provided that we have all the funding to send it out to bid. We know that we have just over $500,000. What will happen at that particular time, Senator, is that once we see the scope of work and the costs associated, we may have to reach out to get the remaining funding, and then it can go to bid.
That's the least of your worries, because it's critical. Like I said, it's critical. It's critical for us here in this district and in Croix also. So honestly, let's do what we have to do, and we'll make it happen.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, that's not a problem. In respect to the post-audit report, let's go to page 5 quickly. I see for training. How much have you expended for training for this fiscal year? Because you requested 45,000 this fiscal year. How much have you expended?
As far as how much has been expended, I may ask Mr. Brand for information there. But what I do know is that within the next month or two, we're going to expend another 15,000. And then I had a request.
How much have we expended
so far?
Yeah.
I don't have that figure, Senator. I'm asking for Mr. Bryan to assist with a figure that might support.
Please be succinct with your answers, because we only have 5 minutes. That's not a lot of time. Please proceed with response. Very well.
Aaron Brand, Director of Administration and Management. I could provide that information for you. I don't have it in front of me at this moment. Exactly how much expended.
To me, you see, that's what frustrates me, honestly. It really frustrates me. Training is something automatic in every department. It's only $45,000. You should have the top of your head, we have expended this, you should know. Those are numbers that should be coming from the top of your head. I'm serious. It frustrates me every year, the same thing. I'm looking at the grants, and I'm going to go into the grants because there's some $11.5 million in federal grants that have not been utilized. And the chair spoke about what space we're in right now with the administration, right? And these are the same grants I see every year that's not being touched. And we have a crisis when it comes to agriculture in the territory. We import everything and some, but yet still we are getting assistance, and we are not, in my opinion, this is Marvin Blind opinion, we are not utilizing these funds like we should, and really being aggressive in terms of assuring that we utilize these funds by any means. The Farm and Ranch Stress Assistance Network program, it expired in August.
Yes, it does.
And we still have $318,000. Why do we need to be asking for extension every year all the time? And we need these funds. We can create programs, reach out to see exactly who, what, when, why when it comes to assistance and utilizing the funds. I mean, I've seen 3 different commissioners since I've been here, it's been 11 years, and the same results with every single one. At a point right now, I don't care what background you have, how much education you have. I care if you really want to make a difference. Your heart is in the right place, and you move these funds. I'm sick and tired of seeing folks coming here with all of the adequate credentials and everything, but I ain't seen no movement when it comes to dollars and cents. I'm sorry, that's just the way I feel. That's what I'm seeing, and it frustrates me. I'm at a point right now, I just be so frustrated when it comes to budgeting, because it's like, oh my God, this is simple stuff. This is simple stuff. What are we doing in terms of, honestly, what are we doing in terms of these funds? Do we have the capacity, number one? Number two, are they relatable to us? Because why aren't they being spent? And if they are, why aren't they being tapped into? That's my first question, because I'm very frustrated right now as we speak.
Senator,
I'm sick of going to the stores and buy. I don't go everything in my yard, you know. I have every plant you could think about. I use it every single day. But my thing is, as a community, is a shame. We live on an island. An island, we can't support ourselves. We cannot, and that's a problem. So my question is, with these grants, what's going on with these grants? What the problem? Let's find out what the issue is, what the problem is, and how we can move forward, because I'm tired of this.
Senator, a part of the problem, the issue, the challenge with us is capacity. Therefore,
there we go.
Therefore, within the last 4 months or less, we have requested of our federal funders to support hiring staff. We have hired 4 additional staff, Senator, to assist us with moving initiatives forward.
In which area?
Forestry. All of them are forestry.
Okay, very well. And what about the other grants? Like I say, Farm and Ranch Stress Assistance Network. What that entails?
That is in conjunction with the University of Tennessee, and I will have Assistant Commissioner Abraham elaborate on that.
Please.
Yes, thank you, Senator Blyden. That program has been halted. So therefore, that's the reason why no monies have been expended. But to the end of what you have been speaking about.
Before you move on, why have it been halted?
The reason why the program has been halted, the sub-grantee, which is the University of Tennessee, the program manager is no longer with the program, and the university did not replace that individual. So as a result, the program halted.
So there's not a next university we could have partnered with who would be willing to move forward with us?
Well, that's the whole thing, and it must be, grants must be expended within the project scope. And to that end, with regards to your...
What was the timeline? What was the timeline for the project scope? How long we had?
The project scope here is...
What was the time?
From 9/21, from September 21, year 21.
To
August 31st, 2025.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for my time. I have a lot more questions, but nonetheless, I am very frustrated. And before I say something that I might regret, I thank you for the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate. I mean, of course, I know of your frustration. Mr.
Yes,
Abraham, go ahead.
towards the frustration of Senator Blyden, I think he's misconstruing the uses of these funds. The large dollar amount in which the senator is speaking about is not like funds that could actually go out to help farmers. This is funds related to the forestry program, which having either to do with forestry things or also having to do with the purchase of the inner brass island in which the commissioner speak about. So that appears to be an inflated amount, but again, like I said, we must expend the funds within the project scope.
Yeah. So what's the status on the purchase of the inner brass, you say? What is the status of that?
I will defer that question.
Commissioner, what's the status of the purchase of the inner brass?
Sure. The survey work has been completed, Senator. The appraisal work has also been completed, and the appraisal work was contracted. Now that appraisal has been sent to Washington, after they have reviewed it and everything is approved, we'll propose a price for purchasing the property from the owners.
All right, so the issue is now pending in Washington, or have you received the approval?
We are waiting approval of the appraised value that was conducted by our contractor.
You're waiting that, okay.
Yes.
Very well. Commissioner,
Senator, I also
go ahead.
Say two things.
Yes.
One, with respect to our previous question about entities within the Farm and Food Council that did not receive their funding, I forgot one. It is the Department of Agriculture, but also the $500,000 to the Economic Development Authority. That's one. The second thing, if you allow me, please, in responding to Senator Blyden, yes, I understand the frustration. And not only did we lose the contact person on the side of the University of Tennessee, we also lost the contact person on our side, Senator. So those things created delays.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to put on the record.
Can you speak to what's happening with the funding to EDA? You said that it has not been received thus far?
You asked a question earlier about whether or not all of the entities received their funding to implement the agricultural plan. The response is no. The Department of Agriculture did not receive its $383,000, and they also, no, EDA did not receive their $500,000.
And what is your communication with OMB in respect to that?
We are speaking with OMB as recently as yesterday regarding our allotment, and we are moving forward.
What does that mean?
EDA is also engaged.
What does that mean moving forward? Are you anticipated to receive the funding?
Yes, we are. They asked us to propose a budget for expenditure, which we have and which we did submit. Yes.
Okay, and as of yesterday. Have you seen any abuse as it pertains to the forestry program?
I have not.
Okay. When was the last audit that had been done and conducted of these properties?
The forestry program?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any recent audit on the forestry program per se, Senator.
Okay. Senator Yirah, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I think the frustration with the federal funds is that this ain't the first year. It's not like this is the first time we're speaking about spending those monies. I was out for one term, and when I was in before that, I spoke about these exact same funds, the forestry program, and 21, 22. But for whatever reason, the monies are just not getting spent. And I've heard all different type of reasons as to why. So what are you saying? They're giving us too much money that we can't expend the monies that we're getting?
Well, when it comes to the forestry program, most of those grant funding is to cover the staff. And what happens is that they use monies from a previous year and roll it into another year. So that's what's going on with the forestry program.
If most of the monies are used to cover staff, why is there such a large outstanding balance?
Again, it depends upon which one you're looking at.
Okay, let's look at the 2023 Urban and Community Forestry Program. We received $200,000, $200,000 available. Nothing has been spent. You look at the year before that, the 22, you received $150,000, $81,000 left back. The year before that, you received $120,000, $76,000 left back.
I will defer that to Mr. Preston Brooks, who would be able to answer that question.
He's answering us?
He's virtual.
We lost the virtual links?
Mr. Brooks, you may respond.
Okay, we probably lost the virtual link. But Commissioner, we need to come up with a plan as to how we're going to be able to spend those monies. Because I'm seeing, I'm reading over the $3 million request on the Farm Council, some $400,000 that is to be utilized for positions. I mean, can any of those positions be supplemented by those federal funds instead of wanting to just use all general fund monies?
I don't think so, Senator. Based on the positions that we are seeking to have within the Department of Agriculture, the forestry funds will not cover those. Okay. Examples would include our engineer we're looking for, or pathologist we're looking for.
Okay, so stop there. Tell me what's the justification for the civil engineer?
That, Senator, is with respect to the needs we have for infrastructure improvement and maintenance. We're talking a lot about roads. We're speaking of water, storage, and distribution, those kind of projects.
And can't you partner with Public Works to get that expertise?
We have been. We have been, and we have been, Senator, and the Department of Public Works has reached out to us very, very well. But we also know that when it comes to major projects, they have limited time and expertise because they have full-time projects themselves. So they have been supporting, but we would be even more efficient if we had our own engineer.
Okay, before I go to the personnel services and fringe, in reference to the hay baling, I'm getting just a lot of complaints on the farmers on St. Croix in reference to the hay baling and the last round of hay baling that took place, that literally all the bales were sent to St. Thomas and no bales were made available for the farmers, or limited bales were made available for the farmers on St. Croix.
Senator, the last baling that was done a few weeks ago, approximately no more than 10 bales were collected. It was a testing on a very small plot. It was a testing because our 2 hay balers are in need of repair. We need parts.
Okay, how much of the 10 stayed on St. Croix?
I believe it was 2. I believe it was 2. Between 2 and 4.
That's my point.
Between 2.
To my knowledge, it was 2. And that's my point. You're baling on St. Croix. We have a large number of livestock. We have a large number of small livestock. The weather conditions are very, very dry, and the bulk of what was baled on St. Croix was placed in a boat and shipped to St. Thomas. So you can't be, the local farmers must be upset. But let me change from that. When are we going to get a baler fixed so we can bale and be able to provide hay for the farmers on all 3 islands?
All of the procurement papers have been finalized. We are simply trying to get a payment to the vendors. And so we're going to continue that effort with the Department of Finance. It's simply an issue of payment to the vendors, Senator.
For parts?
For parts.
Okay. But by the time we get those payment process, the rain is going to come and the place is going to be green again, or individuals are culling the livestock because of how dry the weather is. Now, I'm going to the budget. I'm going to your budget, the Department of Agriculture annual budget comparison that was on page 20 of 36 of the Commissioner testimony. Year to date for personnel, you have spent $1,592,071. That is of July 9th, 2025. You were allocated in the revised budget $2,834,063. I mean, $2,834,063. At the rate that you're spending, I'm projecting that you're only going to spend $2.1 million of your personnel budget. There's no way that you're going to spend $1.3 million in 2 months and 3 weeks.
1 minute.
So I am saying that at the end of this fiscal year, you are not going to expend the monies that were allocated for you to the Department of Agriculture for personal services or for fringe benefits. Anyone on your financial can look at those numbers and agree, disagree, or justify how they're going to spend all the monies?
You may be correct, Senator, but I'll ask Mr. Bryant if he has any thoughts about that.
Yirah Bryant,
do know that
Director
we've
of
lost some
Operations and
staff.
Management.
I do know that we've
Yirah
lost some
Bryant,
staff.
Director of Administration and Management. I could do some calculations to see exactly what it is. At this moment, I can't really tell you exactly the cause of
30
what
seconds.
it would be in the end of the fiscal year. But I could do some calculations to get you a better answer on that.
If you look at the amount that you have, $1,592,071. That is the amount that you spent over 9 months. July is the 10th month. If you divide that amount by 9, you're spending $176,896 every month. If you multiply that times 3 for the remaining 3 months, you get $530,690. You add that to the $1,592,071, and you come up with $2,122,000. I could throw in $300,000 if you hire extra people, and you're still going to be below what was allocated to you. So the $65,000 that's needed to bring those employees up to $35,000 is already embedded in this budget. The amount that is needed for fringe benefit to bring those employees up to speed is already included in this budget. And we're seeing this in a number of budgets that come before us, that at the end of the fiscal year, what was allocated for personnel and fringe isn't going to be met. So there's no need for us to be scraping as to how we're going to find money to bring these employees up to speed because the monies already exist.
But we do have vacancies that we want to fill as well.
And if you fill it, you only got 2 months of the salary that you're going to be paying for this fiscal year. So you're going to still have more than sufficient funds to be able to cover. Tell me how many vacancies you want to fill on the cost.
7.
Now what is the cost?
I can get that for you as well.
You had that on one of the pages, the vacancies?
Vacancies on page 24. Your point is noted, Senator.
Okay. Additionally, for the departments, okay, I'm seeing them there.
I don't look right.
For the department, I'm seeing 2 positions there, butcher, 33,285. The legislature already passed a bill that raised the minimum salary to 35,000. It was vetoed, it was overridden by this body, and it is now law. There's no agency that need to submit any type of vacancy at anything less than $35,000, because that is the law. And we're going to make sure that the law is enforced. Agriculture is by far, along with sports park and recreation, one of the lowest paid entity. You guys have had employees, mechanic, individual heavy equipment operator working for 20, 25 years and barely making anything. And we have fought in this body to continue to allocate monies to bring those employees up to speed, and have met difficulty with union and everybody else in justification as to how we're going to be able to increase these individuals' pay so that we can keep them, so we could have workers at the Department of Education. So you already have monies that's included in your budget, and we need to work as to how we're going to be able to bring your employees up to speed. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Commissioner, how is morale at your agency? I mean, we see where there's a tremendous, how many vacancies do you have under $35,000?
We have 19 vacancies under $35,000.
19 vacancies. How is morale?
Senator, morale could always be better, but in my opinion, I think morale has been very much improving. I say that because we have done well, I believe, in the last several months, even up to the last year, to demonstrate our care and concern for employees through employee appreciation activities, etc. So yes, could always be better, but I think we are in improvement.
And we still have, I'm sure that those individuals that continue to be at the lower end, the laborers, the welder at $30,000. You have laborer 2, butcher. All of these, again, heavy equipment operator 2, $29,276. You have a number of positions here that continue to be way under $30,000 custodial worker. Go ahead.
That is correct. No, that is correct. And that is a part of the morale issue that you asked about, Senator. So we are going to be addressing those in the next fiscal year.
Okay, well, employee appreciation don't help the salary. And at the end of the day, people want to be able to carry home some decent salary, and yes, you could have an appreciation, take them out to Christmas Park and wine and dine them, but when payday come, they need to carry home something decent. All right.
We'll be addressing that soon.
Thank you.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Please recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
Mr. Chair, Senator Blyden, we're trying to get a point of information for a little while.
Okay. Senator Blyden, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Petersen,
yes,
in respect to in and out of brass, who was the local appraiser and what was that price tag in terms of the contract for in and out of brass?
Okay. In a brass.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Ms. Mathilde Wilson, our coordinator of the Forestry Legacy Program, to respond. She was directly in contact with that person. Okay. Ms. Wilson?
Mathilde Aurelian Wilson, Forest Legacy Coordinator. In regard to the appraiser, we don't have a local yellow book appraisal. To do a purchase with federal funding, you must have a certification with your yellow book appraisal, which is a federal appraisal certification. For that, we submit our request, and we have a company that is based in the state that came down to do the appraisal. It wasn't a local company.
What's the name of the company and how much was the contract for? That's the question I asked.
Yes, for that contract, we had 2 bidders. We couldn't find a third one. The one we had from Puerto Rico were over $30,000. And also we have the other one, which is Edward Consulting, Edward Company. It is $8,500. So we went with Edward's company.
Okay, very well. And may I make a change in respect to local appraisers? What do local appraisers need in order to procure federal contracts such as this type? What is missing so we can know, so they can try and attain it? What do we need in terms of local?
I believe we would have, or they should have training and go to that class and get all the requirement that the federal required to be a yellow book appraiser. They have a lot of rules to follow and regulation to be hired, to be certified as a yellow book appraiser.
Yellow book appraiser. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Blyden.
Point of information for Mr.
Go ahead, Mr. Bryan. Go ahead.
Yes, the vacancy is 275,133.
Okay.
That's vacancy savings.
Correct.
For how many positions?
7.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Commissioner, how many employees do you have?
66 employees, 66 positions, 59 being active.
Okay, so you have 59 employees now and 66 positions.
Correct.
Okay, so that leaves how many vacancies?
7.
Okay, 7. I just heard 19. Okay.
No, 19 was the number of staff who are under $35,000.
Okay, 19 under 35.
Right.
How many vacancies under 35 of those 7?
I'm not sure, Senator.
Sure.
Mr. Brian, I think he can get that easily for us.
2. We're going to work on that.
It's just 2.
Brian. Just 2?
2.
Okay. Has anyone received wage increases for 25?
All of our Overloo employees have received the increases.
Overloo. Okay. Any retro owed?
Including retroactive payments.
Okay, so everybody up to date?
Correct.
Okay, good. Any GS employees?
I don't think we do have any GS employees.
No? Okay.
No, we have one that retired.
Retiree, yes.
One retiree, is it?
Yes,
one
retired.
One did retire. Not currently.
Okay. So your current numbers, your actuals of expenditures for personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges, utilities. So your actual for personnel is what? As of what date?
Expenditures in personnel as of
what date? You tell me.
As of July 9th.
As of July 9th?
In personnel services, $1,592,071.
Okay, so you don't have anything more recent. Okay, so fringe again?
For fringe, Senator, as of the same date,
correct,
$770,443.
Supplies?
As of the same date again, we're speaking of $192,538.
Other services and charges?
$367,107.
What do you pay for utilities on a monthly basis?
We pay $160,000 in an automatic transfer.
Right, but what do you pay on a monthly basis? You don't have a breakdown of that?
I do not. We do not. No.
Okay. Any capital outlay?
No, we don't.
Okay. So based on the post-audit report, page 8, you have a copy of the post-audit report?
We do.
Okay. So for personnel services, Overloo receive wage increases?
Correct.
How many personnel?
How many persons?
Yeah, for Overloo.
Mr. Brian, what is that number?
27.
We have, excuse me?
27.
27.
Okay, so 27. So does the 25 budget cover that 27 persons who receive the wage increases?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so, and then the $1,592,071 as of July 9th is with those wage increases?
It doesn't include those wage increases.
Okay, then I see what my colleague is saying. Yeah, it's basically a wash. Okay, so based on page 8, we have for supplies at the summary at $148,874 for supplies. But you have expended to date 192, well, to July 9th, 192 in supplies. So your supplies, I guess you need to look at and recalculate.
Okay.
Your other services and charges, you're currently at 367,107.
1 minute.
Yes.
Your is and the summary is showing you 373,667. You know, so are those numbers, where you have those same numbers? Because those are the numbers submitted to post-audit. But again, you see from July month on, the kind of monies you've already put out in regards to supplies and other services and charges? So what is your total ask is you are comfortable with the appropriation by the governor recommendation. So what is your ask?
Well, Senator, we have a lot of needs.
30 seconds.
We do, and we can always do more with more resources. But Senator, if there's new monies that we can use to support our needs, I would say yes to those. If there are monies that are going to jeopardize my fellow agencies, then I would not be open to that.
And I got you. But okay, so once we make sure we have the personal and fringe covered, capital outlay, you say you didn't have anything for capital outlay?
We have nothing, no.
Nothing, zero. Okay, so how are you going to address the Abattoir?
At present, we have our insurance proceeds. We're awaiting the scope of work to know what the actual figure is going to look like. And so we are hoping that we're not far off, Senator, but if we can address most of those needs with the proceeds, we're going to do just that, even if it is going to be in phases so that we are functional by the end of that phase.
How much is your insurance proceeds that you have?
$518,000, just over $500,000.
518. Okay. For the Abattoir.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Biele.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, you have $904,000 available in the Agriculture Revolving Fund?
Yes, we do.
And what are your plans for those monies?
We have projects in mind, Senator, and one of those projects includes the improvement of the community gardens area on St. Croix by improving the water resources. We have a project that entails bringing some new wells online and increasing the water line distribution system. Also, we are looking at St. John with respect to developing a community garden, and we're going to be putting some infrastructure there at our property in St. John. We have other initiatives that includes some market improvements. Some of our markets need improvements, and we are looking at projects to address those.
Did you, this fiscal year, did you receive the monies from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund?
Yes, current fiscal year 25, yes, we did.
How much did you receive, 500,000 or $1 million?
No, I think it's $1 million, Senator. 500,000 goes into the next year. Let me double check. But I think we did receive.
Yes, it is $1 million.
From the Tourism Revolving Fund?
Correct.
And that goes into, I see you have it separated. That goes into the Agriculture Revolving Fund, or you have it as two separate accounts?
Separate account.
Okay, so in the tourism, so in the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, you have $2 million available right now?
Correct.
2.6?
Yes.
Okay. And you receive $1 million in that fund on an annual basis?
Correct.
So you're not spending the fund?
It's really main reason for
pull on the mic. Pull on the mic a little bit.
To fix our admin building, the damaged administrative building. That's really what the money is for.
You didn't receive a FEMA allocation for that?
That's a reimbursement.
This is a cost share, not the reimbursement. Is this a cost share or reimbursement?
Reimbursement.
Okay, so you're spending it first and then getting the reimbursement?
Correct.
So the fund will be replenished? If it's reimbursed, it's going to be...
Yes.
Okay, and what is the cost of the administrative building?
We don't have a cost at this time. We went back into the redesign, the blueprint again, because we had to resurvey the building. Yeah. It's supposed to be a two-story building, and it was too much, so we're going back to the drawing board.
Okay. And that's the administrative building for St. Croix or St. Thomas?
St. Croix.
Okay, so we still don't, the Commissioner, we still don't know when the building is going to start? Hurricane was 2017.
Mr. Bryan is correct. We did have a scope of work for a two-story building, We simply didn't have enough funds to make it happen. And so we are in redesign, and that redesign is almost completed to a one-story building, Senator.
Who did the original design and who is doing the present design?
Mr. Bushelter and Associates.
That's Springline? Okay, that's the next company. Okay. Last question. In reference to this hemp, do we have any hemp farms on St. Croix, the Virgin Islands? Can we spend in $200,000 for this hemp commission? I don't know of one hemp farm in the Virgin Islands. It's like what, futuristic planning? We're hoping that we get a hemp farm, so we have this commission.
I will allow Deputy Commissioner Richards to speak on this issue.
Good afternoon to the senators, to the listening audience. Risa Richards, Deputy Commissioner, and I'm also have been elected to serve as the chairperson for the Hemp Commission. Right now, we are in the process. We have been meeting regularly. The Hemp Commission, we have been about 2 years now. And I want to put on the record that we've had excellent attendance and cooperation from all the members of the commission.
I'm not worried about that, Ms. Richards. I want to know how the $246,000 is being spent.
We have not made any decision on how we're going to spend the funds yet, sir. We are still in the process of developing rules and regulations.
Hold up.
Can I finish, please?
No, I'm asking you to hold up. If you have not decided how you're going to spend the money, how did you come up with an amount that you want when you don't have a plan as to how you're going to spend the money? How you come up with an amount?
Because we need to have staff, we're going to have meetings between the two islands because there are commissioners on St. Croix, and there will be occasions when we may have to do take tours on possible sites for hemp farms. It's a work in progress, sir.
You have any application for hemp farms? Do you have any application?
We have applications, yes. We've been working with DCLA to address the requirements and the standards for licensing.
Application for
we're going to have.
You're trying to anticipate my question instead of listening to the question. Do you have any application for hemp farm for somebody that wants it?
We have applications, yes, that we have to review, sir.
In reference to, I see that you have here, the commission also approved a set of policies that were recommended by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for licensing hemp retailers. Are you licensing hemp retailers right now?
Yes, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs has been licensing hemp retailers, and we have to refine some of it.
So in your policies for retail distribution, you included every store and every gas station and everything. Every place you go selling hemp and selling all type of products that I wonder what they are. That was included in the rules and regs?
They were licensed through the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
The policies, the policies.
We approved them. Policies, yes, we approved the policies, yes.
So your policies, your policies allow literally any mom and pop store, any gas station to get a license to sell hemp products?
No, sir. No, sir. That is where I was going to tell you that some of the monies are going to be used for engaging laboratories and also working with the Department of Health for the products to be tested, particularly those that are possible, that are going to be retailed as consumables.
Does something need to be done quickly? I mean, edibles are being sold as hemp products. Something needs to be done very quickly in terms of regulating the sale of hemp products, and I don't think any store should be allowed to sell hemp products. So you need to revisit those policies.
We concur with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We concur with that. Richards.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Commissioner, when is the seedlings available for sale?
Ceilings for the nursery, Senator, the ceilings are available on an ongoing basis. With the exception of St. Thomas, where the nursery is under construction, on St. Croix, the ceilings are available on a continuous basis.
What days? Is there a particular day of the week that is available, time of the day, or when is it?
No, during the work hours, Senator, with the exception of the lunch period.
Monday through
Every
Friday?
single day of the week.
Monday through Friday?
Excuse me?
Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday.
Okay, all right. Commissioner,
Monday through Friday during the work hours.
any contemplation of, well, Commissioner, any contemplation of any revenue generating creativity within the Department of Agriculture? Anything that you're thinking about in terms of funding that you may be leaving on the table that you intend to deploy as a means of increasing your revenues?
Definitely, yes, Senator. I'll begin by letting you know that we have already proposed, we have made a decision actually to increase our land rental rates. We're gonna start that in July of next year, and we have begun the outreach to farmers to let them know that. So that's one area. In the area of vet services, we have also increased our cost for delivering services. They are still subsidized at cost, but we have increased those rates nevertheless. We're also looking to revise our cost for land preparation services, water delivery. As a typical example, when we investigated, our truck delivers right now 4,000 gallons of water at the cost of about $110. Commercially, that is $120. So we're looking at all of the above, Senator. The answer is yes.
Yeah, great. I think definitely there are some opportunities there as well. I agree that we could improve in terms of the revenue collection. Commissioner, what about this budget that gives you reason for anxiety, gives you some challenges?
One part of it, Senator, is our abattoir. Going back to what's important, what we have already expressed, all of us here today, that is one part of it, Senator. I'm concerned as to whether or not, when the scope of work is completed, what that cost will be. That's very high on my agenda.
And every time we talk about abattoir, but every time we delay the build out, that increases again the cost of it. So, we've been talking about this abattoir both on St. Croix and St. Thomas for quite some time, and we are having these circular discussions, but as we continue to delay the implementation of the work, is the cost increase. That holds true for just about any construction cost right now, and more so. It's important that we're able to really narrow in and be able to get that implemented and get it going.
I do agree.
I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up at this time.
Senator Francis and other members of this committee, I simply want to express our appreciation to all of you for hearing our testimony, for also your support by way of your questions and your frustrations in some cases. We understand and we are pleased that you're supportive of the department and of clientele. So with that in mind, our department and our staff are determined to resolve all these issues, to address all the concerns raised today, and to deliver most efficiently and effectively for our clientele. We have a winning team, we have a creative team and a hardworking team, and we intend to put everything that we have to put forward to make it happen with your support. So on behalf of the department and our team, I want to thank our staff, first of all, and on behalf of our team, I want to thank the Office of the Governor and this body and our farmers for your support. So thank you, Senator.
Very well, I want to thank you, and again, my message here today to you is that we need to expend those federal funds that's available to us. It's very important. If the fund is not expended in a timely fashion, they'll be, repurposed, they'll be reused, it'll be clawed back. It's important that we're able to expend our funds. We also have to recognize the contribution of those employees that continue to fall under, that's doing the grunt work, that's out there, and under the $35,000, I think that there's some opportunities for the management team to implore and encourage the contract agreements that these individuals have to receive a better pay. Morale is very important in order to get productivity out of individuals. And, once you believe that you're not worth you're not being paid your worth, then certainly you're not going to function at that optimal level. So I think it's important that that's taken care of, and you'll see how these, while you continue to call them very professional team, that will improve tenfolds by individuals as adequately compensated for the work that they're doing there. We truly appreciate the work that's out there. We know that during our agriculture fair, we see the shining product of the work that's put in by the Department of Agriculture, and it's unfair that we only get to see that during the month of February, and when in fact we know that there's a lot of months in preparation to get us to that point. So we really need to take care of these employees moving forward. All right. There's been a lot of support from this legislative body in regards to the agriculture. We certainly provided the funding for the summit and symposium. We talk about the Food and Farm Council, the community gardens, the startup of the School of Agriculture. We're committed to ensuring that we're supporting agriculture and being able to someday sustain ourselves in terms of food security and food availability. So please, continue to express our appreciation to your rank and file employees, but we have to continue to look out for them at the end of the day. All right. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands at recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back in record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up item in block number 3.
Block number 3, Public Employees Relations Board, invited testifier, Pierina Jacobs-Feldman, Chairperson. Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee, invited testifier, Yirah, Tutein, Executive Director. This concludes the reading of Block 3, Mr. Chair.
Tutein.
Time.
Thank you. At this time, we do have the testifiers seated at the testifiers table, and we also have one virtually. So we'll go for introduction before we take the testimony. Chairperson Feldman, please introduce yourself.
Sir. Well, no, on St. Croix, I have 3 staff members there.
Yeah. Now I'm asking you to introduce yourself, and then we'll have everyone introduce themselves.
Okay. My name is Pierina Jacobs-Feldman. I'm chairman to the Public Employees Relations Board.
Oh, thank you. And who's there with you?
Jessica Filgens.
Yirah Tutein, Executive Director for VI Labor Management Committee.
I was virtual?
Yes.
Virtual, we have. Oh, okay.
Yes, good afternoon. Joseph Gums, co-chair, Labor, Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee.
Okay, you have to turn on your camera, Mr. Gums. St. Croix?
Good afternoon. Jessica Filgens, Executive Director to the Public Employees Relations Board.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Roderick Williams Bradshaw, Chief Financial Officer. PERB.
Good afternoon. Sonia Neal, Legal Assistant to the PERB.
Good afternoon, Ms. Neal. All right, you may proceed with your testimony at this time. Ms. Feldman.
Yes, thank you. Good day, Honorable Senator Noble E. Francis Jr., Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, Senators of the 36th Legislature, as well as the viewing and listening audience. My name is Pierina Jacobs-Feldman. I am Chair to the Virgin Islands Public Employees Relations Board, also known as the PERB. In addition to myself, I would like to recognize my fellow board members, Mr. Rodney Moorhead and Mr. Frederick Joseph. It should be noted that all board members' terms are expired. Allow me to extend a good afternoon to our board members and staff. Joining me today is our Executive Director, Mrs. Jessica Filgens, and our Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Roderick Williams Bradshaw. Also before you is our Legal Assistant, Ms. Sonia Neal, sitting in to provide case statistics as PERB's attorney, Gwendolyn Stroud, has recently resigned. The PERB was established on August 31st, 1980 through the enactment of Act 4440. Pursuant to that act, the PERB shall be comprised of 5 members appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the legislature. 2 of the members shall have experience with involvement in labor, 2 shall have experience with involvement in management, and the 5th member shall serve as chairman to the PERB. The act also requires that not less than 2 members represent the District of St. Croix and not less than 2 members represent the District of St. Thomas. Due to the lack of a quorum at this time, PERB cannot move forward with decisions on pending cases, which by law must be executed within a certain time frame. Correspondence has been sent to Governor Bryan on the urgency of nominating an individual to serve on the board so that we may move forward with the cases. In accordance with Act 4440 of the 13th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, the mission of the PERB is to administer the provisions of the Act to provide for an orderly and constructive relationship between public employers and their employees. Through enabling legislation, the PERB has jurisdiction and the authority to handle certain types of cases filed by employees of the government of the Virgin Islands. Given these laws, the PERB is mandated to function as an impartial administrative agency where the board member serves as fact finders and make decisions about cases based solely on the law, public policy, and precedent. The PERB does not give advice or advocate on behalf of anyone. When PERB's decisions are appealed, PERB's legal counsel defends PERB's ruling in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. In review of the PERB's fiscal year 2026 budget projections, our current needs, conditions, and objectives, we are grateful for the governor's recommended budget in the amount of $1,686,909. Later in the presentation, the Executive Director will provide an overview of the budget. The Public Employees Relations Board continues to adjust to the changes and challenges of the government's fiscal constraints. In the past, former Executive Directors have served as hearing officers, mediators, and administrators. As we continue to move forward to improve the function of the agency, our Executive Director will continue to serve in an administrative role focusing on the vision and mission of the PERB. It is important to remind this body and those viewing and listening that the Public Employees Relations Board is the only agency that is tasked with addressing and resolving complaints, conflicts, and grievances in labor-related matters directly affecting the government employees. The PERB will continue to carry out its duties and responsibilities based on the established policies and protocols, despite the challenges we face in our territory. In closing, to our staff, I say thank you for your continued dedication and loyalty to the PERB. Thank you for your time and attendance. You will now hear from our Executive Director, Jessica Filgens.
Appropriation and Finance, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., members of the Committee on Finance, senators of the 36th Legislature, the viewing and listening audience. My name is Jessica Filgens. I am the Executive Director of the Public Employees Relations Board, also known as PERB. I am here today to provide additional information in regards to PERB's fiscal year 2026 budget. The PERB is comprised of the chairman and 4 board members. 2 positions on the board are vacant. In addition to the board, we are budgeted for 12 positions, which includes 10 positions on St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas. I would like to take a moment to recognize the dedicated and hardworking employees of the PERB. Thank you. We are deeply grateful for your unwavering commitment. As a quasi-judicial entity, the PERB observes how changes affect the workplace, employment, policies, procedures, and laws. Therefore, ongoing training and development ensures that decision makers are aware of these changes and keep in compliance with the rights of employees. PERB staff are required to maintain their certifications, licensures, and requisite courses on an annual basis to stay in compliance with rules and laws. We evaluate and assess departmental training requirements and make the necessary adjustments. We also encourage professional development of our employees through soft skill and other training. FY 2025 trainings are as follows. They're trainings and conferences. So we will go and name the trainings as National Association of Hearing Officials, Labor and Employment Relations Association, National Employment Law Institute, Association of Labor Relations Agencies, National Association of Legal Assistants, National Court Reporting Association, National Association of Administrative Law, Labor Law and Labor Arbitration Training, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in the Workplace, Administrative Assistant Conference, Developing Your Emotional Intelligence, HR Basics, this is for new HR professionals, the Human Resource Conference, Staying Calm in High-Stress Conversations, Legal Research and Writing, Creative Tips and Tricks every paralegal needs to know. We now will share with you our FY 2025 accomplishments. The agency has continued the agreement with Attorney Henry Smock to serve as a hearing officer. In addition, we have brought on 2 additional hearing officers, Henry Carr III and Douglas Jurgens. 10 board meetings were held. The PERB has completed phase 1 of its upgrades, and the following equipment was purchased or is in the process of being purchased. The internet connection was upgraded to fiber. A firewall was purchased, configured, and installed. Wireless access points were purchased, configured, and installed. A switch was purchased, configured, and installed. Furniture upgrades to St. Thomas and St. Croix are in progress. Security improvement, which is a network video recorder replacement for St. Croix, a network video recorder with 2 cameras for St. Thomas, are in progress. Pitney Bowes postage meter with IMI technology was posted, configured, and installed. Xerox multifunction printers upgrades, configured, and installed. Conferencing equipment upgrade pending due to supply chain issues and increases in prices. Staff uniforms were purchased and received. Note, originally the PERB intent was to hire a full-time court reporter on St. Croix and a part-time attorney on St. Thomas. The PERB has decided to outsource the court reporting services at the recommendation of the 35th Legislature. In addition, the part-time attorney position is on hold. Our caseload statistics are as follows: 62 total number of cases filed to date, 57 cases closed, 102 cases pending, 24 cases pending at the Superior Court, 53 arbitration panels issued, 1 appeal forwarded to mediation. A breakdown of our fiscal year 2026 budget is as follows. Personnel services accounts for a total of $825,353. Fringe benefits total $360,744. Supply totals are $45,750. Other services and charges total $385,795. Utilities total $19,000. Capital outlay totals $50,267 for a total of $1,686,909. Our objectives for fiscal year 2026 are: we will remain focused on addressing all pending appeals and continue to facilitate in a neutral environment hearings in support of providing for an orderly and constructive relationship between the government of the Virgin Islands public employers, their employees, and the union representatives. We expect to fill 3 positions: legal counsel, fiscal officer, and IT specialist. We expect to complete our website. We are preparing for phase 2 of our upgrades. In summary, the PERB understands its mission and how the decisions we make affect the lives of government employees. The PERB will continue to meet its statutory duties. We remain steadfast and committed to bringing resolve and to ensuring that all matters are rectified in a timely manner. We humbly thank you for the opportunity to present before this body our budgetary needs for fiscal year 2026. We stand ready and available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fulgens, for your testimony there. And now we'll go to the Labor Management Committee. Ms. Tutein, Executive Director Tutein, you're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Honorable Neville E. Francis Jr., and other distinguished members of the Finance Committee of the 36th Legislature. My name is Novell. Sorry. My name is Yirah Tutein, Executive Director of the VI Labor Management Committee, also known as the VI LMC. It is my privilege to appear before you today to present an overview of our committee and to respectfully request our consideration of our proposed budget. I would also like to recognize our Administrative Assistant, Ms. Angela Lee, and our presenter, Mr. Joseph Gum. He will be providing an additional presentation to the Finance Committee. My presentation would highlight the history and the purpose of the VILMC as an agency labor management committee, followed by a brief review of the fiscal year 2026 budget recommendation. The Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee is comprised of 10 members, 5 representing labor, 5 representing management. The management representatives includes Joseph Ransford, which co-chair, Ronald Tutein, Violet Wilkins, Alcest Lewis Brown. The labor representatives includes Joseph Gums, co-chair, Carol Armstrong, vice co-chair, Hilary John Baptiste, Classier Industrious, and Geraldine Walters Buncombe. The committee operates under the Articles of Incorporation and bylaws. As the executive director, my responsibilities include implementing committee recommendations, coordinating workshops and seminars, developing policies, and preparing proposals in support of our goals. These efforts are guided by a strategic operational plan developed in consultation with experts from the government of the Virgin Islands and instrumentalities, labor organizations, the Federal Mediation and Counsel Services, better known as the FMCS, the American Arbitration Association, and private sector's professionals. Mission and activities, the VILMC plays an active role in public sector collective bargaining and was established to strengthen labor management relations, improve working conditions, and enhance the quality of work life for employees across the U.S. Virgin Islands. Some of the committee keys objective includes developing educational programs that enhance labor management communication, identifying and resolving issues that affect labor relations, encouraging collaborations and trust between employees and management. The historical background, the Labor Management Committee is a territory-wide initiative dedicated to strengthening employees' involvement and in management making decisions with a focus of improving the overall work environment. The concept of the VILMC was introduced to the Virgin Islands in 1982 by the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Services, which sought to promote collaboration between labor and management in a non-adversarial setting. At the national level, FMCS actively organized similar committees to strengthen labor management relations. In 1986, the Virgin Islands formally established the VILMC as a nonprofit organization. The term labor encompasses both unionized and non-unionized employees within government agencies. In 2023, the FMCS recognized the VILMC as the longest continually functioning labor management committee internationally, a significant milestone underscoring the territory's commitment to cooperative workplace solutions. VILMC programs are designated to equip employees with skills and tools needed to engage effectively in agency group dynamic. These initiatives are especially vital in organizations where adversarial relationship previously existed, helping to build trust and cooperation between labor and management. At its core, the VILMC values the expertise and experience of employees as essential to solving workplace challenges and enhancing several service delivery. Moreover, it's champion employees' consultation in decision-making processes, ensuring their voices are heard before final decisions are made. The focus of the VI LMC. The Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee focuses on fostering engagement between labor and management by developing agency-specific labor management committees. These committees address and recommended solutions to workshop challenges that will not directly covered under the collective bargaining agreement, having a significant impact on the work environment. Workplace dynamic involved with challenges in government administrations, retirement, reassignments, and appointments of new agency heads, managers, and supervisors. These transitions affect labor management relationships and underscore the need for proactive collaboration. To support these efforts, the VI LMC offers dispute resolution services, including grievance mediation and facilitation, to help agencies navigate internal issues. Additionally, the committee conducts customized training sessions designed to promote team building and strengthening agency performance. Consistent cooperation between labor and management can significantly enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of government operations. With the request budget, the VI LMC will continue to implement in-house supervisors, stewards workshop, and encourage open dialogue, mutually understanding, and exchange of constructive solutions. The budget request for fiscal year 2026, we respectfully submit a total of $265,000, which allocates the following. $127,000 goes to personnel, covers compensation of 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. Capital outlay, $5,000, which includes procurement of equipment and assets essential to the program operations. $11,000 to fringe benefits. $10,000 to office supplies, which covers the cost of general administrative and operational materials, and $122,000 for other services and charges, which includes professional services for workshops and training sessions, network and communication, office space rental and utility costs, inter-island travel, and continued education for employees and committee members. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the VI LMC, I express our sincere appreciation for the opportunity to present this budget before the Finance Committee. At this time, I would like to invite Mr. Joseph Gums to share our accomplishments and goals for fiscal year 2025 and the outline of our goals for fiscal year 2026.
Joseph Gums, you may proceed. Joseph Gums, you may proceed. Turn on your camera and go ahead. We're not hearing you. We're not hearing you, Sir Gums. Mr. Tutein, it seems that we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. We'll get Mr. Gums. Do you have that information available? You could just go ahead and read it.
Yes, I can present it.
Go ahead. You can
Okay.
go ahead and present it.
The VI Labor Management Operation Goals and Objectives. Our goal 1 is to foster, maintain healthy, fulfilling work environments across the government agencies by promoting opportunities for employees to contribute meaningfully to decision-making process. Goal 2 is to design and implement programs aimed to improve communication and productivity while providing continuous education on labor management relations for both labor and management representatives. Goal number 3 is to assist agencies in identifying and resolving issues that impact the effectiveness and health of labor management relationships within the workplace. Goal 4 is to produce and distribute the Motivator, a monthly newsletter dedicated to highlighting labor management relationships within public sectors and promoting continued dialogue and engagement. Objectives and strategies. The Agency Labor Management Committees, also known as ALMC, meetings and workshops are designed to foster collaboration with non-adversarial environment, ultimately enhancing labor relations across the agencies. These forums provide a structured space for problem solving through open exchange of information and ideas, helping to define key issues and work towards effective resolution. Additionally, these forums serve as value platforms for developing leadership skills, discouraging unproductive behavior in contract administration, promoting constructive conflict management, reducing workplace tension among all parties, increasing utilization of agency labor management committees to encourage broader engagement and strengthen the agency LMC's framework. The following initiatives will be implemented. Support the organization and sustainability of ALMCs across agencies, offer orientation sessions and targeted training, provide issue-specific assistance at addressing workplace challenges, circulate the Motivator newsletter to reinforce engagement and communication, sponsor training for both management and non-union management employees, host an annual general meeting for all labor management committees. Expected outcomes: a measurable increase in number of activities for agency labor management committees, greater participation by managers, supervisor, employees, and unions in cooperative decision-making process, enhance interest in training opportunities, focus on contract administration and other grievance resolutions, improving the nature of labor management relationship. A high volume of unresolved issue between labor and management often indicates underlying problems that remain unidentified and inadequately addressed. Such issues are frequently raised as signals of growing dissatisfaction with leadership actions or lack thereof. Labor management relationships typically fall into one of 3 categories: conflict management, conflict restraint, or accommodations. This strategic effort aims to transition relationships towards accommodation, fostering mutual respect, open communication, and long-term collaboration. Our goals for fiscal year 2026, we anticipate continue to provide effective training to build a base of knowledge for management, unions, and other interested parties, to provide the skills to deal more effectively and efficiently in resolving grievances with the agency labor management committees. As such, following programs are available during 2026. I'm not going to name all because it's quite lengthy, but some of them are organizing and reorganizing agency labor management committees within the government agencies, the administrative hearing process, customer service in the workplace, diversity in the workplace, contract administration, Grievance Handling, Shop Steward Guide to Grievance Investigation and Preparation, Interest-Based Problem Solving. Other specialized training are deep appropriate by request. We will continue to offer and use the LMC Conference Room to the government, departments, and agencies for meeting, trainings, and mediation. Our accomplishments for 2025 in an ongoing effort to conduct training at the VI LMC, the following are presented for consideration of additional funding. Updating the VI LMC information brochure to provide additional information, including frequently asked questions, training programs, and other permanent information. Overall, in an ongoing effort to work within the budgetary constraints during fiscal 2025, LMC will continue to effectively schedule several training courses. The VI LMC members and the FMC as commissioners will continue to present well, providing cost saving for the government agencies. VI LMC will simultaneously schedule more training on both islands and continue to provide essential programs. So far for 2025, we have done 7 trainings in grievance committee shop steward training. We did customer serving trainings and managers' rights and responsibilities. And we have 2 pending for the next month. We have interpersonal communication and a guide to shop steward grievance investigation. And this concludes my presentation on behalf of Mr. Joseph Gomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tutein. And both of these budgets are really simple enough for us to just have a few questions here and there in respect for it. I think it's pretty straightforward. Budgets here. First of all, I wanted to ask Ms. Fulgence, in terms, you receive allotments how, monthly? Or quarterly? Quarterly?
Yes.
Quarterly. And have you received all of your allotments for FY 2025?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And do you have any impress fund or any other petty cash funds or anything that you manage?
Yes, we have an account. I will like to ask Ms. Bradshaw to answer the question, our CFO.
Okay, Ms. Bradshaw.
Yes, we have a petty cash fund and we have a bank account.
What is the cap in your petty cash and who manages the petty cash?
Say that again? Oh. I'm not sure. Let's move on from that one and just go ahead and answer about the PERB account.
Okay, who?
Can you ask the question again, Senator?
Yeah, I was asking how much is the cap on the petty cash and who manages the petty cash?
The petty cash is managed by myself and Executive Director Fulgence.
What's the cap on it?
The cap is $300.
$300, no problem. You paying to GRS?
Yes, we do.
Are you up to date? That's taken off the top and sent straight to GRS, or you pay from?
Yes, Senator.
It is, okay. Which one is it?
Oh, it's up to date. We pay in and it's up to date.
Up to date, very well. What about utilities? You pay the utilities directly or is paid through the single payers utility fund?
It's paid through the ERP.
Directly from
Yes.
your agency, not through the single payers for the rest of the central government?
No, directly from.
Okay. Do you have any opportunity to collect revenues? Do you collect any form of revenues?
Yeah, we do collect some form of revenues.
And what's the revenue collection for FY 2025 thus far?
That's your total.
The revenue collection for FY 2025 so far is $12,709.98.
And that money is collected for what?
It's collected. It's what the money is for.
Yeah.
It's arbitrator fees. It's rental of space, transcript fees, copy fees.
Okay. And that money goes into the general fund?
No, it goes into our checking account.
Goes into your checking account? Okay. What's the balance in your checking account?
The balance right now is $6,923.90.
And your checking account is used for what?
The checking account is used for miscellaneous petty cash expenditures, not available through central stores, office supplies, equipment, small furnitures, maintenance, and supplies, approved reimbursements of $300 and under with justifiable receipts, payments for emergency services to vendors, expenditures in support of PERB training initiatives, postal fees and services, care and maintenance for PERB vehicles.
And that checking account is replenished based on the revenues that comes into it? That's the only form of replenishment to that account?
It depends, because sometimes we may have to purchase something because it's not available through central stores. So we put it in to be reimbursed petty cash.
Okay. What about cases open? How many cases you reported? What it was, 100 and...
It was 102.
102 cases open?
Yes, Senator.
How long those cases have been open for?
I would like to refer this question to Ms. Neal.
Ms. Neal?
Our legal assistant.
Sonia Neal, legal assistant.
So you have 102 open cases. How long? What's the age on the oldest case that's open?
The oldest case that we have is a 2018 case. And we have
2018.
one 2018 case, yes.
On 2018 cases. And what's the issue with resolving that matter?
This case is due to continuances requests, non-availability of dates from the parties, and of course sometimes the PERB has internal conflicts, and we do have to reschedule hearings, and we try to do those in a timely manner.
Okay. Do you pay per diem to the board members? Ms. Feldjans?
Excuse me?
Do you pay per diem to board members?
Yes, we do.
What's the total in aggregate? How much have you paid out in per diem payments?
Okay, we have a total here. I will have Ms. Bradshaw, the CFO.
So far for FY 2025, we've paid out $7,650.
All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let me at this time one more question to the LMC, Ms. Tutein. How do you receive your allotments? Is it monthly or quarterly?
Quarterly.
And are you up to date with your allotments?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Very well. How many LMCs do you have within the central and semi-autonomous agencies?
I think right now we're up to about 1 second.
While you look for that, I'll go ahead and open up the floor. Let me know when you have the answer, and then we'll take it. But Senator Fredericks, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, listening viewing audience, colleagues, testifiers, my staff, central staff. I am so glad that I have the opportunity to speak to PERB. I always liked PERB. You know, when I was deputy commissioner, I would always hear my employees that were not happy with the process talk about going to PERB, and I was like, okay, fine, go to PERB. So now I get to speak to PERB. Just quick question about PERB, though. You said real shortly a few minutes ago that your balance on your per diem for board members is 7,000. What was the number?
7,650 paid so far.
Okay, and we only have a couple more months. On your budget, you've got 92,500 budgeted for the year.
Where are you looking at?
It's page 27, a PERB presentation. $92,500 under other services and charges.
Yes, that includes payment for hearing officers. Hearing officers.
How much have you paid thus far for that?
Hearing officers?
Uh-huh.
1 second, let me find that.
Just trying to break down this number. It's such an aggregate number, so I was just trying to find out what the details are in it. In reference to the rental, the one on St. Croix is still in Gallows Bay, right? That's the same location?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Senator.
And the rents are still the same? They hadn't gone up at all for next
Rents in St. Thomas went up.
Okay, so the one in St. Thomas is 63,000.
Yes.
That's
Senator.
what the annualized increase is?
That's not the whole, it was the 63,000 the increase.
What's
Give
the
us
rent?
a moment, please.
What's the rent in St. Croix?
The rent in St. Croix is 59,000.
Okay, so that one is correct. And you still have 2 vehicles, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, what's the age on those vehicles?
Both of them are 2021. 2021.
21? Okay, so they're in good shape.
Very good shape.
Okay, awesome. So just let me know what the rent is, please, on
For St. Thomas.
the increase for St. Thomas.
What was the increase?
Can I answer your first question about
Sure.
hearing officers? So far for the year, we have paid $40,055.
$40,055, and that would be for the mediators and
Hearing
legal
off-
services?
Hearing officers.
Hearing officers, okay. And what about transportation, the travel?
Transportation.
30 seconds.
That's uniquely different from the 80,000 you got for travel and training, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Transportation, you said not travel?
Transportation and travel.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure they weren't commingled.
Transportation, not
Yeah.
travel. So far for the year,
Time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I?
No, you didn't
Thanks.
understand. Excuse me, can you clarify what you were saying? Transportation, not travel, or transportation?
No, transportation.
Okay.
$100. $100.
$100. Okay, so, and I was trying to break down the $92,500 in other services and charges. So far, I've only got like maybe almost $48,000. So what's the bulk of this? What's the other parts of it? It's not much more.
1 second, let me find the breakdown.
You've got per diem for board members, mediators, legal services, dues, transportation, not travel. And one other question while you're looking for that, did the fringe benefits, the 360,744, is that inclusive of the 3% increase that you're gonna have to pay with GRS?
We have to look into that. I'm not really sure.
You're not sure, okay. All right, if you can, just present it to the chair on his time, please, whenever you find the information. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, appreciate the time.
Thank you. Are you prepared to answer the previous question that I asked?
Okay, yes. So we have 16 agents. Oh.
Go ahead,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Sorry, I thought you were speaking to me.
Go ahead, Mr. Tutein.
We have 16 agencies that have been organized.
16 agencies. Okay.
Yes.
Very well. At this time, Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Executive Director Phil James, Chairman Feldman, and Executive Director Tutein, and all other testifiers, and thank you for your testimony. Let me start with you, Chairman, because you made a statement in your testimony that it should be noted, and the post auditor's report have it also, that all of the board members' terms are expired. So what are you telling me, that basically no case can move forward?
No cases can move forward
Speak in the mic.
No cases can move forward without a quorum, and presently we do not have a quorum.
So what's being done in that regard? Because
well, this just recently happened, so I don't have an answer for you in that case. One of our board members are incapacitated at this time. I don't know how long that will be for, but monthly we hear and make decisions on several cases. So if I don't have a board member for 3 months, it is going to have an impact on the cases that we make decisions on a monthly basis, and we do in many cases. So yes, that's why a letter was sent to the governor urgently requesting him to nominate someone to the board. We need to have that person. And I've been asking for this for many years. As a matter of fact, I asked Yirah before he was Senate President, I begged him to come on the board, but he said he was running for office, and so, but I've been trying to find.
But that's a problem, because here it is, we have the caseload statistics. You have 62 total cases filed to date, 57 cases closed, cases pending 102, that was stated earlier, cases pending at Superior Court 24, 53 application panel issued, and 1 appeal which was forwarded to mediation. So that right there is the biggest problem you have right now.
This is a problem that I have, yes.
So when was the letter sent to the governor?
When we found out that we were...
How long ago that was?
About a week ago.
Oh, wow. So
because this happened recently. We lost...
Understood. Understood. Let me go to another area right quick, though, which is very important also because of the budget hearing. Outstanding vendor payments of $43,913 on page 9 of the post auditor's report. Let me ask, and it's stated 15,429 dates back to fiscal year 2022, which is owed to Universal Business Supplies. What's going on with the outstanding balances, and what's going on with that case? What's the reason for?
May I answer this? We had a project that started in 2022. This was the project of upgrades to the network. Someone, I don't know, in their infinite wisdom, just decided to liquidate those purchase orders, and the vendor had already delivered the product to us, the equipment. So we were kind of fighting for about a year and change to get this funds to the vendor. We finally did get them this year.
Well, great. That's good to know. What about the other balance of 33,000?
33.
1 minute.
What page? Where are you seeing that?
I'm sorry. What about the other balances? Because your vendor payments, right?
Okay.
Yeah. But you know what? No, you're correct, because that was the other outstanding balance, correct? The 15,000.
Yes.
Okay, very well. In the testimony, in respect to
30 seconds.
In respect to training, on page 19 of whose testimony is this? The LMCs.
Yes.
How much training does the employee get? Number one, let's start there. On an annual basis, and how much was budgeted for training?
Annually, we try to attend at least 2, and we budgeted 30,000 for training.
For how many employees?
For three employees. 3.
Oh.
2 employees and 1 board member.
How much have been spending this year, this fiscal year, for training thus far?
We spent 10,000, and that's going inter-island and doing 1 away.
Okay, so you said you budget 30,000 for fiscal year 26?
2026, yes.
And you believe you're going to expend all 30,000 dollars?
Yes, because they're getting expensive.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. On to the next senator, Senator Violet. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that you get an issue with the board members worked out, because if you don't, you're gonna be at a standstill, and that's not good at all, especially for those individuals who have outstanding cases. So let's hope that that is remedied as quickly as possible. I'm so hoping that the individual bugs back and is healthy and able to come back and serve. In reference to your budget, I'm seeing on page 6 of the post-auditor report, your personnel services was reduced by $34,667. Is $825,353 sufficient to pay all your salaries?
I'll allow the CFO to answer that question.
All of your FY26 salaries?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you were the one that met with OMB and made these requests in reference to the amount in each category?
Yes.
Okay, so you did make a request for additional monies for other services on charge? Some 23,000.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and the extra money is for?
In other services and charges?
Mm-hmm. The additional 23,000 you...
Oh, no, that 23,000 was, let's see, in FY 2025, the total there, that $1,700,200, that includes prior year encumbrances. So the actual appropriation is $1,686,909.
Okay. Your FY25 actual appropriation was the 1,686,910, you're saying?
1,686,909.
Okay. And what are you going to have rolling over from this fiscal year to the next fiscal year? What do you anticipate?
Say that again?
You said you had some prior year encumbrances here that raised the amount to 1,710? Oh,
so there was some encumbrances in FY24 that were paid in FY25. So that's what increased made it look like it's $1,710,200.
So in fact, you're literally receiving the same amount that you did last.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. your rental space, you're renting 4,740 square feet on St. Croix, and you're paying 56,880, or has that changed?
Our agreement is for 56,880. Yes.
Okay. And in St. Thomas, you're paying for 1,000 square feet, and the next 792, so 1,792 square feet. And that is less than half the space you have on St. Croix, and you're paying more. You're paying 60,901. Is that the only available space on St. Thomas? You couldn't find some place that's a lot cheaper than that? You're paying for just 1,700 square feet for 60,000.
Senator, we inherited this, so we inherited that, so it's not like it can't be changed. We can look into it. It's an ideal spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, this government paying Niski Center over $1.5 million every year for other entities that are there. So at some point, they got to be able to negotiate with the government for a better price. You can't be charging $60,000 for 1,700 square foot. That doesn't make any sense. And that lease expires next year.
Yes.
June 30th. So I would encourage you to begin to look for a different spot that is more cost effective to the government of the Virgin Islands. Your budget is relatively small. I don't have a lot of issues. The biggest issue I have now is the fact that we don't have all the board members and we'll be at a standstill. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator of VLA. Ms. Feldman, what is your conversation with the governor's office in respect to filling these vacancies moving forward? Any feedback on that?
No, I haven't had a conversation with the governor's office. I sent a letter, and I haven't. I'm expecting a response.
Okay. All right. You said you sent the letter, and this letter was sent when?
August 7th.
August 7th? Okay. Just recently. All right. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all listening, viewing, and present. For PERB, how many employees do you have in PERB?
We're budgeted for 12. However, at this particular time, we have 9.
9. Okay. So, did anyone receive any wage increases in 25?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. So, how many people receive wage increases in 25?
I would say 8 employees.
8, okay. And is anyone owed retro?
No, Senator.
Okay. So now the 26 budget, what is your ask total for the 26 budget?
$1,686,909.
Okay, and that covers those 9 wage increases?
Yes. For FY26, yes, it will.
Okay, so your actuals for personal and fringe as of present, the expenditures, what is the latest date you have?
Okay, I will refer that question to our CFO.
Okay, you asked, say again, what was your question again?
Your actual for personnel and fringe?
Personnel and fringe, FY25 to date or to the end of July. Personnel was 554,180, and fringe 226,369.
I didn't hear the first number. Say again.
Personnel 554,180.
Fringe?
And fringe 226,369.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
1 minute.
Tutein.
Yes.
I say Ms. Tutein. Executive Director Tutein. I do apologize.
No.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How many employees do you have?
Myself, my administrative assistant, and 1 custodian part-time.
Okay, so basically 2.5.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so has anyone received wage increases?
For 2025, Ms. Angela Lee did.
Okay, so and that is covered, the 26 budget increase?
30 seconds.
Will cover myself.
Will cover you and her?
No, not her, just myself.
Or just you? Okay, okay. So how is she paid?
She's paid annually.
Annually, okay.
She have an annual salaries.
Okay, okay,
Sorry.
I got you. Okay, so the raises covered is for you?
Yes.
Okay, any retro owed to you?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, and your, to date, what is your personnel and fringe?
Personnel and fringe
And as of what date?
as right now,
Yeah. What was the latest personnel and fringe that you have in expenditures?
12,000.
12,000 for personnel
Yeah.
and fringe?
Time.
Yes.
And how much is fringe?
Fringe is, I think, about 3,000.
3. Okay, so if we could get those exact numbers, but thank you for all that you do. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Senator Graff. At this time, I'll allow for a 30-second wrap-up. I think this budget is pretty straightforward, and we don't have a whole lot of questions about it. So I'll allow for a 30 seconds wrap-up. First of all, we'll come to the chairperson for her wrap-up, and then we'll come to the executive directors.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd like to thank this body for allowing us to present our budget, and hopefully you'll agree to our request, $1,686,909, and I hope that when we appear before you next year, I'll have a full board. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fieldman. We'll also express our concerns about filling the board with the administration as well, because it's very important, and especially in light of now, there is a total standstill as a result of that. It's very important that we do that. Ms. Filgens?
But Mr. Chair, before closing, you asked a question about the increased 3% to GRS, if we budgeted for it, which we did not.
We did not.
We did not know. And in closing, I would like to thank this body, thank the Office of the Governor and this body for the opportunity to appear and request the budget. And we look forward to a productive fiscal year 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Executive Director Tutein.
I would like to thank the senators for the opportunity to present our budget and share our vision that drives our work. I respectfully request the additional $65,000 to expand our work and get the proper training. So in light of that, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity, and we look forward for your support.
Very well. Thank you all for what you do. And it's a small agency, but certainly you have a great responsibility, and we appreciate the work that you do out there. At this time, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance will stand in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 4, or final item for the day.
Block 4, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifier, Shelby Gaddy, Esquire, Executive Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the last meeting for the day.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Attorney Gaddy available and seated at the testifier's table. We'll go down to her for introduction as well as the staff.
Good afternoon, Chairman Francis and all of the esteemed members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance of this 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. I am Shelby Gaddy, the Executive Director, also known as the CEO for Legal Services. Accompanying me is our Director of Finance and Administration, Mr. Kenneth Guy, also known as our CFO, as well as Attorney Damian Sanders, who is our Litigation Director and the Managing Attorney for the St. Croix office.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony at this time. You have anyone virtually or in St. Thomas?
No, we're all here.
You may proceed.
Every year, as per usual, we look forward to this opportunity to appear before this committee and present you and the taxpayers the evidence of our efficient, effective, and fiscally responsible stewardship over the funds that have been entrusted to us by the United States Virgin Islands government. Legal Services continues to be a responsible steward of the taxpayers' dollars in that every year, again this year, we have received an unqualified or a clean audit. For fiscal year 2025, the governor's budget included $2,007,700 for legal services. And again, for fiscal year 2026, we're asking for the exact same amount. It should be noted that legal services, like all legal aid entities in the United States, are underfunded to meet the needs, the growing demand of those persons in our community. And nevertheless, we have been extremely grateful for the funds we've received, especially given the circumstances that we sit in today. And here we are supporting this $2,007,700 budget that was included in the governor's budget for legal services. And that amount will simply allow us to maintain the status quo at our present level of service delivery. Over the past 6 years, 2018 through 2024, legal services has been in what I'm going to call a continuous rebuilding posture to replace the experienced attorney resources that we lost after the 2017 hurricanes, while simultaneously trying to grow to meet the needs of our community. We lost 3 attorneys in 2024 and another one in 2025, primarily due to attorneys seeking higher salaries in government attorney positions. Presently, the total number of legal services attorneys are 5. There are 4 in St. Croix, not including the executive director, and then 1 in St. Thomas presently. When we began fiscal year 2025, Legal Services was seeking to fill 3 attorney vacancies. Then in December 2024, the newly created position of Grants Compliance Manager was also vacated due to health issues. And then we had another attorney vacancy that was created in March of 2025. So as a result, we have continued to reimagine, restructure, and realign job functions to meet the growing need of our legal assistants in the community. So in addition to combining certain functions, like the St. Croix managing attorney position has been combined with the territory-wide litigation director, we determined that we should just hire 2 junior staff attorneys, 2 senior staff attorneys in order to try to meet the workload that we have been faced with. But additionally, we've implemented procedures to utilize technology a lot more and allowing cases to be distributed and handled by the available attorney staff, regardless of which district they're in. With the technology in place, legal services intake interviews and limited representation matters can be handled without regard to where the client resides. More importantly, we also combined the Grants Compliance Manager position with the Communications Coordinator into one position and recently hired someone to fill that vacancy. That Grants Compliance Manager will allow legal services to shift some of the grant reporting and compliance requirements from the attorneys who are considered project directors to a non-attorney staff position. And that allows the attorney to have more time to engage in providing legal assistance to the community. as well as the community outreach, which we are required to do under most of our grants. And while we're still in search of a managing attorney and a junior staff attorney for the St. Thomas office, Legal Services still uses technology extensively to streamline our delivery model and to accommodate teleworking or remote working when necessary. To that end, we're in the process of completing a technology assessment to ascertain whether we're using our technology in the most efficient manner and whether our technology is adequate to continue to achieve the goals based upon our plan of growth. And with the realignment of all these job functions, the grants compliance manager will also be able to assimilate data necessary for grant writing, strategic planning, and creating a communications plan that will support a development plan. Legal Services engaged a consultant to assist with determining the strategic needs and the priorities that should be reflected in our development plan. We also engaged a consultant to assist with the Board of Trustees in determining what the immediate resource needs are and to guide the process of creating a resource development plan appropriate for our organization. Resources for us include staffing as well as funds that are necessary to sustain the organization to meet the needs of our community. The Senior Medicare Patrol Project was initially implemented in 2018 to assist Medicare beneficiaries, families, and caregivers to prevent, detect, and report health care fraud, the errors and abuse that go along with it. And as we have a rapidly increasing senior population who receive other legal assistance from Legal Services, this program augments those services. So we obtained funding in 2018, that was 5 years, that ended in 2023, and then we renewed or reapplied for that grant and we received it again, and we're now in the 3rd year of the new 5-year grant for this project. That project has been a huge success. Through the S&P program in collaboration with the University of Virgin Islands, since 2022, we've been able to train 72 seniors who have successfully attained the necessary basic computer skills and knowledge, use of the internet and social media, resulting in the issuance of over 125 certificates of completion. This has allowed seniors to engage in telehealth appointments now offered by healthcare professionals and for them to continue to eliminate the social isolation that was experienced during the pandemic from not being able to participate in the in-person social activities. And while we are cognizant of the government's financial challenges created by all the circumstances, including COVID-19 and the continuing effects of the 2017 hurricanes, the reduction of some of our federal grant programs, along with the anticipated potential impact of the recently passed federal funding legislation, the requested funds will still only allow us to maintain the status quo. Simultaneously, we have and will continue to seek and secure other sources of funding to meet the extraordinary costs associated with providing services to our community. To that end, Legal Services was successful in obtaining funding from Legal Services Corporation to assess, develop, and implement what we called a transformational grant for pro bono programs. The purpose of the grant was to engage private attorneys to provide legal assistance to eligible clients either free of charge or at a low rate, which will also increase the attorney resources to meet the needs of our community. That grant closed out in late 2024 and resulted in a net increase of only 3 pro bono attorneys. So the resources were not increased greatly there. Additionally, Legal Services was awarded funds to provide legal assistance to homeless veterans and veterans at risk of homelessness. However, with the decreased staff resources that we experienced at the height of the grant, the need for a targeted outreach program for these veterans and the number of cases projected for the program were well below the stated goals, that grant funding will fall below what we were awarded. It also expires in early 2026. And as many of you know, and I've said it every year, and I will continue to say it until something happens differently, the U.S. Constitution guarantees a lawyer when someone is accused of a crime. That's why we have the Public Defender's Office, and there are appointments for criminal cases. But there's no such constitutional right when you're facing a civil action. So unless you can pay for legal assistance, you're on your own to try to rectify unsafe rental housing, to challenge a wrongful discharge from your job, to obtain a protective court order against an abusive spouse or other significant partner, to fight for the custody of your children, or even to secure veterans benefits that you earn through your military service. It's very challenging to navigate the legal system on your own, but having legal assistance, therefore, is crucial to protecting the liberty and justice for all upon which our nation was founded. We are known as the Equal Justice Advocate in the territory, and our visionary theme for carrying out the mission is equal access to justice anytime, anywhere. That's our mission statement. It flows with our mission statement, which is to access justice, protect rights, and educate people in poverty in order to empower them to move forward towards self-sufficiency. Legal Services is not governmental. It is a 501c3, not-for-profit corporation, and our primary purpose is to provide those high-quality civil legal assistance free of charge to persons of low income, the elderly, victims of domestic violence, and other disadvantaged individuals in the territory. We are a public interest law firm, which means that we must adhere to all the professional responsibility and ethics rules and codes as any other law firm. Legal Services has continued to provide high-quality services to the client community in this territory for 56 years. We're governed by an 11-member volunteer board of trustees. That was recently changed down to 11. Its management staff is very efficient, creative, and effective. The attorney, advocates, and legal support staff, who have over 40 years of combined legal practice experience, have an excellent reputation in the bar, the courts, the community, for providing those high-quality civil legal assistance to eligible clients. Now, over the past year, we've seen an increase in the number of evictions and domestic violence. These matters are in addition to the range of issues typically experienced by persons living in poverty, circumstances like employment matters, and a wide range of other family law-related matters. A lot of these matters create housing instability. And since 2023, we developed an enhanced eviction prevention services program where we obtained financial assistance and began to provide housing stability legal services under the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Side note, that will end September 2025, that funding. Legal Services updated its strategic plan, and in the first year of its new strategic plan, we chart the course for the next 3 to 5 years. And we use a number of scenarios because strategic plans cannot be just static. They change when the circumstances change. Our strategic plan continues to outline a course that is currently being followed, which at the time reimagined a service delivery model designed to maximize our resources by employing the best tools available for providing effective and efficient civil legal assistance in accordance with our mission. As part of that strategic planning process, a formal comprehensive needs assessment was conducted, and we affirmed that there are still many unmet needs, legal needs in our community. And since we can't serve all of the clients' unmet civil legal needs, based upon the results of the needs assessment, we set priorities, program priorities, and we are expecting that the needs will be significantly increased given the federal legislation and all the executive orders that we have all seen come through in the last several months. Those priorities are listed here: housing, health, safety, family, elderly and disability, economic opportunity and security, consumer issues, education, and transportation. So our reimagined service delivery model that resulted from the strategic planning process was based upon that visionary theme of equal access to justice anytime, anywhere. Legal Services has a variety of intake methods, procedures, and policies. It includes in-person, telephone, online, through our website, and sometimes video conference. After the intake is completed in real time, our goal is for our clients to be contacted by an attorney within 1 to 2 business days. That eliminates the needs for scheduling appointments to have an initial consultation with an attorney, and that could actually be weeks if that were the case. The accessibility is significantly expanded also with our mobile justice units. Those are our mobile offices that take attorneys to remote sites where they can service clients with on-site legal assistance. Those mobile justice units have previously been at pre-scheduled locations in the community each week in both St. Croix and St. Thomas. However, we believe that there may be a need for more frequent use of the mobile justice units at different locations. So while we operate the mobile justice units to provide service in our community, our physical facilities are still used to meet with clients, stakeholders, along with performing a lot of our administrative duties. Our St. Croix staff has temporarily relocated in some leased space near Sunny Isle, where we undertake a project to complete major repair and mitigation of the damage caused by the hurricanes of 2017. We sought FEMA funding for that, and we were approved, but it could be a while before it actually occurs. So, Mr. Chairman, if I might, Attorney Damian Sanders will give a summary presentation of an overview of the cases and other matters handled by legal services, as well as some success stories so that you know what we've been doing.
Good afternoon, Senators, members of the community. This one?
You gotta get a little closer.
I think you got me now. Okay, I apologize for that. And greetings, Senators, members of the community that are listening in. I have the pleasure of presenting legal services statistics for the year 2024. 2024 was a good year, but as Attorney Gaddy mentioned, there were some hiccups with respect to the number of attorneys we had on staff, but nonetheless, we managed to keep the numbers rather steady. If you look, the comparison of the 2024 numbers reveals a marginal increase in the client cases opened year to year, roughly 1,400 in 2023, and a little over 1,400 in 2024. We also noticed that St. Croix had the bulk of the cases, but St. Thomas had a substantial number of those 1,400, so 952 in St. Croix with 460 in St. Thomas. And we believe that our intake processes and the general awareness through our outreach programs have contributed to keeping the cases steady. We also anticipate that this year will bring about another increase in the number of cases because we do have more attorneys on staff. Moreover, this year we've already witnessed an 18% increase in cases compared to the same time period in 2024, which again we attribute to having more attorneys on staff. The majority of our clients have, in my 3 years here, have been largely seniors, followed closely by the age group from 26 to 45. We believe the seniors are coming in for estate planning purposes, setting up powers of attorney, and just also needing assistance managing their life and affairs. Whereas the 26 to 45-year-old cohort, we're looking at family problems, custody, visitation, divorces, domestic violence, and other family issues, as well as employment issues and housing. In fact, during 2024, family law eclipsed estate planning, which we typically is the bulk of our practice. So we were kind of interested to see what 25 will hold, year 2025 will hold with respect to that number. So we've observed this increase of 17% in housing and 18% in family law cases so far this year over the same period in 2025. I provided some basic graphs and charts to kind of illustrate where our practice is and what we do, how we serve the community. In 2024, if you look at the chart, you can see family was the big bulk, followed by wills, powers of attorney, and advanced directives, and then housing as well. And so this is our typical pattern. We're seeing it continue. If you go on to the next chart, you'll see that's that age group cohort, the 60 plus and the 26 to 45 age group. In terms of the actual type of service that we provide, it's a close race between advice and counsel, which is basically just giving a client advice on what their problem is and how they can possibly remedy it, empowering them to do it on their own. We also do brief service, which would be assisting a client potentially with a pro se application, doing a power of attorney, an uncontested divorce, helping them to resolve issues with employers or housing by providing letters or notices. And then, of course, obviously, we also are willing to go to court for members of the community where warranted, and we do have some cases where we go to court and reach decisions, whether contested or uncontested, and whether it's ongoing heavy litigation or just through settlement. I've also highlighted some stories for you all. I don't know if you want me to go into detail with them, but I highlighted a few that are worth hearing. One is a domestic violence incident where a couple shared 2 children. Our client was the survivor of an abuse pattern that had been going on for 3 years. The police had been called a couple times, and there was some threat of gunplay. and also physical injuries to the child and also to the spouse. We intervened and were able to get the maximum restraining order, which is 2 years in this jurisdiction. So the survivor is protected from her abuser for at least the next 2 years. And we will monitor the case going forward to make sure that nothing happens untoward towards our client, and we'll protect her and reinstitute the court if necessary. In employment matters, we've had some successes. We had a couple different parties where we represented them before the Department of Labor, where they were denied unemployment benefits, and we were able to secure them unemployment benefits, and also sometimes on a couple occasions, one in particular, where we were able to get the client to receive a lump sum from the employer in lieu of dropping the unemployment and wrongful termination claims. And then lastly, I'll talk about some of these housing issues we have. We see a lot of clients come in with issues with housing, both public and private sector housing issues, and we intervene regularly on their behalf as part of our ERAP grant and just in general as part of our practice to help these individuals get a favorable settlement. Sometimes that involves a payout where the client receives money. Sometimes that's just getting repairs done. Sometimes that's instances where the client didn't necessarily adhere to the lease by the terms specifically, and we're able to intervene and negotiate positive settlements. We also intervene on behalf of clients whose repairs are not made very frequently. We appeal to the landlord first, and then if necessary, we'll go to the courts. And so we've had success here with our practice in a wide array of different areas, and we hope to continue that with your support. I've also listed here all of the various outreach and training activities that we participate in. It's far too numerous to list here. So what I will do is I will return the microphone back to my executive director, Attorney Gaddy, and then she'll carry the torch forward.
In closing, as we go forward, Legal Services continues to seek ways to maximize our efficiency, our effectiveness, and the quality of service while we attempt to serve as many clients as possible. Again, the requested funding in the sum of $2,007,700 will help Legal Services meet the critical needs of our client community, and we look forward to working with you to ensure that Legal Services is properly funded and able to meet the goal of providing equal access to justice for all of the residents of the United States Virgin Islands. Again, we thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation to the committee and the observing public, and we would be most happy to answer any questions respectfully submitted.
Thank you very much, Attorney Gaddy, for your testimony, as well as Attorney Sanders. I appreciate your testimony here this afternoon. So tell us the process by which you're able to receive your money from the government of the Virgin Islands. Talk us through how that occurs.
After the appropriation is made, we receive the funds as they are distributed. We don't have to make a request necessarily, but it comes, we expect it at a certain time each quarter, and that's not always successful. But I will give an opportunity to our CFO to explain more specifically.
Yeah. So, Guy?
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Guy, Director of Finance. Yes, we have a very, capable government employee who I work with, and she has been...
Get the mic a little bit closer.
Yes, she has always looked out for us and worked with us. And any movement in OMB or financing or what she lets me know, and the check would be handed to us over in St. Croix. So
that's your budget analyst at OMB. That's who that person is, or?
I'm not sure what the title is.
What's the title? Okay. So you received the quarterly allotments.
Well, the last one we received was end of March, so the second quarter.
You're up to the second quarter right now.
And the third quarter has been authorized.
Okay.
So as soon as it's printed out or released, you let me know.
So tell me what happens after that process. If you receive the funding by electronic transfer?
No, a check is cut, sometimes one of our staff goes over to Government House, which is close by where our office is in St. Thomas. Or if someone is coming over, then they'll deliver it and we'll pick it up from them.
So you receive it, you retrieve a check, and then you deposit it into you have a checking account that is established for operational purposes.
Yes.
Okay. And then you're able to draw down from that in a timely fashion.
Absolutely.
Okay. You also receive some funding from the Legal Services Corporation?
Yes, we do.
How much is that?
I believe it's close to, it's
$380,000 in 2005, which was for three programs, which was the LSC or Legal Services Basic Grant. They fund most legal services. Then there's a private attorney involvement where we work with private attorneys to take some of our cases. And part of the overall funding that we receive from them, 12.5%, is allocated to the PAI, or private attorney funding.
Okay. So this money is also then placed into that same checking account for disbursement purposes?
That's correct.
Yes.
All right. What about vendors payment? Are you, what is your delta, or what do you owe in vendors payment?
When we prepared the budget request, we had on file funding or payment to our auditor, Bert Smith, but since then they have completed our audit, and so we have paid that. So we only have on the books right now $5,000 for a consulting company that has to provide some technology assistance to us.
Okay. And your utilities, you pay directly to Whopper, and,
Yes.
and you also get water or
No.
phone services?
Yes.
Okay. How do you track your productivity? You have a key performance indicators. What's the mechanism that you use to then determine your effectiveness?
We use our case management system, Legal Server, and it has a number of reports that management can use to track the number of cases that are handled by attorneys, how often those cases are updated, whether or not we have produced what type of outcomes for the client. And that's the same kind of data that we have to provide back to Legal Services Corporation as well, so that our funders are looking at our productivity as well.
Okay. All right. And are you satisfied with your case management system in terms of ensuring that you continue to maintain the quality assurance that you seek in terms of your goals?
Yes, I'm very, very satisfied. It's new. We purchased it with a grant from Legal Services Corporation in 2018. It was installed, implemented in 2020, and it has been working very well for us.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, I'll open up the floor to a 3-minute round. If you need more time, certainly. But Senator Fredericks, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, my office and central staff. Thank you very much, Edie, Gaddy, for coming before us with your team. Got some questions. You're a 501c3 organization. You're about 80% of your funding is the Virgin Islands government.
75.
That's correct.
And then you've got about 3 or 4 other smaller grants that you get annually from different sources, right?
Mostly federal.
Federal. I didn't see anything private in it. There's no one that ever donates to you guys?
We do get some private donations, but they are extremely small.
Cheap. They're cheap.
Well.
But what you guys do, they're cheap.
Well, they're small.
I mean, I'm just looking at the numbers. I'm like, wow, they really, people don't, all these law firms in the Virgin Islands, and they do so well, and they can't give you guys a little something. Okay. You're nice. You're not like me. I would just go out and ask for it. Say, listen.
Well, we do, but, you can't take it out of their pockets.
All right. Fair enough. So let's talk about some vacancies I see here. I see 5.
Actually, this should be updated.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We only have 2 at this time.
So
when we submitted this back in April, we did have that many vacancies, but I can tell you right now, we only have 2 vacancies. We have 2 attorney vacancies in St. Thomas. We have filled, because we rearranged some things, instead of the litigation director position, which we combined with the managing attorney position, we hired a senior staff attorney in that position.
On that one, okay.
And then we changed some of the other staff attorney positions so that we weren't looking for senior staff attorneys, we're looking for junior staff attorneys.
Which is a little cheaper.
A little less, yes.
Okay, good.
And then the other thing that we did was we did hire a grants compliance manager, which allowed us to have the junior attorneys, because if that person can take some of the weight off of
Correct.
the attorneys, then.
Yeah, I saw that in your testimony. That made a lot of sense, you know. So when it comes to GRS, are you any member on your staff?
No, we're not a part of GERS. As a 501c3, we do have a retirement program, a 403B.
403B, okay, that's what you guys, okay. And how's that funded? How's that going?
It requires the employees to participate, and then we do a match. So
30 seconds.
It's going fairly well in that, for the most part,
Most of the employees
most of the employees participate, but it's voluntary.
Okay, and how long do you have to be working there before you're vested in it?
Well, the program itself, we just transitioned to it last year, and the program itself has vesting that happens over a percentage over time. So I believe it's 5 years for 100% vesting.
Yes.
5 years?
Yeah, they have to wait 3 months before they are eligible, and then after that, up to 5 years.
Okay, so I saw a mortgage on page 9 of the post-audit report. You own a building?
Yes, we own both of our buildings.
Okay, both. So the government of the Virgin Islands is paying for your mortgage?
Partly.
Partly.
Yeah,
Which part? Which part? Which part?
No, when I say partly, I mean some of the costs is covered by the allocation of some of the other funding sources.
So when you initially purchased the building, you got the funding from where?
Well, we got loans. We got five loans from the USDA.
Okay, okay.
And we have since been paying them down.
All right. So how soon before it's paid off? You're close?
2030, 2031.
Okay.
We now have 3 notes out of the 5, and they all will mature by the end of 31.
That'll be it.
And we have about $256,000 from a $1.4 million loan. So we have been making progress over the years.
Okay. Okay, I ran out of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Appreciate your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Real quickly, before we go to Senator Blyden, you spoke in your testimony about increase in eviction and domestic violence. So what is the numbers that you're seeing in that area? How much of an increase are you recognizing, observing?
Overall, we're talking about 1,400 cases. So a small increase is magnified a lot when you only have 1,400 cases. So we're talking about, I don't have the numbers in front of me with respect to evictions, what the actual number is, but we're looking at probably going from like 35 to 45 cases. So you're seeing 10 additional eviction cases. And in domestic violence, we're talking about in the realm of 10 to 15 cases, going to like 20 to 25 cases. So we're not talking about a doubling of our numbers, but we're talking about probably like a 25% increase in both areas.
So that spike that you have been able to observe indicates what to you?
With respect to the domestic violence, it's very concerning because there's reverberating effects of domestic violence. It affects not just the family unit, but it also affects our law enforcement. It affects the court system, and it reverberates through to the family division in the courts, as well as the magistrate, because there's the quasi-criminal element of the domestic violence situation, but then you also have the family law component of it as well. So when we see a domestic, and there's also an immigration component also in a lot of these domestic violence cases, what we're seeing, we're seeing an uptick also in the domestic violence instance where there is immigration, in fact, a part of it. So we're seeing people who've come here as part of a migration, situation where they're coming here seeking work, citizenship, and then they're being abused by their partner because their partner has a power control leverage as a result of their immigration status. So we've been intervening on all accounts there, in the domestic violence area, in the immigration, and in the family matter. And it drains on resources for us. So we've been doing a lot of outreach in that manner. We've been going to various conferences on domestic violence to try to educate our staff as to what other jurisdictions are doing. And with respect to housing, there's been a lot of funding that's gone to it off the back of the COVID-19 epidemic. So there's still ERAP funding to help us, but I attribute it to like a holdover from ERAP and the COVID-19 epidemic.
Okay. Thank you for saying that, and I would love to do some further analytics in that particular situation when you talk about eviction and as well as domestic violence. Of course, time doesn't permit it today, but I think that there's some, like you say, that it doesn't necessarily end there. There's definitely some trickle effect that happen in our community, and it spirals out of control if you don't have that type of services provided. And also, I'd love to talk about some of the stakeholders that's involved in terms of the post response to these cases. But again, that's something I'll take offline and certainly have a discussion with you in respect of and how we could support providing some additional funding to support that endeavor. Senator Blyden, you recognize. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Attorney Gaddy. Good afternoon, Attorney Sanders, and all other testifiers on your professional team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Attorney Gaddy, of course, you guys are a lifeline for many individuals in this community. And my colleague just spoke to the funds from the EVA program, in which, honestly, I feel happy about that because I actually advocated for and was successful in assuring that those funds came to you, Attorney Gaddy, as you can recall, during that time where they were saying it was not eligible, but we did what we had to do and you got it. And I want to say it has assisted so many individuals, and they come on a regular basis, and I do send them to you guys. But let me ask you in respect to that statistic that I'm seeing here on page 3 of 12 of the testimony, the chart showing the percentage clients by age, and 60 plus is the most of your clients. What are those? What do those numbers represent in terms of type of cases? Abuse, financial abuse. What's happening there? That's the most. And second, it's age 26 to 45. Can you speak briefly to that, please? What does that represent?
Absolutely, Senator. Well, with respect to our elderly population, we have this senior medical patrol, which is out in the community on a quite regular basis, going to houses of worship, places of education, community centers, and educating on elder abuse, things that the elderly can do to plan so that they can avoid probate and avoid headaches with their estates.
1 minute.
And so I believe that effort has contributed to the statistic there where you see the 60 plus population coming through the offices. Additionally, the court system is very frequent referrer of clients to our offices. So we see a lot of people who go to the court seeking to do things on a pro se basis, and the court system refers them directly to us. And that's your 26 to 45 group coming in after going there saying, I have a problem with somebody in my family, or I have this family issue, I have a housing issue, I need help.
30 seconds.
And so they send them our way. I hope that answers the question.
Mostly it did. In respect to the quote in the testimony, equal access to justice anytime, anywhere. But you spoke in your testimony, though, for example, unless you can pay for legal assistance, you are on your own to try to rectify unsafe rental housing. Let me ask a question, though. equal access to justice anytime, anywhere. But yet, what's the threshold? If I'm working, right, and say, for instance,
time.
I have a landlord who wants to evict me to put their house on Airbnb, and just did not give me enough warning, what have you, and I'm working, but I'm barely making funds even to pay the rent. What's the threshold, or how do you determine who you can represent or who you cannot represent? Can you explain that to me, please?
Absolutely. We have a process that we are required to adhere to, which means that you have to be income eligible, and that the income eligibility is determined by the Department of the Federal Department of Health and Human Services. They create a chart every year that we're bound by to determine the size of the household, the amount of income for the total household, and those clients that we can represent. Our grants restrict who we can assist. With that being the case, because we are required to comply with the Legal Services Corporation standards, what we've done is we use the income guidelines, if you will, for Alaska, because Alaska has high cost of living that allows us to serve more people than if we were to use, say, Hawaii even. So we try to make the net as wide as we can to assist as many people as we can, and we've been allowed to do that because they do not publish one for the Virgin Islands.
Time.
Understood. Understood. And in closing, Mr. Chair, let me ask, in respect to your ERAP funding, did you receive $5 million, I believe? How much did you receive?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
1.4.
In ERAP, how much funds did you receive from the program? The federal funds?
We received
$1 million from a $14 million funds that were available for the program.
That was over.
We received 10%.
And how much?
That was over a 2-year period, I believe.
And you expended all of those funds?
No, because there was a period of time when we didn't have sufficient staffing attorneys to cover the cases. And we also...
So how much funds do you have available at this time?
From June to September, I think about $400,000 was available to complete the program to the end of term.
Which ended 26, correct?
It concludes September 30, 2025.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, and I appreciate what you do, and continue to keep up the good work. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency and the time.
Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. And yes, I think that very well that we want to commend Senator Blyden and his reach out and persistence with that matter. I mean, he did, in fact, was adamant that you were eligible and made sure that he did what was necessary for you to be able to get a seat at the table. So we appreciate that, my colleague. Senator Vela, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How will the expiration of that grant affect you? Did you hire any staff with the monies from the Housing Finance Authority, the ERAP?
Well, what we did was we allocated our staff to doing that. Yes, we did hire staff, but that's because we had so many vacancies already. So we didn't hire any staff specifically just to do that when the grant ends, they would no longer be able to be maintained. We try not to do that.
So you will have sufficient funds to keep those individuals on board?
Correct.
And right now you're looking at 5 vacancies?
No, we're looking at 2 vacancies. That report was done back in April, and we have since hired.
Okay, so which 2 are you looking at now?
We're looking at 2 attorneys in St. Thomas.
Okay. And then that should ramp up the St. Thomas numbers?
That's correct.
Okay. In reference, you spoke about the income limit, the income eligible chart. Are you able to say those numbers, or you can't publicly say them?
They are, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but those numbers are available publicly on the government sites. So it's based on household income and household number of people in the household. I'm happy to provide you our chart, but it changes every year. It's 125% of poverty for that particular jurisdiction. up to 200% of poverty for that particular jurisdiction. But 125 is what we're required to adhere to. Anything over that requires us to do some type of exception documentation to make it work.
Okay. Are you eligible for any of the grants under LEPC, those that deal with domestic violence?
We do receive those. That's what we refer to as VOCA and VAWA.
Okay. What is it, 56,000?
There's more than that.
That's 429.
So the 229?
30 seconds.
Book combined is 429,992.
Oh, I'm seeing it now, yes, okay. And are you able to expend all of those monies?
That amount, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Because when we met with LEPC, there was so much available money that was not being utilized. So I was wondering, how we could get some of those monies spent before they expire.
Well, it's difficult because those are called reimbursement grants. So you have to spend the money and then they reimburse you. And during the time where we didn't have adequate staffing, we couldn't draw those funds down. But I believe that we are in a position now where we can receive all of what we're showing here for 2026.
Okay. In terms of pay for your attorneys, you're probably losing attorneys all the time.
We are, and that was part of the testimony, that we were losing attorneys to the government.
Because the government is paying way more than what you're paying.
Correct.
Time.
Okay, but that would be that would take some money to bump all of those up.
Correct.
Have you done any estimates?
Well, we haven't done estimates as to what it would cost us to bump everybody up, because again, we're looking for how we can sustain the rates. If we bump everybody up and then we don't have the funding, and in this environment, we are very careful. So that's why we changed to doing some junior attorneys instead of senior attorneys, so that we could afford and continue to sustain their pay. But I mean, I can't compete with the government. I can tell you that.
Right. Okay, thank you so much. You do a good job. Continue doing a good job, your entire entity. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Violet. Do you guys have medical insurance and workers' comp?
Yes.
Workers'
Yes.
comp
Yes.
And expungement, have you been seeing a lot of requests for expungement cases?
We don't, that's not one of our priorities for legal services. We know that there is another entity within the jurisdiction that does the expungements. Expungement process is not easy in the Virgin Islands. I've sat on the task force for the auto expungement, and it's not automatic. And so it requires quite a bit. So there's another entity that's been doing expungements, so we refer.
In regards to the work that's being done on your building, that's the roof work that was pending for some time that's now being worked on?
It's not, well, we were approved by FEMA, but we're still in the A&E stage. And if you know what that means that we're still getting paperwork done, and no work is happening to the building as yet.
Yeah.
It's just the process. And we are up to date in the process, but it's not a quick process. So.
Did FEMA allow you for relocating as well during that time that work is being done?
We tried to, but they didn't
qualify for that?
No.
All right, I'll give you 30 seconds to just kind of wrap up. We appreciate the work that you continue to do here. Again, I think this request is something that we could certainly support, and because of the services that you provide, I think the return on investment is well worth it. So, yes.
In closing, I just simply want to say thank you for all the support we've gotten over the years. Senators individually and this body as a whole has been extremely supportive of legal services, and we are indeed grateful. And we want to continue to do what we can for our community, and what we attempt to do is try to determine what the needs of our community are, where we can best meet them, and then we allocate our resources accordingly. And we are constantly looking for ways to do it differently, to get the best bang out of our buck. And so we just thank you again for all your support. and we hope that our approval will be forthcoming.
Very well. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleagues. I know it's been a long day and a long week. I truly appreciate you sticking for us to be able to complete this process today, as well as I want to thank our central staff. They too have been grinding over the last week, and we've been running some long hours trying to get this budget kind of wrapped up, as well as session and other means. I want to thank my post-audit division particularly, who has been working night and day, and late nights especially, in order to be able to complete these post-audit reports. So we appreciate the work that's being done by post-audit, and just generally our central staff, employees, media, security, all of the entities, protocol, everybody that's really contributed to this. And we do have some weather that's coming in, and I want to tell those of you that's in my listening and viewing to pay particular attention to the weather that's coming in. There's the BITEMA has continued to put out the reports in regards to Hurricane Erin. So please pay attention to it and make sure you heed the warnings and prepare yourself. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of August 15, 2025 is hereby adjourned. God bless.